What up, world? You already know what time it is. What map is those with most never need to write, but most all we ever do is give a toast to the real. Oh! In the real. I'm parlay this game for y'all today. Everybody out there doing their fizzle. Got my right hand with me as usual. WR in the building.
What up, y'all? You already know what's about to go down.
Hope everybody had a festive holiday, you know what I'm saying? Spending with the fam, ate some good food, stayed up on things, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah, man. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Now let's talk about this whole Fat Joe situation, man. Is he racist or does he get a nigga pass? My whole thing is this, man. If niggas is around and giving niggas passes to say the N-word, can he really blame the dude that's saying it? You know what I'm saying? If he feels like he grew up around black folks, rub shoulders, you know what I'm saying, been through the struggle with them, can you down him for saying it? Because at the end of the day, you gotta create and set boundaries for yourself and your people. Now, if the black folks is going around and saying, "But yo, my wet back, what's up, my wet back, what's up, my this and my that," do you think that Joe will receive it as a term of endearment, or do you think it will be like taking a little bit sideways? You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to join in this conversation with us and let me know how y'all feel. You know what I'm saying?
It's real, man. It's real. It's like
me. I'm coming from a career background, so I understand what's going on out there. You know what I'm saying, in terms of letting Spanish people celebrate us, you know, because the Caribbean is more black than anything else, you know. And we get all types of different nationalities that come into our country. Treat them like they're above or something like that. You know, because they got allegiances to their home country, like the Caribbean. Well, the part we're from is called the West Indies, you know, and there's a reason why they call it the West Indies, you know what I'm saying? You know? Because of racism, and colonial colonization and all that, you know, so are we really supposed to take that and run with it, or are we supposed to check that shit at the door, you know? These are the situations that we're in, and we're trying to bring to the forefront. So, what do you think, fam? What do you think about that?
Sticky situation, right? Because it's what you said. Like, if you're gonna give a man a pass to be included in the N-word convo, it's like, what do you think is gonna happen? Of course, he's gonna get reckless with it and would just go wherever he wants with it, type energy. But at the same time, we have to understand his history amongst the people too, right? He grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood. All of his friends, most of his friends are black.
Let me put the link in the thing, you know what I'm saying? Anybody want to come up and have a little discussion about this, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a deep topic, but you know, we could have our opinion.
No, it's interesting. Mm-hmm. But no, definitely same situation. Like I see it happening all the time too. So it's like some non-black folks.
Well, you see, that's the thing though, because there's some Puerto Ricans that are actually black that have ancestry that's from, you know, that's actually black. You know what I'm saying?
that are darker than the both of us. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So
Stephen
it
Fuller
gets
said it best. There's only two races to the white supremacists, white and non-white. So
yeah.
Fat Joe being a person that's not doesn't have that uh ancestry, it's kind of tricky, you know what I'm saying? Because one time it's like you're saying the word, but are you saying it vitriolic or are you saying it out of love? You know what I'm saying? We never know when it comes to people cosplaying. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're not a black Puerto Rican, then where are you saying the N word
But
for? You
no,
know what
this
I'm
is what
saying?
I'm trying to say. It's like because people are born in a certain area and they're around certain people, they get the pass. Like I see it happen all the time, especially in the hood. Like white boys,
But
non-black
should you
folks will get the
white
pass.
boys say that? Not around me. I don't know. Maybe that's different, but I ain't never really
No,
heard that or something.
sometimes all the time. Like the rapper Nims, Gorilla Nims.
Gorilla names, yeah.
He's not black in any way, shape, or form, but
What
he
is
says
he?
the N word all the time. He's Italian and Irish, or Greek and Irish.
Oh, he's Greek and Irish? Okay. I didn't know that.
And
Shit. Gorilla names is
white
out
boy
here
on
saying that.
there's a white boy on his podcast. You see him saying nigga all the time. I'm like, yo,
Oh yeah?
why they
A
say?
white boy too? Man,
Oh man,
I didn't even know
no.
that. You see, that's because on a lot of different places, like my boy Big E right here. Hey, Big E, jump on the panel real quick if you got time. They they say on the West Coast that's a no-no, you know what I'm saying? People just don't be coming around and saying that type of shit, from other
Right.
ethnicities. And it's more of a racial thing out there because there's enclaves, Like out here, we have enclaves of different, um, let's say,
Culture.
ethnicities or whatnot. Yeah, we probably got the most different. They go my boy Big E. Salute.
What it do, Mac
We got
Mizzle? What's good?
Yep.
what's good. Thanks for joining the panel. You know what I'm saying? We gotta really
Hey, I
talk
just
about
want to know this though. Like, what is the fascination with all these groups wanting to use the word nigga? Like, it's like they
Right.
want to use the word nigga, but didn't want to go through what came with that word. You get what I'm saying? Like, white
Right.
folks used to call us that while we was being lynched, while we was being hung, while we was doing all of that. So, you know
what's
what
the
I'm saying?
fascination.
That's when they referred to us as nigga. Now you got these other groups that come in like it's some kind of trend. And now you want to say it, you hate us, but then you want to be able to use it. And then when we react to it, it's an issue. We don't take words that like we don't say like out here. I'm in LA. We don't go up to Mexicans and be like, hey, what's up, my beaner? Hey, what's up, my hat
Yeah.
dancer? Hey, what's up, my donkey rider? Because we
But
already
what they
figured that it's gonna be offensive. But why do these other groups always feel like they need to test the water with that?
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? It's like black people call each other Nick, but okay, but if you not black, why in the fuck do you figure you got a voice on how we deal with each other? That ain't your concern.
yeah.
This is what I don't
A lot of people around the
get
country,
about these
around the
other
world.
groups.
Yeah.
It's
Because
like they got a fascination with the word nigga. And they act like, okay, it's like, bro, you already know some people gonna be cool with it, some people not gonna react to it. I mean, some people gonna just let it go by the wayside. But it's like when I was on my boy 5/5's platform last night, we don't use these words to these other groups because we already
I have to
figured
flash
that
that
they're going to
smoke.
be offensive.
Mm.
So I don't get why everybody feel like, oh, I get to say nigga. I get to say nigga. I get to say nigga. Fuck you mean?
Yeah.
You don't get to use it with me?
Exactly. Some people find that offensive. So New York as being an enclave of black, brown, or whatever the case may be. By Fat Joe saying that, is he saying that Puerto Ricans are niggas? Is he saying all Puerto Ricans are niggas, even if they white?
Nah,
You
but
know what
you
I'm saying?
gotta look. It don't be us. They gotta kind of make up their mind. See, a lot of these dudes is too young to know, but we used to think, oh man, Puerto Ricans is black. These peoples is black. Jamaicans is black. Dominicans, Belizeans, they black. They said no, we ain't black. They are the ones who
But
denounced being
that's
black.
the thing. I don't agree with that because I think a lot of Caribbeans know that they're black, and some dark skinned Puerto Ricans might understand their history and know that they're black. So it's kind of like the ones that don't understand it, they're just gonna run around and say, you know what? Because we don't stand with what y'all are talking about. We're allowed to say whatever the case may be, but that's not how it goes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
but Mac
Biggie's
Mizzle,
saying,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because see, people denounce it and don't know it. Like, okay, like let's say if you see somebody that look black, right? Got a short haircut, whatever. And you be like, oh, what's up, black man? Oh, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. Well, you've already separated yourself.
That shit don't even
yeah,
make
I don't
sense.
understand that. I never heard a Jamaican say that in my life, and all my
Well, bro,
like most of my
y'all,
brothers.
bro, so you've never, okay. I'll give you another
Give me this.
example. You remember during the Olympics when them Jamaican women was dusting Shakari off, right? You remember that, right?
Yeah,
Uh, okay, Shelly Ann Price or all them, they were dusting Shakari off, no problem. But they
right.
made the separation like we're the Jamaicans, that's an American black woman. And then when
But that's the
Shakari
Olympics,
started
though. That's the
winning,
Olympics.
and look, when Shakari
Right.
started winning, now it's like we all black. See, people want to be
I
black when
understand
it's
that, but that's the
convenient.
Olympics
But
because
okay, but
we
it's
had a
still an
run in the.
example. But it's an example
Yeah,
though.
it's a good example. You're right. You're right because they shouldn't distinguish themselves
If we all black,
from.
why are we not all black? When you winning, why you got to make sure you separated? But then when you losing, we all black.
Well, I think that's more of a Olympic thing, but what I was trying to say is like even if you're oh man I lost my point, but what I was trying to say is if you're black, right, and then you go to the Olympics and you're for your country, like let's take for example Canada. We had a sprinter named Donovan Bailey, right? He was Jamaican.
Yep.
He won the gold medal. But when he won the gold medal, he said he was Canadian, but he also acknowledged his Jamaican roots. You know what I'm saying? So he knew he was black, but not a thing where it's like he denounced his Canadian root. He just knew that he was, they want to shine a light on Jamaica, which I understand that, but you know,
Well, then why do
ultimately,
we? Okay, well, if they want to be able to do that, then why is it a problem when we say nah? When we want to feel like that about ourselves, why is it a problem? Every time it's black pride, the
exactly.
first
I don't
thing
think there's a
somebody
problem
say
at
is
all.
racism.
I don't think there's a problem at all. I love
Come
that. I
on,
love
Mac
the fact
Mizzle.
that
You
y'all are.
know it's a problem. You see it being a problem. But just by
Yeah, it's a
us
problem.
saying we FBA is a problem for a lot of groups.
Yeah. I don't understand that. I don't understand why y'all getting mad at that
Are we
because
only talking
black
about them FBA? Okay,
America
but
got 44 million people. That's a lot of people, yo. For y'all to just
right.
push
Okay,
aside
so why
because
is it that when we separate ourselves, it's an issue? But everybody else, like, okay, since rap has been a big thing, right? Well, no, we all together. Okay, well, why do groups have to say we are a lighter shade of brown? Why do
exactly
why do other groups have to
alone
make songs that say this is for La Raza? They're making sure they separating themselves.
no, you're right. You're right.
Okay, so if you're separating yourselves, and we say,
Absolutely.
okay, you know what? That's cool. Go ahead and stay over there. We'll stay over here. Now we the racists, but you made it a point to separate yourself from us. You said that. You didn't say we all black.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right there. Big E,
You know,
and
it's a separation when they
can't
want to be
argue with that
separated, but
one
we
bit
have to
because
be inclusive all the time. We don't have a choice in the matter. It's like, nah, we together
what's the
when I
saying?
say
The
we all
difference between
together.
ethnicity and nationality.
Well,
So
whoever
what's the
this
difference?
niggas Dawu is, nigga, fuck you. Nigga, you don't know me and I don't know you. You don't know what I have a clue about. So why don't you go fuck yourself, nigga? See, you bitch ass niggas always get on this internet and be talking like you some kind of hella scholar, nigga. What did you say that was so scholarly, nigga?
Yeah,
Fuck
exactly.
you talking about, nigga. You ain't nobody talking. What I said is facts, nigga. And bitch ass niggas like you always want to come with this bullshit, nigga. They do separate themselves from us, nigga. You don't hear, we didn't even bring up this fight. If Fat Joe bitch ass hadn't said what he said, we don't even be having this hip hop discussion.
Yeah, you're right.
Don't
You're
none
right
of this
about
stuff be coming up. We don't be bringing up all these racial talks.
that. And the
And
fact
some
that
nigga
Big
named Niggas Dawu up here talking about who got a clue and who don't. Nigga, don't nobody even know what the fuck you talking about, bitch ass nigga.
Hold on, Big E. But yeah, to add on to what you're saying, Big E's actually showing that black FBA is an ethnicity because he's showing the difference between his foundational black ethnicity and his American ethnicity. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, but okay, but listen what I'm saying though. Everybody all of a sudden, now look, Mac Mizzle, back in the days when they used to show movies like Roots, when they used to show movies like Amistad, when they used to show movies like 12 Years a Slave, they was talking about the black American experience, right? They wasn't talking about Caribbean slaves. They wasn't talking about slaves from nowhere else. They was talking about what happened here in America. And then what goes on is if if slavery happened in some other part of the world, they want to tie it all into American slavery. And it's like, no, just like out here, the Mexicans. Well, we deserve reparations too. Okay, but you need to talk to Spain.
Right.
Your slavery didn't have nothing to do with America. Y'all are not chattel slavery in America.
Yeah.
So why do you want to attach yourself to chattel slavery in America when those wasn't your captors? You speak Spanish because the Spanish man enslaved you, which is the Spaniard. The original Spaniard is the European white man. So if you feel you are entitled to reparations, y'all need to be talking to Spain, not America. We're talking to the American government because we were enslaved by the American government. We fought in a civil war for our freedom to get emancipated.
Yep.
Okay, where was all these other groups at in the Civil War? I don't hear them make no mention of that.
Facts.
Where was the Puerto Ricans at in the Civil War? Where was the Mexicans at in the Civil War? Where were the Dominicans at in the Civil War? Where was everybody at in that war, in that fight for freedom? Where were they at? See, they wasn't there. That's what I'm talking about. So when we talking about slavery,
getting down to the root.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So everybody wants to tie themselves into American slavery now. Nah, champ. You know, like I said, if you was Mexican and your people was enslaved, then you need to be talking to Spain. What that got to do with America?
That's the only real shit you say right there.
Most of these cultures, they want to attach themselves to the black culture when it's beneficial to them. You know,
Well,
because
that's
that's what.
because they not fighting. They not fight. See, this is what I'm saying. The Mexicans come over here and they want to get on what we're fighting for. You don't hear them making no reparations claim to Spain. It's
Right.
only we gonna see what the niggas doing, and then we gonna do what they doing.
Exactly. Because it's
That's what's
benefit.
going on.
Right. Right. Right.
Okay, so now when we saying no, we want to separate that. Your fight wasn't well, we was all slaves. No, 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 no. We not doing that. We not
Yeah.
doing that. Your
Everybody
fight
got their
wasn't our
form of
fight. You want
colonialism.
us to fight your fight for you. No, we not
Yeah.
doing that.
No, it's facts. It's facts. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a part to play, you know? So we ought to come here and just disrespect the
And
lineage
you
and
know
just
what
come
else,
up
Mac
with
Mizzle? I've been saying this. All these
disrespectful.
groups is mad at us for delineating, but they wasn't mad at the white boy that said Puerto Rico is a floating island of trash. Did you notice that? They didn't say nothing about that.
Yep.
And he said it. Oh, yeah, that's a floating island of trash. But you mad at us for saying, nah, we delineating. See, what happened was
That
we
brings it back
fell
to Fat
victim
Joe,
to
you
that
know?
people of color
I think
shit.
Fat Joe was pandering for the Democrats, and the Democrats, they
Yeah,
suffer
but
like
we
the
can
worst.
only go off you said what you said. We don't know what your meaning. What we do know is you insulted us. What we do know is you insulted the lineage for whatever
Exactly.
his reason is. You don't get a pass for insulting a whole lineage of people, especially if you out here democratic shilling.
And that's the word, the choice of words you used is like they picked the right nigga. Like, you're white. Are you a
Right,
nigga? What
right.
struggle are you bringing to the
You
table?
see, do
Like,
you see what I'm saying? But everything still comes back to us. Like literally everything. You remember before
we're talking about
when
niggas,
Biden
Fat
got
Joe.
elected, who did he go get? Retarded B. Why are you getting retarded B to talk for us? She's not black.
Facts though.
Hey, you know what though? You right. He's not supposed to. Why? Okay, but here go the thing with Fat Joe. They get him. Why is he on BET hosting BET? You're not black. Why do you get these non-black people? But see, this is where they get us at, Mac Mizzle. They
Yeah,
get
we've been
us
saying that,
under
nigga.
that people of color shit. People of color means means black looking. People of color is basically black immigrants. It has nothing to do with American blacks when they say people of color. You see what I'm saying? If you really look at it, even in Congress, Ilhan Omar is a person of color. Kamala Harris was a person of color. Barack Obama is a person of color. None of these people are foundational black Americans. None of these people
Facts.
went through shadow slavery. None of these people
Facts.
bloodline is ours, but they still get the benefits because when you look at a lot of them old documents, a lot of stuff was intended for the Negro. So they replaced Negro with people of color, like depending on how old you are. Like on my birth certificate literally says Negro on it. See, today's birth certificates might say something else. But when it came to that 40 acres and a mule, reparations and all that, they specifically said it's for the Negro. Now they took Negro and turned that into people of color. Now immigrants get to come over here and get food stamps, money. If you live in California, you was getting $150,000 loans to get in houses when you got black homeless people on the street. You see what I'm saying? This is what happens when you put immigrants like, when you go to other countries, do you see Americans in their government? Do you see, would you see a German man ever be able to run for president in the Jewish community?
Nope.
Exactly. So when you see this in
Not at all.
America, now you got a bunch of foreigners that are already
Yo, man.
anti-black. Now you
How do
give them
people?
political power. See, and once they get political power and they already anti-black, they gonna start. If you from LA, you already know this. That's why all these Mexicans is out here like that. You got people like Kevin De Leon, you got people like Nuri Martinez, they get political power, then they start diverting the resources to them. We don't get them resources no more. So it's a political game. We don't have nobody that represents us in the United Nations. None of that. We got people that think that they could speak for us. Fat Joe think he could speak for us. Retardy B thinks she could speak for us. None of these people could speak for us. They're not us.
And that's
And every time we
push in front of you. Yeah.
Right.
Political games they were playing. Yeah.
Bruh, this is what I'm saying. So now this year they really showed their hand. When you look at it, but look, Mac Mizzle, haven't you seen the video of the African woman that says she's not interested in coming to build nothing with us? She's just coming to get what they can get. You know what I'm saying? It was all on video. You see all these people couldn't even help themselves where they came from. You know what I'm saying? If you was all that, then your homelands wouldn't be like, let's take Mexico. Bruh, Mexico is a total dumpster fire. If it wasn't for America, it ain't no telling what would be going on. They not fighting for civil rights over there. They not fighting for nothing over there. What they're doing is fighting federal laws that they broke coming over here. That's where they're fighting. They want to fight to stay in America instead of fight to make where they ran from better. They not making $20 an hour minimum wage in their country, but you want to come over here and mess up what's going on over here instead of you fighting over there. You want to march, like out here, they want to march in mass protest about being deported, but then you don't want to fight where you came from with the same energy. Nah, bro, I was born in '69. I'm telling you what's on my birth certificate. My birth certificate says Negro, champ. It does not say colored. I get all that, but I don't know what year you was born in. But again, when you go back, it's going to say Negro. It's not going to say black. It's not going to say colored. It's not going to say African American. My birth certificate literally says Negro.
Negro.
Okay,
Wow.
so now you don't get to change the words
Negro.
years later. Now people of color means immigrants too. See, when you start changing the terminology, then they get to change the terms and stuff. Right?
So it's good that y'all distinguishing themselves.
Right. So we distinguishing what it is to me, Mac Mizzle. I'm going to be honest with you. I think all these other groups are mad because we distinguishing ourselves. Like, you know how they, we Jamaicans. We Dominican. No, we from Belize. Okay, well, we FBA. So now we separating ourselves from y'all since you a Jamaican black, since you a Caribbean black, since you a Puerto Rican black. Okay, well, we're foundational black Americans. Now we're being divisive. But you're not being divisive when you divided yourself from us?
Yeah.
Why we can't separate? It's just like in the Latino. A Mexican is going to get mad if you call him an El Salvadorian. And El Salvadorian is going to get mad if you call him a Mexican. You get what I'm saying? Everybody separates themselves. Argentinians feel like they better than Mexicans and Puerto Ricans. You get what I'm saying? Everybody separates. If it's two groups that speak Spanish, like, okay, when I used to work,
they're the whiter Mexican, they're the whiter Spanish folks, Argentinians.
No, I'm saying, I guess they feel like they the best, but what I'm saying, I used to work with some Dominicans, right? And then when I said, hey, buenos dias, whatever I said in Spanish, he said, that's Mexican Spanish. That's not Dominican Spanish. Now, as a regular black man, I didn't know that it was a difference in the Spanish dialects. You get what I'm saying? Right. Puerto Ricans say, or Mexicans say, they speak this Spanish. These Spanish people say that they speak this dialect of Spanish, et cetera, et cetera. All this diaspora. Yep, there you go. You see what I'm saying? There you go, Mac Mizzle.
all this,
They
yeah.
made sure that they were saying we not like them American niggas. That's pretty much what they were saying. We not
That ain't
like
right.
them.
You're right. You
Okay.
know what I'm saying?
So now guess what? All we said was, you know what? You right. Since you want to separate from us, go ahead and stay over there. Now they mad at it.
What y'all
You
mad
right.
for?
You not an FBA. You
You know,
right. You are this. You right. You are that. Go ahead and stay over there. That's why y'all didn't. That's why y'all didn't co-create rap. Now look at what they doing. Now look at what they look at how they acting. Who started this fight? Did black people start this fight, or did Fat Joe start this fight? Was we running around here saying we the only creators of hip hop?
What does he
I
mean by
don't know
that?
who this nigga is. This nigga must be on this period or something. I don't even know who this nigga is. Somebody give that nigga some panty liners, bruh. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out what the hell made this nigga so smart. You know, these motherfuckers get on here and they get to saying this online shit like they some kind of scholar, and nigga just sound like his feelings is hurt. Nigga, go drink some coffee this morning, nigga.
I ain't even talking about the Olympics, like, you know what I'm saying? He's just making an analogy, you know?
Yeah, it was just an analogy, but you know, it was specifically, see, this is what I'm saying, this how stupid this wannabe scholar is. They was talking about Sha'Carri specifically. You didn't hear them talking about nobody, because you remember after she got busted smoking weed, and then she wasn't able to make that one trip. You remember they was really going in on her when she had on all them crazy wigs. So then when Sha'Carri said, you know what, I'm gonna stop talking to y'all media people because y'all stabbed me in the back. And you remember she went out there and she just started winning. She started dusting all Shelly Ann Price and all of them. Now all of a sudden everybody want to be all black. Nah, champ, keep that same energy. Keep all that same energy. So now you see this what I'm saying. Niggas like that is the problem too. We trying to get on code, and then you got niggas like
them. If you got
them
something
that
to say, hop on the panel, man. You know what I'm saying? If you got something to say that's profound,
hop on the panel and say something, nigga.
Stop trolling for that. All that is goofy shit.
Exactly, Supreme. Supreme. You get it. We see black looking people and we think that we got some kind of alliance with them till they open their mouth. Soon as they open their mouth, they let you know where they stand, right? Am I tripping about that? Look at Busta Rhymes. Busta Rhymes been making all this money off of us, right? Pretending to be black, right?
All the black athletes.
Now all of a sudden we ain't got no culture.
That's how we feel up here in black in Canada too, you know, as black folks, we don't distinguish or separate, you know. We are black Canadians, you know, but maybe, you know, I feel like there's some little tension and little hate and ego like that too, you know. So we all got to put it on perspective. Moonchild 22. What up?
Yeah, but see, Mizzle, the problem be though when we fight back with it. Cause really, Pete, again, we didn't start this. Fat Joe did. And all we said was, nah, y'all didn't co-create nothing. Now look at all the racism that then came out. Look at all these other groups now. Look, even with the election, when we said we gonna vote for Trump, you had other groups that, like, why are y'all worrying about how the hell we gonna vote? Like, what's the problem? Why is everybody so worried about what we think and how we move? You remember the Palestinians was mad at us? The small hats was mad at us. Now, like I said, I don't know where everybody else at, but out here, the Mexicans is mad at us because we support deportation, right? We couldn't even have a pop-out concert without them being mad. We couldn't even have a Juneteenth concert without them being mad, talking about they felt like they need to be represented. Why do you need to be represented on black holidays?
No, Busta Rhymes is not FBA. He's black. Yeah.
No, it don't matter what. Look, the problem with Busta Rhymes is when he was in the prime of his career, nobody knew he was Jamaican, and he wasn't disrespecting nobody.
Exactly. He
Now,
never
after he done
was
made
pushing
all
the
this
fact that he was
money,
like,
right,
yep.
and he
I
done
remember that. I
solidified
remember that
himself.
Widget.
Yeah,
You
now
wasn't
we ain't got no culture. Now, according to him, we don't have no culture after he made his money imitating black culture for the last 30 years.
But a
Now
lot
all of
of
a
the
sudden,
hi everybody. I'm
hey,
sorry.
Hi,
salute,
how you
moon
doing?
child,
I don't want
salute.
to be disrespectful, so I
Yes,
just wanted to, let you go ahead before I introduce myself.
no problem, no
I
problem.
been I knew for a long time
What's
that
up?
Buster was Jamaican. Just because I knew people who knew him. So anyway, again, good afternoon, everybody. Um, so I'm from the Bronx. I'm from New York City, and I'm also from Cedric Avenue when hip hop was created. And I just wanted to just give a little bit of context on that. What everyone is saying is true. In the beginning, there was division between the Puerto Ricans who moved into our neighborhood and the Black people who moved into our neighborhood. Also, I do have information because, again, I was there, and I mean literally there.
No doubt.
Um,
Respect.
Back in 73, 74, 75, is when we
Right.
started break dancing, but we didn't call it break dancing back then. We call it break. So at the break of the song, and this is before Cool Herc started giving the parties down at the park, because I remember I was there at the park when they did the parties, but of course not the house parties because I was too young. But my sister would go because she was 16 at the time. But anyway, when the break came on, then that's when all of us would break. And then that's when we used to do the spin. That was the
Mhm.
first break dance that we started doing on Cedric Avenue at the time. So I moved from there in 78.
Yeah.
And then I moved to the Northeast Bronx. And at that time, um, it was a predominantly Italian, Jewish neighborhood, but there were also, foundational Black Americans and Puerto Ricans as well. And it was during that time when it started to become more of a together, and they started, like hanging with us, being with us, enjoying the same music and things of that nature. So,
Mhm.
just as a person who, witnessed everything and was there, I just wanted to make that straight. Also, what the previous caller is saying, definitely, I agree with you. Supreme, yes, there is still division in a lot of ways. It was a lot of microaggressions with that as well. With the Puerto Ricans, like, yeah, they were
Yeah.
down with us and everything, and we invited them all in, because that's who we are as a people. We're loving. And I just want to say that, you know, it's sad to me that this division has come out the way that it's done between our Jamaicans and all the Caribbean people and Spanish people as well, because we always had a lot of love. um Around the early 80s,
Mhm.
that's when we got a really large Jamaica population coming to the neighborhood. So
Right.
along with, it was Jamaica, foundational Black American, and Puerto Rican. And we all shared each other's cultures within each other. I came from a very loving neighborhood. So, but again,
Right.
like I said, there was always the microaggression. Sometimes the Jamaican, they used to call us Yankee,
Mhm.
but we didn't care. You know
I
what
heard
I
that
mean?
term,
But
Yankee boy. That.
right, Yankee
Yeah.
gal.
Yeah.
Come here,
Yeah.
Yankee gal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you see how I have the dialect, because that's how I was raised. To me, that's
Right.
part of my second culture. So when I hear Busta Rhymes saying we don't have a culture, that hurts my heart. You know what I mean? So bad, because I've always loved Jamaica. And then with the onslaught of a lot of Jamaican people coming into the neighborhood, my sister married a Jamaica, and all my friends, married Jamaica. And basically I was raised in a Jamaica household as well, coming from the neighborhood, and a Puerto Rican household as well. So it's really sad. And Fat Joe, he's disrespectful. He's very
Yeah.
disrespectful,
Very
and
disrespectful.
he's canceled, as far as I can see. Even one of the Terror Squad members, Armageddon, he's from my neighborhood. So he grew up with my nephew and my little brother. They very close with him, so to hear him speak like that, when Diamond D and everybody put him on, and I used to hang out with them too. Back in Jazzy J Studios in the neighborhood that I was brought up in. So, like I was saying, it's just very sad, but it
Right.
is definitely time. I'm 100% in support of delineating, and if people can't show respect, then, you just can't sit with us anymore. You cannot occupy our spaces anymore. That's it. It's done.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact.
That's
It is.
factual, and
It's some
don't none of them check their people though. I mean, when you notice when they all, like, for example, like, again, I'm out here in Cali. When Ryan
Mhm.
Garcia went on that racist rant, then none of his people check him.
Right.
When Teofimo Lopez went on that racist rant that he went on, didn't none of his people check him. But they want to check us for saying, nah, we ain't fooling with none of y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. You
And
know
I
what I'm
don't and I
saying?
don't understand why
Yeah.
are they so
I think it's
angry
all
like
about
these
respect
people
level and
for?
knowing your
Yeah,
history,
it's about respect
Mhm.
and knowing the history. And my thing is, Metatron, I'm gonna address you in a second. He
Yeah, yeah,
definitely
because
talking about us African
it's
Americans.
crazy how these groups try to tell us how we should take
How we
people's
should
disrespect.
exactly how we should take people's disrespect. Number one, they never liked us. I wanted to say that too. Everybody was
Facts.
always jealous of us, period. Just period. They've always been jealous of us. But my issue
Mhm.
today is, at the end of the day, yes, this is our lineage, FBA. We've been fighting, with white and through white supremacy for centuries already. At the end of the day, white Americans never cared if we had black pride. You understand what I mean? They never cared if we had black pride, because at the end of the day, that was all we ever had. So for another American or Black American, Jamaican American, Guyanese American, or anybody other American is upset, saying that we're being divisive because we want to be called FBA as a part of our pride. Why is that a problem with them when that's never even been a problem with white supremacy? They've never cared that we had black pride, because that's all we was ever to have. If we try to get anything else, that's when they have a problem. But when it comes to black pride, oh, we was always allowed to have that. So this is where
Mhm.
I have a problem at. When I have my
Yeah.
own black people across the diaspora saying we being divisive just because we standing on black pride.
Yep. Yep.
Hey, but Moonchild, this we not even look. We standing on what the truth is, though.
It's
Okay, the
the
truth
truth.
is they didn't
Absolutely.
help us create nothing. The truth
No.
is y'all over here looking like us. The truth is y'all over here sounding like us. So I don't know how these other groups figure that they could say we don't have no culture when you ran from yours. Your
And at
own
the end of
culture
the
don't
day,
even
we don't have
support
no
none of them.
culture. So how did they learn how to start rapping? How did they learn how to start to dress? Because remember what I said, I was there. Okay, I was there. Matter of fact, the reason why we moved from Cedric Avenue, because there was so many Puerto Ricans with the gang fighting. listen, I forgot the name of their gang and I forgot the name of the black people gang, but I remember when we used to have to go in the house by a certain time because they was gonna have a rumble. Like it was so much blood spill. My grandmother was like, "We getting the hell up out of here. It's too many dang on Puerto Ricans around here," and they are They were always aggressive with us, always wanting to fight, and that's why we moved.
Yeah, that's a whole fact. And again, now that we saying we delineating from them, they got a whole day. Nothing like somebody said Taharka Bay is going to destroy Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed already destroyed that clown. See, it's crazy how Tariq Nasheed been out here for all these years. Now all of a sudden, all these dudes got Tariq nuts all in their mouth now.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, Tariq been out here for years. Like Tariq been out here. Now all of a sudden this year, everybody wants Tariq to teabag them because they cannot keep Tariq name out their mouth at all.
The thing is because Tariq is prosperous
that
and
election, they going crazy.
When he says he's gonna do something, he's gonna do it. And what happened was, like I've been saying across other people's channels, we've asked Fat Joe to stop this conversation 3 years ago because they came out with something on Prime Video. I don't have my phone with me. I wish I could bring it up. Where they came out saying that, Puerto Ricans helped or in the Hispanic community helped create rap music and hip hop and all of that. So what he did was he came out with the movie, right? He came to the Bronx and talked to everybody. He came to Harlem and talked to everybody. So now that it's on film and it's documented, this is the reason why they're going after him. Because he debunked everything that they said. When all they had to do was fall back and do their history.
Yeah, but Moonchild. But look, Dr. Cologne had people, he had old school Puerto Ricans on his channel that said, nah, my American black brothers, even DJ Charlie Chase even said it. No, my American black brothers created this. So why are they still mad?
Again, it's just like how you guys have said already. There's another agenda behind it because they want to try to. I mean, look how hip hop has grown. Like I said, I've watched it from birth. When Lil Wayne said I am hip hop, I was like, no, MF, I'm hip hop. You understand what I mean? Because I was literally birthed at the birth of hip hop. I've seen it go through every style. And I've seen it take over the world. You know what I mean? And how it has shaped the world. Not just America, but the whole freaking world. You know what I mean? This culture that we have birthed and that I helped to create, to birth, or been a part of it and to drive the movement forward. I'm always hip hop, and they've always been jealous. There has to be another agenda behind, because look at Japan with the K-pop people. They rapping, somebody ghostwriting for them. Because they don't even know how to speak English, but they rapping in English like they sat there and wrote rhymes. It has taken over the world. So, of course, Tariq Nasheed and me and everybody here, seeing that they're trying to change the narrative. And what they did was, because they figured Fat Joe was sitting at the head of the table with no scandals behind him, and allowing Busta Rhymes to say, hey, Jamaica, to try to turn it into something else. Like that was their green light. Okay, we could try to take it from them and whatever, because it all goes hand in hand with the reparations conversation. That is going hand in hand on how we created something that everybody else benefited off of. it goes along with
Right.
the reparation conversation, because hip hop has hit mainstream in the early 80s, mid 80s, and then definitely in the 90s. And of course, by the 2000s, it was just a big explosion of it. So it all goes hand in hand together. And that's basically what it's about. That's the only reason why they started coming on Tariq Channel talking all of this crap. White America, every other African within the diaspora, all us black people, because they were upset about us talking about we need to unite as foundational black Americans. And this is what we're going to call ourselves. We're going to have to, because everybody wants to be along in the fight again, like you said, for reparations, because this is what it's about.
And what's crazy to me, Moonchild, when you look at, they come over here and be disrespectful to us, right? But then when you look at where they came from, it's like, dude, y'all living worse than we was, or worse than we are. That's why you ran over here.
Right. And the
Whatever
fact
you
that
going
we
on
even
in
saying
your
that
country,
is
huh?
incensing them with so much anger. The fact that we even saying that and calling them out, they are incensed with anger right now. Like, I can't even get over all of the anger.
But it's facts though. But it's still fact. The fact
Why are they
is,
so angry
your
though? For real
country,
though, that's just crazy. You're dissing us, and well, y'all, they're dissing
right?
Black
Look,
Americans.
Mac Mizzle, they
Us.
dissing
Look,
us,
you said
and
it
they
right the
parents
first time.
risk
Us.
life and limb. They risk everything.
Yeah,
They even risk their kids to get over here because they couldn't make it. They couldn't move and shake in their country. See, they want to come over here and protest where we've already laid the groundwork. They want to come over here
yeah,
and fight where we've already did the heavy lifting. But where they
Right.
came from, they was too cowardice, and you would rather put your whole family at risk trying to escape a country you claim to be so proud of, but you can't make $10 an hour there. So you
Mm-hmm.
got to run over here. Like I said, the Puerto Ricans, the white man called Puerto Rico an island of floating trash, and they didn't say nothing.
yo,
Yeah, and
y'all
then
took
when
me
they
out of
had that
10 for that, yo,
disaster
for
in
real.
Puerto
Wait,
Rico,
he did this.
we all
He
came
dissed.
together for that.
He dissed Haiti. He dissed Africa too. He dissed a few places. Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't appreciate that. I didn't appreciate that
Mhm.
as a foundational black woman. I didn't appreciate,
Mhm.
other countries and
Listen.
other ethnicities being disrespected, because I
Yeah.
wasn't raised like that. But again, I was raised to have black pride, and nobody is going to take that away from me
Mm-hmm.
or my children or my future grandchildren, my whole legacy. We're going to always have black pride. Period.
Yeah, but it sure is funny how
Right.
don't none of these groups have no pride until they come over here. Like if you look at where they came from, they living in way more hellish conditions. And then it's just like this is why I don't like Fresh and Fit. Oh well, immigrants come over here and do better than y'all. Nigga, you live in the same communities we do. You drive the same kind of
Oh,
cars we
little
do.
way.
You work the same jobs we work. What
Those
the
are
hell you doing
definitely.
that's so much better than us? You niggas is Uber drivers and DoorDash drivers. Anybody could do that, nigga.
Well, the thing is that other cultures, when they do come here, they work together. But again, if they learned their history and the history of first of all, we have a month. We have Black History Month, okay? So let's start there. If they just sit down and try to learn
Mhm.
themselves something, you know what I mean? Then they will
Tell them.
understand why we have a Black History
Speak
Month.
on it. Speak on it,
We've
Queen.
been
Yeah, yeah.
recognized. We've been running this. Been. We have a whole
Mm-hmm.
month. We don't got Puerto Rican month. They made it Hispanic month. But we have Black History Month, where we've contributed to this whole nation. And not even just the nation, the freaking world. I'm going to keep saying it. The world.
But Moonchild,
Just
where were they
you know,
at?
why
Where were they at during the
we
1865? Where were they at when we fought to be emancipated? They didn't go to no Dominicans. They didn't go to no Jamaicans. They didn't go to no Puerto Ricans because you wasn't here. See, we already fought the fight, and then y'all said, you know what? We not good enough to do nothing where we came from, so we need to go over there. We need to go over there where those black people are. We
Well,
can't fight like those
America was
black people in our countries. Our government
America
ain't
was
gonna have it.
built
We're
as the
gonna be
man
met with gunfire.
America was
Well,
shaped
I
as
pulled
the
up the definition for tether, right?
man.
Go ahead. And it said tie an animal with a rope or chain so as to restrict its movement.
Correct.
So basically, the white man has y'all on a short leash when y'all come with that tethering shit. You know what I'm saying? And the fact of the matter is, y'all in y'all little enclaves saying nigga and all this stuff. Well, how come that didn't reach out to like other parts of the country? That just only stayed where y'all were a bunch of y'all were numbers. You know what I'm saying? So really and truly,
Well,
y'all
in
know
the
not to go out
beginning, when
to
America
the other side of the
was
country and say that.
created, in the beginning, when America was created, the Irish and the Italians, they were the first niggas. You know what
Yep.
I mean? Basically, they were the first niggas.
Yep.
So everybody, basically came here with some type of oppression. Again, I'm going to say I'm a foundational Black American and I could prove it. My grandmother Ben told me we didn't come over here on no slave boat. You don't know
Facts.
nothing about Africa. You're not African American. Because I remember when they came up with the term, and I'm like, yeah, we African American. And she was like, you ain't African American.
It's kind of
You
like a
not.
sleight of hand. Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
other
Because
people are, but you not. And I thought my grandmother was crazy.
but
I thought my
when we
grandma,
put
like,
it in
Mom, you
the
don't
right
know what you're
perspective,
talking about. But she
everybody
knew
can
what
say
she
they're
was talking
African.
about.
Something. Yeah. Yeah.
She
When you
knew
put it
it
in the right
because
perspective.
she knew that we were indigenous to this land and everybody was kidnapped. Whether they
Right.
want to say Native American, Indian, or whatever, everybody was kidnapped.
Right.
It's
Exactly.
documented
Exactly.
what they did to the Native
Based
Americans.
on white
They were
supremacy, caste.
enslaved
Yep.
with everybody.
Yep.
Everybody was enslaved. So I
Definitely.
can trace my roots back probably 600 years just for
Yep.
the information that my grandmother gave me. So again, I know Tariq says that a lot, but I implore everybody, trace your roots, talk to your grandma, talk to your aunties, find out your great grandmas and your great grandpas, find everybody's name. Because when it comes to reparations time, that stuff is gonna count. And that means,
Mhm.
and that goes for everybody along the diaspora who needs to go to the people who enslaved them.
And that's why they
Say that
trying to
again,
that's
please.
why
Say
they
that
trying
again.
to mix us all
I don't think they
together.
understand. The people in the back. See what you just said again, Queen? Right there? The last part.
Me?
Yeah, yeah. Please.
I was
In the
stating
back.
that I implore and asking for everybody across the African diaspora, talk to your grandmas, your great grandpas, great grandpas, get everybody's names, get as much information as you can, because I know once we get our reparations, because we're going to get them, and I may not see it in my lifetime. You know what I mean? My children may not see it in their lifetime. It may not even be my grandchildren because I don't trust these white people. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's going to come. It's going to come.
Facts. Facts.
Well, we seen in 2024, we see that we can't trust nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like you see, because as soon as they get their numbers up, as soon as they feel like they get on, you
Mhm.
see how they treat us. I mean, and again, they get mad when you say, well, where was all this energy at where you came from? Why your people didn't fight for you in your country? Why did you have to come over here and disrespect us?
Mhm.
Why do you
Well,
have to look?
basically,
All
and
these
I'm gonna
groups
go
got
from the
all
back.
this hate for us, right? They hate us, right? But we're not in your country. We're not where you ran
Not the
from. And
hate.
here's another thing, Mac Mizzle. I don't understand this. The lighter skinned Puerto Ricans and lighter skinned Mexicans, they don't even like the darker skinned Puerto Ricans or the darker skinned Mexicans. So now you want us to believe that you love black people and you don't even like the darker skinned people of your own race?
That's facts. That's facts.
It gets deep. It gets deep.
And they
Because it's
But
not
came
the
even.
over.
Mexicans
They came over here
just
to
put the
do it
dark
too, if I'm not
Mexicans
wrong
on
about
their
that.
census a few years ago. The Afro Mexicans wasn't even on the Mexican census. Like they didn't even exist. When they did a story on them,
Why do
they
you have
are
to
literally the poorest people in Mexico because they got the darker skin. So the lighter skinned people of these other races, they don't even like the darker skinned people within their own lineage.
That is correct. And I want to say too, talking about the census, I've done the census. I've done the census 3 times. Okay? Now, the area they assigned me was in the South Bronx, which is predominantly Hispanic at the time. 2 times that I did the census in that area, I've only had one Dominican family say that their race was black, because remember, Hispanic was not a race but the ethnicity. And I had one white Puerto Rican young guy who said that he was black when I explained to them, you either have to choose black or white. And he said, "Oh, well, I'm black." Out of the 20 years that I did the census, because they do it every 10 years, the 2 times, only one Dominican lady who was a black Dominican lady and one white Puerto Rican boy said that they was black. Every other Hispanic said that they were white. So it was at
So
that
if
time when I decided to not say, "Oh, you black, oh, you black, oh, you black." We all black because we all, originate from Africa. I stopped doing that because I said they don't want to be black. So I'm not going to tell them that they black.
But even if Africans ain't our friend, look, do you remember that movie, The Woman King? I
Yeah,
know they were talking about that
I didn't
woman,
watch
but
it.
wasn't her tribe the tribe that sold us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you see what I'm saying? All of these groups already have some kind of disdain towards us. To me, it's because they couldn't make it in their country. Look at Africa right now
That's
being colonized by the
yeah,
Russians and the Chinese, but
yeah,
yet they come over here and talk about us.
yeah.
Look at Mexico right now. The cartel has decimated that. If you do the brown on brown crime in Mexico and how many deaths, they done killed up damn near everybody in
Man,
Juarez, but they come over here and want to talk about black on black crime.
listen, they decapitate them and roll them on their family's front door out there. You got to be careful out there in
See what I'm
Mexico.
saying? This is what's
They
going
real
on in their
savage.
country, but they come over here and talk about us though. They come over here and talk about how we living and look at what's going on in their countries. That's
But
why they mad at us, because we not
listen,
living
we're
like
gonna
that.
listen to
They're
this.
projecting
We'll
that
hear this.
bullshit onto us.
yeah,
Y'all listen to this and tell me if they're saying nigga as a term of endearment or as, it's hostility. You know what I'm saying? Let's listen to a little bit of Joel Ortiz. Shout out to him. He's from Brooklyn.
mm-hmm.
He's like fun,
Love
half
him.
black, half Puerto Rican.
You look, these faggots wouldn't stop a rug. They stay in the VIP. A real nigga like me be on the dance floor showing all these women with my pipe big. Don D couldn't paint a better picture. They all lame. Stay in your lane and remain in your mirror. These niggas is whack. I get the people what they want. My shit is tough. My scripted fingers itchy for these bucks. That's cool. But even when you running to that cashew, had to remember when dinner was just a bag of cashew. That's true. Make sure you don't forget it. Nigga, I can't forget it. Left part of my chest, now let's get it. I'm like, yeah, and you don't stop. 50 shot rock sitting in your spot, but it never pop. Yeah, and you don't stop. Cooperville, we rock. And Green Point got the drugs locked. Yeah, and you don't stop. We make it hot, nigga. Yeah, Brooklyn to blow your whole spot. Yeah, and you don't stop. I rep 718 till I'm laying in the box.
I gave you fair warning, beware.
What you thought? I ain't run the streets, dog. I must eat. The 6th of July, God shitted on guys and made one me. I like to feast on opponents, lacking no components. Fuck a fair warning. Do a show, I'm near yawning. The war's now. I ain't over backing out, relaxing on the couch. That's not me, dude. I'm what hip hop's about. No doubt, it'll get hostile. Send your pop, since you're his child. He could get it, yeah, I'm this foul. With a twist of black and I'm proud. Plus I'm Latin, but wow. Italy's in me through my grandma's smile. What's happening now? Really ain't hard to tell. New York is hard to sell. Gold in the mouth, South already owns the chart for real. I kinda feel the East consists of artists who honestly call each other garbage. I promise to change that. Come on, we got demolished. New York was history. Besides the nigga 50, occasionally Jay-Z and maybe Nas with his inconsistency. We could have been memories of rapping yet. Still be at each.
So your question was,
See, when Joel raps, there's a little bit of
right,
understanding.
right. Now
When,
you see where you
when
asked,
Joel raps, there's a little bit of
determine-
understanding and love for his black people. The way Joe rapped, it's a little bit different. What y'all think? What y'all
right.
think? Let's talk
But
about it.
okay,
You know what I'm saying?
so I just want to speak on New York City culture and the Spanish population integrating with us and picking up our language. That's how that happened. You can tell the difference when they're saying the ER, you know what I mean, or the A. I've been seeing there's a lot of debate about that. But again, like I said, when we were integrating with each other in New York City, to have another race, or another ethnicity, picking up our slang and saying it, but we should have educated them that this is a part of NYC culture, but our black cousins down south and on the West Coast and the Midwest and all of that stuff, they're not going to understand that because their populations of integration with the Latin community or any other culture is not the same because New York City is a melting pot. And that is our fault. And I could say even me, sometimes I would correct it, like, yo, you going a little bit too hard, like understand the word and where it came from or whatever. So, so a lot of Latin of the population in New York City, they do understand, but some do not. And it's what hurts me is the people who they've put in front of media to represent the Bronx. That's where I have a problem. I have a big problem. Okay,
you gotta open the can of worms. You know what I'm saying? The media plays a big part too.
The Fat Joe, the Cardi B, who the other one? Erica Mena, that tramp. You understand what I mean? Who say nigga so free, but we know they don't like us. We know that
is Angie Martinez a part of that? I don't know. She used to have 97. I don't know.
Who, Erica Mena? She was an influencer. Angie Martinez.
What about Angie Martinez?
Angie Martinez understands. I don't know exactly where Angie is from. I don't know if she's from the Bronx or Brooklyn or Spanish Harlem. So I can't speak to that. I'm only speaking to the Bronx. You know what I mean? And we know the Hispanic women were always jealous of us. We did. So they have their little microaggressions and they little jealousy and they little hate, when it comes to black women as well. But again, like I said, they've been integrated into our society and into our culture, but like I said, it just hurts me on who they chose to represent the Bronx in media, in celebrity media. Because they've been integrated into the culture, and that's why they were chose anyway. And they have shown disrespect to us.
Yeah. That's why it's a full circle thing, you know what I'm saying? Because you got to bring it back to the essence, Hip hop was about Black American struggle and every day-to-day life and how everybody but he was fighting the oppression, you know. And then it turned
Right,
into
where
the
he said junkies in the alleys with the baseball
playground.
bat, because we had to be careful with the junkies that was around. And this is before the crack era. See, a lot of people
Right.
forget the drugs that decimated our communities before the crack era even came about. It was heroin, junk, it was PCP. They used to call it angel dust or devil's dust.
Let's
And
talk about
people
it.
was on that angel dust. They used to be jumping off the roof. They used to jump in
Mhm.
front of the trains and get ran over. Or a junkie will push you off the train platform. You had to be real careful. If you live in a tenement building and say you live on a 5th floor, you got junkies getting high up under the stairs, raping little girls, grabbing little kids, throwing them off the roof. This is before the crack era.
Mm.
And we've been talking about it. We created
So
rap.
that's deep. So that's about
Sorry.
around the time where hip hop started, you know, when all
That's
that was
around the
going
time
on.
where hip hop started. Absolutely. Because it was so dangerous. New York City was so dangerous around that time. And then that's when the rumble stopped and the integration started, because it came together with, we gotta stand together to go against this drug epidemic.
Yeah, but see, to me, that's where they got us at, because if you notice, they want to tie like the fact that they was enslaved and went through the stuff they went through wherever they went through. They want to tie us all together when it's time to benefit. But once they get the benefit, they want to separate themselves from us again.
Right.
See, the
And
problem is we just didn't see that these people were never our friends. They were opportunists.
right.
They waited till the right time, but they obviously was always jealous of you, because if they wasn't jealous, they would have stayed at home. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, you're right. Yeah, y'all keep saying y'all the salt of the earth, but you know, you first of all, the Israelites came, you know where they came from, bro. One of the 12 tribes. I actually think y'all are, but I don't think y'all recognize that. I think that once y'all came over here, once all these other groups came over here, all these groups only got smoke for black people.
I want to address that other question when they said about the brothers making babies with everybody. You know why? Because they was fast. The Spanish girls was fast. They was having sex faster than us. They was getting filled up faster than us. And their mamas used to let the dudes come and live with them and fuck on their daughters and nieces and everybody else. Yes, they
Hey,
did.
okay, right.
Better
Let
move
me
right
answer
on
this
through.
question. They would be jealous because look at what they've done politically. When I say jealous, I'm saying that if you had to run from your country and come over here and make a life, right? You ran into our neighborhoods, you ran to where we at. Apparently, they didn't have what it takes to get the same rights where they came from. They had to come over here and get under the umbrella that we created already.
Right, but
If you
not
was
only
able to do this yourself,
that, he's not speaking of that jealousy. This is the jealousy that I'm speaking of. They knew how to dance Spanish dancing. We had to teach them how to dance our dances. We had to teach them how to use our slang and how to dress.
Man,
Okay?
where's my
With
bomb?
their
Where's my
pointy shoes and they crazy looking clothes.
bomb?
Yes, they were super jealous all the time, and they still are. They even showed it on TV how jealous they are. Spanish women jealous of black women because they not
Yeah.
fly. Anything fly about them, they had to learn from us. I was there. I've
Damn.
taught as a teacher other communities on how to be down, how to dress, how to wear their hair. Okay? Because they used to just wear stupid ponytails.
Mm.
That's all they could do to their hair. They didn't know nothing about having a style in their hair.
Truth shall set y'all free, yo. Shit. Let's talk about it. Joe.
Bro, this facts, and we was there. It's the same thing with the Mexicans out here, champ. The girls used to be outside playing in church dresses and tennis shoes, and the boys
Yes.
had on. The boys used to have on church shoes playing basketball. You know them really loud colors. You know what I'm saying? It's like I said, none of these people had no culture till they came over here. Now, if you look at it now, these younger generations, they totally threw away their cultural music. They don't listen to their cultural music. They listen to rap music, etc., etc.
Yo, what's a mayate? What's that?
That's what the Mexicans call black people out here.
Yeah.
Like out there, they say cocolos or whatever. Out here, they say mayates. But see, here go the problem. When they call us mayates, we start calling them hat dancers and donkey riders. Now y'all want to get mad and riot. Nigga, we got names too, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But see, they start acting like little women when we go to, the mayates. Okay, well, nigga, the hat dancers, nigga. Now what? What do that mean? And what do that still, nigga, again, it still don't take away from the fact that you had to run over here. We're not running to y'all countries. We don't need handouts from y'all government. We didn't say that we was in on helping create that trash ass music y'all listen to. Back in the days, y'all parents couldn't even speak the language. So how the hell you gonna try to tell us you helped us create anything when your people didn't even like us? We didn't hang with y'all. Y'all had to sneak out to try to come hang with us. It wasn't the other way around. We didn't have nothing to learn from y'all. Y'all didn't know shit when you got here.
Say that again. They had to what?
Man, they had to learn the language, bro. We couldn't learn nothing from them when they first got here. They didn't know nothing. We had to teach them all of that shit. They didn't know nothing about nothing when they got here.
Y'all?
Huh?
You have to sneak out and come hang with y'all? Y'all didn't have to sneak out and come hang with them?
No, hell no, we ain't. Cause look, bro, back in the 70s and 80s, it wasn't that many of them here. You get what I'm saying? And so that wasn't no big deal, but they were still watching us. They was on the block watching us. They wanted to be boys in the hood like we was. See, it was different out here than it was out there, but when we was on the block, they was watching us. You remember, look, when Dr. Dre first came, when he first dropped that Chronic, ask how many Mexicans was wearing Chronic hats, Chronic t-shirts.
Yeah, the flannel.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They wasn't doing none of that stuff.
Flannel. They wasn't wearing flannel. Before Dre and Snoop came out with the flannel and
man, they wasn't wearing pillows like that. That's what I'm saying, bro. They got all that style. Look, they got all that style from us. Every last bit of it. Not one. Can't nobody think of one style that we got from any Latino ever.
But I just want to say this. I want to say this. You know, because like I said, I don't like to offend. We wanted y'all to be like us. We wanted to be in solidarity. We did.
Well, they wanted to be white though. They didn't want to be black. They wanted to be white.
They wanted to be white. They didn't want to be black. It was like they used us as a step ladder.
That's facts. Look, Moonchild, they even check it on their citizenship papers. They check white.
Yes, they do check white. I told you, I did census.
Yeah, they check white.
And they
so they never intended to be like us. They just wanted to use us just like you see. That's it. Because if you check white on your citizenship papers, that's your allegiance right there. There you go, right there.
That's it.
They're wearing high waters. Oh, damn.
Yes, they were wearing high waters. They was wearing high waters, church shoes that was all super scuffed up. And then not only that too, how in New York City, how we would change the trend a lot. This is how it started. So say for instance, started wearing espadrilles, right? because I remember this. At this time, I was like 13 or
Oh.
14, and we
So
started
Fat Joe
wearing
identifies as what? Okay.
as
Keep
white on
going.
his paperwork. Yes, throughout
Wow.
the census, and like I said, I've done the census. Okay, so yes, he checks off white. But say they would start wearing, we start wearing espadrilles, right? So by the next year, that's when they would start wearing it, but they would run it. They would run it down in the hole. So in New York City culture, when we see a bunch of Puerto Ricans wearing styles that we had, then we would change up and have to do something else. You know what I mean? So we always kind of, like been accepting, but we never wanted to be like y'all. Never. We was always proud of who we was. And yes, we wanted solidarity, but drag y'all would drag everything we gave you. This is why this conversation is being dragged the way it is, because Joe had to drag everything like Puerto Ricans like to do.
FBA standing on business. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I mean, this is all. Look, Mac Mizzle. Again, we didn't bring this fight. Had Fat Joe and Busta Rhymes not said what they said, we don't even be talking about this because we already knew where it came from. Okay, but now you're gonna sit up here and see. I don't think that these groups actually understand what the word influence is. Okay, nobody black does anything Latino, but you hear all these Latinos. I don't care
That's what I'm saying. It
diaspora
was
they
50-50.
from, they call each other niggas, right?
I cook Puerto Rican food. Yes, I do. But like I said, me being a part of New York City culture, I cook all the Caribbean food and Puerto Rican food. And
Yeah, but that's food. But that's food. What I'm saying is when I say influence, like for example, out here, if you hear two Mexicans arguing, you'll hear them calling each other nigga like they was black. Oh, nigga, this. Oh, dead homies. If you took your vision away and just heard them talk, you would swear up and down you was listening to a bunch of blacks talk. You know what I'm saying? That's influence. When you got people that's not black calling themselves nigga, that's influence.
yes, it
When you
is.
got people that's not black trying to dress like you, sound like you, talk like you, act like you, rap like you, sing like you, that's influence. But most black households, we don't listen to Latino music. We don't dress like Latinos. We don't use Spanish. So where was your influence at? Like, how did you influence us if we don't use none of your language? We don't use none of that. Where was your influence at?
Right. Well, I listen to salsa because, like I said, being integrated with the Hispanic community, I listened to it and I learned it. I know the songs better than I speak Spanish, but I speak a little Spanish. But I had to learn how to speak a little Spanish because I'm integrated.
This guy said Mexicans created LA style. Biggie. Sorry for that.
Stop.
LA Mexicans created LA style. Nigga, Mexicans didn't. Nah, he just being a troll. That's that idiot from this morning. He just being a troll. See, you know what killed me with these dudes? These dudes is all on the computer. It ain't like they could do nothing. So the best they could do is troll. And when they say dumb shit like this, it's like, yeah, well, but you ain't even got to engage me with that nigga, Mac Mizzle. That nigga's on his period, so I'm cool on him.
Yeah, I get you.
You know what I'm saying? Because he just talking just to be talking, nigga, and I can say what I want, nigga, and fuck you, nigga. See, this is what I'm saying, Mac Mizzle. It be dudes like this. You know what I'm saying? That's why we can't progress, because these niggas get all off
together because y'all on a short leash.
Man, nigga, all in their business. This nigga ain't even from this way, nigga. It wasn't even in 1985. It wasn't even that many Mexicans even out here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know what these niggas is talking about. You know what I'm saying? But again, I always say this. They always act like we owe them something. Like everything we do, they feel like they gotta have a hand in it. And it's like, well, why, bruh? You came over here. Why can't y'all do this where y'all from? It's like your creativity didn't kick in until you came around black people. You didn't know how to rap until you came around black people. You didn't know how to dress until you came around black people. Everything y'all doing now, y'all wasn't doing in y'all country. Y'all wasn't dressing like us. Y'all wasn't rapping. Y'all wasn't doing none of this. It's still not happening right now.
So I wanna that other comment that you put up, the freestyle sound. He's probably talking about like that song "Set It Off." That yeah, and the Hispanics went wild on that song. That's when they was doing the Webo. I did the Webo with y'all, cause y'all was break dancing and pop locking with us.
Now I don't know what this stormy
So I
weather
don't
is
know about
talking
that
about, but I
freestyle
ain't with
sound.
nobody that ain't with me. I don't care what they say. I ain't with nobody that ain't with me. Yeah, he'll tell him. He'll tell him.
Yeah.
So what did she say?
He's definitely a tether. Mexicans didn't have no style. They didn't get. That's what I'm trying to say. They wasn't out here when we was out there on the block in the 80s and 90s. They wasn't on the blocks like
I don't
that.
understand the hate and the vitriol. Like, why y'all so angry and vitriol?
Yeah, I don't understand why they so mad. We
Well,
just
because
saying
they want to be
all
white, and
right.
the white man rejected them. That's why. See, like in LA, African, like, okay, if you're familiar with LA, if you stay west of the 405, then that means you up there where the Jews, where the rich community is at. All these Latinos come out here, these Mexicans come out here, they check white on they, oh, that Soldier Syrac, I think that's cologne. I think that bitch ass nigga is cologne. But they come out here, you know what I'm saying? They come out here and they check white on their citizenship papers, and then when the white people rejected them, they threw them down here in our communities. Now all of a sudden, you know what I mean? It's like, don't be mad at us, be mad at them.
Well, at the end of the day, they chose our communities too because
Yeah, it's
it's
all over the
tourists.
world right
They
now,
can't
you bitch
afford it.
nigga.
They can't
Check
afford
this
it.
out, Soldier Syrac. Before it got all around the world, it started with us, you hoe ass nigga. See, this is what we trying to say. It's all over the world now, you bitch ass nigga. All y'all be thinking y'all get to control the narrative. You don't. Hip hop did not start all over the world. It did not. Exactly. He rejected everyone. So now they mad at us. Don't be mad at us because you checked white on your papers and they said no. Exactly, Malachi. See what I'm saying? See, they want to talk about the end result, but not where it came from. But what we
Right.
do know, it didn't
Start at
come
the
from
beginning,
them.
not the middle. Don't
Right.
start
And
at the
ask the
middle.
white
Start
man.
in the beginning.
Right. And look, hey, Moonchild, ask the white man even know who started it. The white man know where it came from.
Sure do.
See, what it is a
They the
lot of
ones
these
who giving
Latino
out the
groups are
shitty
just
tip.
mad. Look, they mad because they was cheap labor. That white man used y'all for cheap labor. Period.
Yeah.
That's all it was. They wanted Mexicans and all these other groups for cheap labor, not their creativity. They didn't create nothing. They didn't make no R&B. They didn't do none of this old kind of stuff. Nobody wanted their culture. That's why they came over here to be culture vultures. Their music they could have. Nobody wanted it. It didn't sell mainstream. A little salsa, whatever, but their music didn't do
I
nothing like
still
what
don't
rap
want it.
did.
I only listen to old salsa from the
Yeah,
70s
I
and
don't
the
listen
80s.
to
I
it.
don't even listen to it no more because it's not good.
But we've never listened to it out here.
The
Them big
older
old
stuff
ugly
is better.
speakers playing that nasty ass music. You know what I'm saying? We didn't like that. We didn't, when we was young, our parents was listening to the Temptations, the Delphonics, Teddy Pendergrass, Harold Melvin, and the Blue Notes. We wasn't listening to nothing Latino. We wasn't
The
listening to none of that.
OJ, Parliament Funkadelic.
Right,
Look
George
who
Clinton. We
started.
was
George
listening to that.
Clinton.
We wasn't listening to none of that other garbage music. That music is garbage. That music is pest control. You turn them speakers on, you'll even get the termites out the wood in your house. That music is horrible.
Yeah.
So now they trying to latch on to something because what can they say they done over here? What is their contributions? Go back. We've been over here hundreds of years, but what have they done? They keep saying we was here. You was here doing what? Where were you?
And that actor John Leguizamo from the Bronx, he shocked me. I saw where he said Hispanics built America. What?
What?
Right. And what's crazy, your Spanish language, nigga,
Oh,
your
that's where
language,
they're
you
going
speaking
next.
a language that ain't even
Oh, that's where
yours.
they're going next.
Spanish ain't even
Listen,
your original language, so you was
the
colonized,
agenda
champ.
is getting crazy. The agenda is
Yo,
getting real crazy out here. I
Man,
couldn't believe he said that. And he got
100
put
years,
on by
Malcolm X
the
and Martin
blacks
Luther King
too.
gonna be Guido and Martin Luther Martino Luther. What are y'all doing out there, man? Please don't be saying that shit. That's just
I can't see the chat. You know what? I'm about to go pull up another screen so I can see the chat.
hey, Moonchild, what kind of sense do it make? You left your whole country. You left your whole country to come build America. What kind of sense do that make?
No,
So
y'all
you left
can't
your
stop.
country
They
ragged.
need to stop lying. They came to the land of opportunity. That's what America has been founded on. Period. The fact of the matter is that us Black Americans, we didn't come here. We were already here and brought here.
Bruh. Hey, what about Compton Spider-Man? What you want to know about it? Because see, what I noticed about it, the Latino relations, like they say in the Bronx, was a lot. I guess was a lot more better than the Black and Latino relations out here, because Black and Mexicans is like shaky at best. I mean, at best.
Let me put the link back in since y'all want to troll and all that. Come in and say something constructive. What all about. We're gonna get some straightening about it.
So the gentleman asked, was the Bronx segregated? In a lot of ways, yes, and it's still segregated.
Thank you.
I don't know if you're talking about segregated like down south segregated, not where, oh, you can't go to this certain bathroom, but as far as the neighborhoods, yes, the neighborhoods were segregated.
Facts. That's a whole fact.
See, I grew up with a lot of Italians, Jewish, Irish, but they were the poor white trash.
Right.
The elite white society considered as.
Hey, let me ask you this, Moonchild.
So that's how I was able to grow up with them.
Let me ask you this, Moonchild, because you're from New York, and this is more for the New York people. Would it be a fair statement to say that Black people during that time was probably more influenced by the Italians? And what I mean by that, because a lot of rappers.
Let me tell you something. The area that I grew up in was predominantly Italian. That was right outside of Little Italy. And let me tell you something about my block. Okay? Let me tell you something about my block. The Italians ran that block. You understand what I mean? Super ran it because it was right outside of Little Italy. And everybody from my neighborhood, we have like a certain type of loyalty with each other that we adopted from the Italians. Because one thing in my Italian community, like when the Albanians started moving in and the Albanians started coming with that nigga and chasing us home, the Italians used to come outside with their bats like, oh, what y'all doing? It was in a kind of way like, these are our niggas, these not your niggas. You don't get to come over here and bully them. And then it became a Albanian against Italian.
Right. Now look where I'm going with this. Now you hear that they keep saying that they had this influence, right? But if rappers was using names like Gotti and Corleone, and it's like, okay, that's an Italian influence. Where was the Latino influence at when these rappers are naming themselves after Italian mobsters? Not no Latin mobsters. So again, where was your influence at? They didn't have, you didn't have, influence is people, oh, hold on, y'all.
But not only that, Jack too, yes, there was black Puerto Ricans and Dominican Puerto Ricans, but they didn't say that they was black. And then not only that, when I was coming up, excuse me, you call a Dominican, a Puerto Rican, you might get unalived. You call a Puerto Rican Dominican, you might get unalived. Same thing as Trini is Jamaican. Like back then, you cannot mistake. Like we were taught and learned, you know what I mean? Integrating the cultures, you do not mistake the two. Do not mistake Dominican for a Puerto Rican or Puerto Rican for a Dominican. And you do not mistake a Trinidad for a Jamaican and a Jamaican and a Trinidad. You could get cut. You will get in serious trouble.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a fact from what he said about Compton. It did used to be white. But the gang, you know, of course, the gang thing, that's what I'm saying. It was a gang problem out here. It wasn't really like the Mexicans and all that. They didn't have no numbers. It was the Crip and Blood thing that was really happening out here. It got really bad. Like, I mean, the colors was really bad, especially during the 80s. Like I was a Crip, but I went to a Blood school because the school was right around the corner from the house. So it was bad, bro. In the 80s, if you went to school in the 80s, it was bad, champ. So, like I said, around the late 90s is when it started an influx of Mexicans, and even before then, the racism was there. Because look, I went to the pen back in 1990, and the Mexicans was already teamed up with the Aryans already. When I was in my first ride, I mean, again, I was 20 years old. I didn't know that it was like that. So that's when I knew, nah, it ain't no black brown, because they are automatically teamed up with the Aryans. If you go to jail in Cali, anybody in Cali that tell you, they hook up with the white boys in jail. So my question to them would be like, well, wait a minute. If you hook up with the white boys in jail, what make you think I'm supposed to trust you? How is it a black brown thing when you hook up with the Aryans when we go to jail? You riot against us, but then when we get out of jail, everything is all cool. So you see what I'm saying? It's the ultimate Trojan horse, the ultimate double agent on the street. Let's pretend like we cool, but then when we go to jail, they get to team up with the white guys against us. So it's like, nah, I don't trust none of these other groups because they all have an ulterior motive. All of them. They ain't none of them ever did right by us. If you from LA, you already know this. Like, how can you trust somebody that's going to automatically try to, hey, Soldier Cyrac, cut it out, bro? Because a lot of them rappers started talking about jail. A lot of them rappers started talking about the streets. You get what I'm saying? Every rapper, what do Joe talk about? How he was gangster, right? If you gangster, that means you go to jail, right?
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that Joe been rich for the last 30 years. So why is he still talking about pulling his thing out and doing this and this and this and that to black Americans still? What are you talking about, Joe?
Right. So all these rappers done incorporated jail and all this stuff in the hip hop. Nigga, I don't know what you talking about. Black, because it came out of the black community, black men were going to jail, nigga. So jail was going to be in it. Jail is part of hip hop, nigga. How many rappers went to jail? How many rappers came out of jail and became rappers? Dude, stop it. See, this is what I'm saying. All you tethers act like y'all could tell us what the culture is when you didn't create no culture. You had to come over here to get culture. Nobody was rocking with none of your culture, even right now today. You came over here to assimilate us, bruh. So stop trying to tell me what the hell the culture is when you got so many rappers that was rapping about jail.
Yeah. Power on 51 Desert Storm Radio.
You know how many dudes that been to jail and came out of jail and started rapping about what was going on in jail? Bro, that's what I'm saying. Supreme, this nigga don't know what he talking about. Jail is in it. The hell you talking about, bro? See, this how you know you a tether. That's part of American hip hop life, bro. If you black, bro, that's just part of what time it is, especially in the 80s and 90s.
All right, I gotta drop down, guys. Y'all guys have a good afternoon. I'm done. I said what needed to be said. Hopefully,
Great
whatever
talk.
I said carries over onto the other channel.
You're welcome anytime, man. Anytime.
All right,
Love
be
your,
good,
love your insight.
All right.
But you see, Mizzle, you see
You
that's
already
another
know.
guy who's
Thank
trying
you.
to tell us what the culture is.
Moon Child 712.
Yep, all that's facts.
Great insight.
All that's facts, bro. This is what I'm saying. You could tell people that wasn't there. You could tell the people that was there and the people who wasn't there, because the people that wasn't there just talk stupid. They just throwing something out there, or they just throwing out what they heard. They wasn't there.
Yep. You know
nah, bro, y'all made this fight, bro. What elements? Y'all keep talking about all these elements, champ. It ain't no, what elements? You know, a lot of y'all like to say that graffiti shit, but if you'd have got caught out here doing graffiti, nigga, your parents got a hefty fine, nigga. Wasn't nobody out here doing no graffiti like that. Nigga, the artist, a rapper don't need nobody to do no graffiti, nigga. The rapper is the main element of it.
Cornbread started that art form. He might have not been the best graffiti artist, but
now look, you know what's crazy, Mizzle? Now you hear this idiot make statements like this, but I guarantee you he didn't say nothing to Fat Joe when he made this argument. I guarantee you he didn't say nothing to Busta Rhymes when he made that stupid ass statement. Do you notice people like this only want to talk about your reaction? They don't never want to talk about what actually caused the problem. Never. They only got something to say about when you respond.
Never.
Ever. They never, bro, they never do. Like, they never do. So that's why it's like, dude, they just mad because we stood on that. You didn't help create nothing. You were the first students, maybe the first leech bugs, but you didn't influence nobody because, again, nobody uses nothing of yours right now. You don't have nothing that we even like. Maybe the food, maybe the women, but as far as culture goes, nah, ain't nobody. We was having fun without you anyway. The golden era of rap, we was having fun. We didn't need you to have fun, nigga. You know, the negative is what you bought. You and your people bought. Your people bought the negativity. So why don't you go talk about them?
First biters.
Yeah, first biters. That's all they did was bite our style because they didn't have no style and they know it. They know it. They know it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Come on. And like I said, Mizzle, they started the delineation.
Joey Crack.
Bro, they started
running around here talking about
were made by radical. These rumors were made.
I gotta pull these cats up. Y'all, because y'all hip hop, y'all ain't black dog. That shit don't work. Don't work.
Yeah, he trying to tell us we radical, but look at what he said. Look at all this shit that he stirred up. He stirred up all this. And then they're mad at our reaction. Like, we were supposed to just say, yeah, you right. You co-created it. Yeah. Nah, nigga, hell nah. Y'all ain't co-create nothing. You couldn't even create nothing where you from, nigga.
Black racist.
Yo, listen to the ignorance. Listen to the ignorance. I don't know if somebody educated him a different way, but it's like totally upside down.
These rumors were made by radical. Let's just say that. Okay. It's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them.
Right.
right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't Black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're going to give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck. And that shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You got to be fucking kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. This was whooping Duke what this that yo.
So he called black folks black racists. Tell me how that makes any sense.
Yeah, but see, this is what I'm saying, Mizzle. He's trying to label us like he put the label on us, right? And he got a problem, like when he said, "Oh, these FBA." Okay, Mizzle, what it is they're mad at the separate. See, when you say black, everybody can include themselves in on that, right? But when you say foundational Black American, that is specifically talking about descendants of chattel slavery in America. So that automatically excludes them. You see what I'm saying? So they're mad at being excluded because we're not all inclusive. But it's like, but you see, everybody else reserves the right to exclude themselves from us. Again, let's take hip hop. A lighter shade of brown. That group was letting you know that they were Mexican or Rican or whatever they was, right? Okay, when Kid Frost come out with that song,
let's take the word radical black, right? What
but radical just means the support.
Blacks I know is the black people that are fighting against racism and oppression. So when you say radical black, he's taking it back to like.
But I don't think they know what radical means, though, Mizzle, because radical means just somebody who supports.
You know, or Black Panthers. So
right, but who is he to say? But who is he to say that? He only said that because you heard they don't want to hear no Guyanese. They don't want it. So what, nigga? You don't get to tell us what we gotta listen to, nigga. You don't get to tell us who we need to listen to. If we don't consider none of that other bullshit hip hop, you don't get to tell us that we radical. You get what I'm saying, nigga? You didn't create it. You didn't create it. Don't call us radical for not giving you credit for something you didn't do.
Yep, facts.
That had nothing to do with us.
Salute. I don't know if y'all can hear me, man. You heard I hit air. You heard, but I apologize if y'all can't hear me.
We hear you. I think at least I can hear you loud and clear, champ.
What up?
Salute. So I'm new here. I ain't here for no beef. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy in the internet right now. But what's your take on it? I saw the title.
Nah, he can't use that word again. You know what I'm saying? Because he's white.
What happened?
I didn't hear what he said. I just heard him say, "What's your take?"
Nah, that's crazy. It's sad. It's sad that people say he's white. What makes him white?
Well, he puts white on his.
Hey, let me answer that, Mizzle. Hey, what makes him white? What's your name, champ? I can't see your name.
My name, Latin Pain.
Latin Pain. All right. What makes him white is the talking points. The talking points.
We're gonna have a grown-up conversation here. You know what I'm saying? So let's
That's a fact, Yardy. I ain't disrespect nobody. I asked the question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me answer him real quick. But what makes him white is he's using white supremacist talking points, right? Like when you call us radical, when you call us black racist, you sound exactly like the men that came before you with the pale skin. You get what I'm saying? All of this came about, Latin Pain, because we didn't make the argument on who created what. That wasn't even on our radar. This didn't come up until Joe said, we co-created, and then Busta Rhymes said, them niggas ain't got no culture. That's when this argument
why they
came
calling you
up.
a troll in the comments?
I'm gonna tell you why. When they can't manipulate you, they see you as the problem. You understand what I'm saying? So I let them say whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? Niggas know who I be.
You
heard?
want to have a channel, then you sign with Fat Joe?
Oh, I'm from the Bronx. Yeah, most definitely. You heard? I ain't a sellout. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of brothers. You know what I'm saying? So when they can't manipulate people, like right now, the narrative is that he's racist.
You look black. You look kind of black.
Yeah, I'm Boricua. I'm a whole Puerto Rican. We are black. Y'all don't do your history.
Y'all call them black Puerto Ricans? Boricua?
Yeah. Boricua, son. Not just the black Puerto Ricans, Boricuas, period. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't do your history on us. As a matter of fact, Nigerians were slaves to the Spaniards before the Atlantic slave trade here in America. You know what I'm saying? But nobody sees that. You heard?
But Latin pain. But what we saying was, at least what I'm saying from my point of view, this was never an argument or a discussion until Fat Joe and Busta Rhymes said what they said. Prior to this, nobody was talking about who created hip hop.
May I? We're listening. This whole narrative comes from a failed rapper, failed writer, right? Who disrespects everything.
Who big
the man, Marcus Sanders, Tariq Nasheed. Huh?
No, but hold up. But before that, but hold up. You remember, we talking about Fat Joe during the election, okay? Because before the election, Tariq wasn't talking about who created hip hop. And he got
right? That's not true.
Okay, well, I'm telling you what I heard, big dog. I'm saying that I mean, you know, everybody got their perspective, right? Everybody got. So what I'm saying is, I didn't hear Tariq talking about making microphone check until Fat Joe said what he said. Prior to
Where's the receipts to that?
Say that again.
I think you should check the receipts, my brother.
Yeah, but I'm telling you from where I heard it, champ. Now whether it's
time out. Hold on, real quick. No disrespect. That's another problem. Everybody talk about what I heard. You just telling me what you heard. Why you not telling me what you know?
Okay, well, bro. Okay, but you're saying I told you that I didn't hear Tariq talk about this until Fat Joe said what he said, right? Okay, so that's a fact for me. You don't have to take it, but that's a fact for me.
No, but hold on. I come from like the realest niggas in the earth, Bob. Yo, you keep saying what I heard. You see, in this misinformation age, y'all depend on your bloggers to have done all the homework. Why you ain't?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. You keep cutting me off before I can get it all out. What I'm trying to tell you is before Fat Joe made that statement, it wasn't no argument about hip hop. Everybody was doing hip hop.
Time out. You just said Busta Rhymes said something, Fat Joe said something.
Bro, you gotta let me finish, bro. You keep trying to go in between every statement I say. Let me land the plane.
I'm listening.
Can I say something, please, after this guy?
Okay, so if I'm telling you that I didn't hear none of this hip hop talk from Tariq before Fat Joe made the statement, that is a fact because I didn't. So now that he said it, this is the response that you're getting. Not before Fat Joe and Busta Rhymes.
You talking about the response on the Math Hoffa show?
No, I'm talking about when Joe's microphone check. What I'm saying, microphone check came after Joe said what he said.
And he said what he said. And everybody got mad at him saying that. But that's a fact. Where you from, my brother?
I'm from born and raised in Compton, California. Hey, champ.
All right, salute to Compton, California and all of that. Y'all didn't, nobody knew about no hip hop before the Bronx.
No, but the Bronx just labeled it hip hop. People was already rapping. It wasn't called rap, champ. You can't do that.
No. We're not talking about rap. That's an element in hip hop. We talk about the culture of hip hop. See, that's why you always go, oh, rap. People been rhyming in all types of music before hip hop. Hip hop just took great beats and took other pieces of other genres and it did it in the Bronx how they did it in the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? And blacks and Latinos grew up in the Bronx together. There was over 500,000 Puerto Ricans living in the Bronx at the time, son.
What do that have to do
Y'all,
with
hold on. Time out, Compton. I don't know your name, man. I don't want to call you that. Hold on.
What about the rest of the United States?
Hold on. Part of self. Listen. Yo, I'm from the Bronx, Rock. I can't tell. Can I tell you all about Compton?
Hey, guy. Hey, sir, can you let other people talk besides this guy? I've seen him before.
Yeah.
He goes on all these.
He goes
on all these platforms. He goes on all these platforms to talk BS. He is not a foundational Black American. First of all, you are a tether. That's what you are.
You look like Gregory Hines,
you are a crackhead.
Your mother's a crackhead. Now I didn't come here disrespecting nobody.
That's why you need to put a mute on you, crackhead. Put a mute on you, crackhead. You are crackhead.
Ben over here talking
you are
shit.
All the way crackhead.
Yo, show your face again, son.
You are crackhead.
Let the people decide.
You are crackhead, son. That's what you are. That's why you do all that talking.
Your mother got a mustache.
My daddy had your mama, motherfucker.
Your mother got a mustache, bitch.
I'm your father. I'm your father, crackhead.
You so old. That's sad. You an elder.
Crackhead. What's going on, crackhead?
Look at you trolling.
You come on. Hey, man, you come on somebody's platform and start eating. That means you a crackhead. You a crackhead. Look at you smoking. Crackhead.
Man, come on, man. Me and him was talking pretty good, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, B, this old Gregory Hines in the face ass slave looking motherfucker.
Bro from Compton. I will back off. But this guy's a crackhead. He's come on these platforms and talk stupid. Then run away because he is a
you just mad because I'm not manipulated by Tariq Nasheed, the snake oil salesman. You just mad. Look, you don't even got your own bop. You ain't even make up your own shit. You mad unoriginal. You grew up 60-something years old, unoriginal.
Moderator. After this is crackhead talks. Can I come on and talk some educational stuff? This crackhead.
Y'all go ahead and talk, man. I'm gonna go ahead and mute up. Oh, okay.
All right, bro. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. This guy was talking about the elements. The elements of hip hop started with what samples?
R&B, right? Funk,
R&B. That's it. And then guess what? That wasn't Puerto Rican and it wasn't Jamaican. So crackhead, when you come over here for some education, learn some history. Black people have history. You don't. You don't have any history of this country. A culture starts on a place. Puerto Rican culture did not start here. Jamaican culture did not start here. The only culture that started in the United States is American Indian. After that, it was the slaves. That's it. So this crap about a culture, you don't have a culture.
Yo, son, you said the culture started in a place. It started in the Bronx, New York. You're right. It did start in a place. And your old ass wasn't there. Why you scared of your face too? By the way,
comes in a country.
You know you look like the crackhead. That's called narcissistic projection, brother. You know what I mean? That's called narcissistic projection. Why you scared of your face?
Hey, dummy.
Why y'all scared of your face? I got shot, stabbed, I'm losing teeth, eyeballs, and shit. Why you the one scared of your face?
Learn some history, dummy.
Why you scared of your face? You need to learn some history, B. You don't even know what you mean.
Because you a crackhead.
Nobody called themselves a foundation.
You a crackhead.
Hold on. Y'all niggas a bunch of trolls calling me a troll. Yo, Yardy. Hey, yo, Yardy. Yo, Mac Mizzle. Ain't you Jamaican or some shit?
You a crackhead. That's what you are.
Are you a Jamaican or some shit?
You a crackhead.
Hey, man.
You look like a bird ass nigga. Yo, you sound mad docile, bro.
Like I
you got energy.
Hey,
you got beta energy. Yo, Mac Mizzle. I'm talking to you, Mac Mizzle.
Like I said, you a tether.
I'm talking to Mac Mizzle.
You a crackhead.
Ain't you a Yardy or some shit, bro?
You a crackhead.
I hear the accent and all that. You a sellout, Mac Mizzle.
You a
Mac Mizzle, you a sellout.
You a sellout,
sellout.
crackhead.
I ain't a Puerto Rican. What are you talking about?
You was a sellout. Is you a Caribbean?
My moderator, don't listen to this
You
tether. He's a
Caribbean?
crackhead. You a tether,
Are you
crackhead.
Caribbean? Yo, tell Gregory Hines to suck a dick.
You-
Are you a
hey,
Caribbean? You a
that's your
sellout,
mama.
nigga.
Yo,
You a
yo, your
sellout.
mama.
It's written all over your pussy ass face.
Your mama
You
was sucking that
pussy.
dick. Your mama
You
was sucking that
pussy.
dick, crackhead.
Hey, yo, Mac Mizzle, you
Hey,
pussy.
crackhead.
You heard?
Crackhead.
You
Look at
pussy.
him. Look
You
at you,
heard?
crackhead. You get mad, crackhead.
Home.
Crackhead. Go back to the crack. You crackhead.
Look, he's still here. He's still here.
You ain't got no culture, crackhead.
Yo.
What's up, pussies? Since y'all want to fucking talk all crazy, let's talk all crazy now.
Who is this?
So what?
Lunatic Menace, bitch, and FBA got no hip hop. Matter of
You
fact,
full of shit.
kings of
Hey,
hip hop.
hey, Tether.
Have a problem.
Hey, Tether.
Right?
You another Tether.
Huh?
Go back to your country, Tether.
What FBA got in hip hop?
Go back to your country, Tether.
Nothing.
Go back to your country, Tether.
What is East Coast hip hop? West Coast hip hop? What's down south hip hop?
With your dirty ass hair looking like a dirty ass rug.
That's your mama. That's your mama, Tether. That's your mama, Tether. Hey, family. Hey, family. Family. Do you see how easy it is for this taco? Hey, family. You see how easy it is for this taco to say nigga? He's a taco Tether.
Welcome to hip hop, motherfucker.
Fuck you, taco.
Welcome to hip hop, motherfucker.
You ain't got no culture.
Fake
You ain't
ass
got no
faking
culture,
over here, son. Cut them
You
dreads off,
dirty
baby.
rotten taco. You
Cut them
dirty
dreads off,
rotten
baby.
taco.
Fake ass
You dirty
Jamaican.
rotten
You
taco.
just faking, nigga.
Hey, crackhead. What's going on, crackhead?
You don't have any education.
Hey, crackhead.
Educate
What
yourself.
crackhead? Go back to Puerto Rico, crackhead.
You a racist.
Go back to Puerto Rico, crackhead.
You the racist.
You crackhead.
Boricua created this hip hop shit.
You ain't created shit. You ain't even have a country. You fled your country, Taco. You fled your country. Why did you flee your country? Why did you flee your country, Taco?
Different from the KKK.
Hey, Taco. Go back to Puerto Rico, Taco. Go back to Puerto Rico, Taco. Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Go back to Puerto Rico, Taco.
FBA, bitch.
You ain't got no culture. That's why you talk that crap. Hey,
I got more music.
You fled your country.
And Tariq Nasheed.
You fled your country, Taco.
That's goofy.
Fuck is you talking about?
Taco, you fled your country. Go back. Go back to your country.
Hey,
bitch. You know why? Taco. Hey, Taco. Donald Trump. Taco, Donald Trump would deport your ass. Just like that crackhead.
We've been fighting in World War I, II, Korean War, and Vietnamese War.
You ain't talking shit, Taco. You a lie.
You talking about?
You a lie, Taco. You a lie, Taco. Taco, you ain't did shit. You ain't did shit, but still.
Hey, yo, y'all niggas mad racist. And Taco is Mexican, not Puerto Rican. You a dumb nigga. You don't even know your ass from your elbow. Taco's Mexicano. You just racist. The foundational black radicals, racist movement, foundational black Americans, radical fucking black racists.
Go back to Puerto Rico.
Y'all mad.
Go back to Puerto Rico, Taco.
Go back to where the fuck your ass from.
Self-deport, Taco.
Racist.
Go back to Puerto Rico, Taco.
Super racist.
Go back to Taco Land. You put piece of shit. Ain't got no culture.
These niggas is racist.
You ain't got no culture. You ain't got no culture. You ain't got no culture.
200 years.
You don't
Hey,
have
yo,
no
lunatic,
culture.
these niggas is racist,
That's
and
why
this
you're upset.
Jamaican nigga mad fake.
How come you so
Hey, yo,
upset,
Mac
Taco?
Missile's a sellout, son. You
How
heard?
come you so upset,
Mac
Taco?
Missile's a sellout.
The same
You a
people that
taco.
gave you no education in the
White boy don't say
1600s,
nigga
right?
around
Hey,
us.
hey,
The
hey,
same
White
people
boy
that
don't say
hey,
nigga
discriminated
around
hey,
us.
against
Taco,
you
calm
and kicked
down.
you out of your
Calm
house.
down, Taco. Calm down, Taco.
The same people that bombed Philadelphia,
Taco,
right?
Taco,
Black
you ain't
people,
got no
you
culture
remember that?
here.
The US
You
government
ain't got
bombed
no
you?
culture.
You don't
You
know
ain't
about
got
all
no
that? Oh,
culture,
I know about
Taco.
your culture. You don't know about mine.
Taco, you ain't got no culture.
I got a culture. I
You
got
see
two.
how they?
You
You
ain't
see how
got
they
nothing
act?
here. You
I got
started in Puerto Rico.
I got
You started in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is not the United
Haitian
States.
American
Taco,
culture
grow up.
and Puerto Rican culture.
Don't get mad, Taco. Just learn
I'm
your
like
history,
you.
Taco.
I
You're not
embrace
from here.
I embrace culture. In fact, Puerto Ricans, we recognize Africa before you people did.
That's
In
a lie.
Salsa, we use
You a
instruments.
liar. You a liar.
Dickhead.
But black history,
Dickhead.
black
You guys
history.
are racist.
Hey, Taco, if you be quiet for
Hey,
1
hold on.
second, Taco, be quiet for 1 second. Taco, be quiet for 1 second. Guess what? The only reason you put Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans and all these Africans are here is because of black people, not because of you. The white people didn't want you here. They told you to your face they want you here. Stay in your homeland, could create your own homeland, but you didn't do that. Black people fought for you to come here. They died for your ass to come here, and now you talking all this shit. Tell me you started hip hop. You ain't started shit. There would be no hip hop without rhythm and blues. No rhythm and blues without jazz and rock. You ain't started none of that shit. So stop the bullshit. You ain't started no music in this country. Black people started everything. So bow down to us. Don't talk this bullshit. You ain't got no culture in the United States. Black people have the only culture to start in the United States, not you people. Hey, you can talk all the shit you want. You can talk all the shit you want. That is black history. You don't have a history in the United States. That's why that Fat Joe is pissed off. That's why this Busta Rhymes is pissed off. That's why this Acorn is pissed off. You don't have no culture in the United States, no history. But guess what? Guess what? Hey, guess what? You people became millionaires behind black people culture. And now you got to love, get up and get mad because black people are talking shit back to you. The shit you talking to us. Busta Rhymes started this. Fat Joe started this. Talk shit to them. They started, but guess what? It's not going to end well for you people.
Yep. They're talking all this
Keep on talking that crap. We are the history of the United States. You are not. So grow up and just say, "Oh, that's the way it is." And if you got history in Puerto Rico or Jamaica, be proud of it. I love my Puerto Rican and Jamaican brothers, but guess what? Show some respect. We started this culture. You didn't. We died for this culture. And you said something about the army, the armed services. Black people been fighting in these wars since the independence. We were the forced to die for independence in this country, and we fought in every war since then. And guess what? We had shit dumped on us. They got shit dumped on us because we dared to support this country, and the country didn't support us. My father died at 101 years old. He could not get benefits in this country because he was black. He fought in World War II. So don't give me no shit about what Puerto Ricans did and Jamaicans. The only reason you here is because of us. That's it. And then this guy on here, I'm sorry I call you a crackhead, but guess what? You come on these formats and talk all this blather and you cut people off.
You got a wonky eye. Talk about you pulling out straps. You can't even shoot straight. And then you got is missing tooth and shit like that. Like, why you even come on my show to do all that? You know what I'm saying? Like, have some constructive dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Like, really makes sense. You're telling me that it's okay for a white boy to say nigga because he grew up around other black folks, but you don't really respect them like that?
That's not.
Cool?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but guess what? I'm in Arizona. In the prison system here, there are blacks, there are Mexicans, Hispanics, whatever you want to call them, and they're whites. Whenever there's an altercation in one of these pods or jails, the Mexicans and whites gang up together to fight the blacks. That's the way it is. In California, when I was there, it's the same way. And I'm quite sure on the East Coast, I don't know anything about Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans over there, but hopefully if they go to prison, they don't take the side of the white supremacists, because the white supremacists are creating this rancor.
and Jamaicans and Puerto Ricans
Black
didn't
folks
see that.
originated every music genre in the United States. How are you going to tell them that they didn't create rap music? That's so stupid. You know what I'm saying? And disrespectful at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Now, that's a buck. You know, we wouldn't, black people would never go to Puerto Rico or Jamaica and say that we created their culture.
Exactly.
It's crazy. And I see this, it's all over the internet now. This stuff is hot. I mean, black people are finally saying, hey, this is our culture. And when you attack our culture, you attacking our ancestors. The ancestors died for us to be to this point. It's not where we want to be, but guess what? We started it. We fought for these people to come over here. And now they turn around and
Jamaican, but I ain't even Jamaican, first of all. And second of all, why do you want to distinguish which country or wherever the case may be? If we're black, we're black. If not, then you're trying to create division. You know what I'm saying? You're divided in your own self. You don't even know what type of Spanish you are, and you don't even know that, there's white Spaniards and black Spaniards. That's goofy stuff. That's goofy. That's straight dumb. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know what? I need to apologize. I didn't mean to come on with that rancor, because normally I'm laid back. But when this guy came on, as I said, I've seen him before. He comes on these podcasts, just smoking his weed, eating, and talking crap. Then when you press him, he says, "Oh, well, I'm not FBA."
Where I'm from, we don't let no white boy say nigger around us. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how much he's like, oh, he's around blah blah blah, all this bullshit. We don't let that. And second of all, why would y'all give somebody a pass like that when y'all know damn well that black folks created hip hop? You know what I'm saying? It just goes to show that Fat Joe, he lost the DNC with the Democratic Party. They lost. So now they're coming with some other shit where we're like, oh, the FBAs are the problem. Oh, y'all didn't create hip hop and all this bullshit. Yo,
bro, I mean, I don't mean to go out. I don't mean to go off subject, but this election was lost because 47 to 50% of Hispanic males, they voted for Donald Trump. So they voted against their own interests. Donald Trump was saying from the beginning that he's going to deport all these people. And these people don't believe it. But guess what? Donald Trump has control of the Congress, the Senate, and he's control of the presidency. So exactly. he has to follow through. If he doesn't follow through, those white supremacists will cancel him in a minute.
Exactly. That's the whole point about it. So they voting against their own interests. You know what I'm saying? And then Fat Joe's voting for the DNC, but they lost. You can't blame that on black men. You know what I'm saying? You coming around and say, oh, this radical group and all this like that. Like, yo, they're just preserving, protecting their own culture. And then,
can I say one more thing? I know a lot of people come on these stations, they talk about foundational Black Americans. That was not started by Tariq Nasheed. That was started by Dr. Claude Anderson.
I know. They don't even know that.
Yeah, man, and they come on with Tariq this and Tariq that. You know what? They do that because they have to place it on one individual, and it's not individual. Tariq Nasheed has said he is not the leader of any FBA. He said that, but people don't listen to that. They come on saying, "Oh, it's him and you guys in a cult and blah blah." But guess what? That cult means one thing: that we follow our own mind, not into any cults. But exactly. I'm just saying,
like no kids, they just mimicking what they see, and then they act like, "Oh, we created like that." That's the dumbest shit in the world. You know what I'm saying?
But I think the main thing is we need to join Puerto Ricans, Blacks, Jamaicans, whoever. We need to join because in our past, in our history, all of us had to have that blackness there. We all come from Africa. That's where we originally come from. But if we continue with this nonsense of saying, well, guess what? I started this and you started that. That's not an issue. Everybody knows who started what.
Exactly. They
did it and move on.
I don't get it. Unless they just butt hurt because, you know what I'm saying?
I looked at Fat Joe. Fat Joe went on that podcast to promote an album. Okay, he promoted that album and he created division. And now he's not man enough to come out and say, "Oh, I was wrong." Even but Busta Rhymes, he will never come out and say he was wrong when he said that America has no culture. That's what he said. Okay, American culture is black culture. All the music was created here by black people. So I'm trying to figure out when he said, "Well, I didn't." This guy was saying, "Well, he didn't mean black people, but American culture is black people. So we are American." So Busta Rhymes said what he said, and he won't apologize for it because they have the money and they won't do it.
Fat Joe ain't dividing us. I just asked the question: is Fat Joe really racist? Does he have a nigga pass? If he don't, then he shouldn't say that. And if he does, if he is saying that, why is he saying that? What? So you're saying that black racist? You don't understand how racism works, bro? Racism don't work like that.
Well, when you call, I don't think any black man can be racist. It's impossible because racism was started by white supremacists. So do you think the black people that were the people being oppressed by racism, they started it? They didn't start that. White supremacists started it, and it's still going on. When Fat Joe, when he goes on these podcasts, like I said before, he's doing it just to make money. That's it. He could care less about these cultures. He could care less about Puerto Rican culture, Jamaican culture, FBA. He don't care. He's making money and he's moving on.
You have to understand the history of foundational Black Americans, where they come from, why they took the word back, why they feel like you shouldn't be using it. You know what I'm saying? Any black folk, for that matter, around the world, don't feel right when white folks use it. So why should this be any different? You know what I'm saying? Claude Anderson start. You know, so it's very unbecoming of somebody that said they're black and Puerto Rican to defend that. You know what I'm saying? It just shows like the confusion. You know.
You know what? You have a great platform. You let people speak, even though a few minutes ago it got kind of crazy.
Yeah, I guess you know, there's people, ignorant people all over. You know, but at the end of the day, don't bring that.
But do you know what happened though?
Platform.
Do you know?
Okay.
Do you know? Do you know what happened though? As soon as those guys came on and they started conversating and they had pushback, what happened? They fled.
Yep.
And that's the bottom line. People that don't have a point, they will flee in a minute. If they don't have a point, then they'll try to pivot to something else that makes no sense.
I tell you, they're on a short leash, you know, so they just gotta be ignorant and say, "Oh well, Puerto Ricans were black, my Boricuas," but you're making a distinguish already. You're distinguishing yourself already in the Puerto Rican, what you call it, the Puerto Rican culture. So that already shows that there's a division and racial divide. So to bring that to the United States and get mad at black folks when they try to speak on it, then it's crazy. Oh, go ahead, Zone News. Salute. Thanks for coming up on the panel. You got anything to add to this conversation? Zone News. All right, let me add. You don't speak when you want to speak. Yeah, dude, Ben Israel. Salute.
Hey, what's up, man? How y'all doing?
What's your thoughts on this whole situation?
Yeah, so my thought on the situation is that, so, you know, I came to the United States when I was like about 9 years old, right? My family went to New York. And the dynamic was, especially when you were young, you know what I mean? Like, everybody got along when you're young. I mean, and of course, there was young people who crack back and forth, but I think that's what it was. Like, people was growing up together. So my family left from New York and went to Miami, Florida. But in New York, Black and Puerto Rican people somewhat got along, right? And in Miami, it was like the same thing. But then I left the country and I came back and I kind of noticed like it's not the same, like it's a difference now. And it just felt a little stranger Also, too, the ghettos back then, at least from my perspective, because I didn't even really know any Dominicans. The only people I knew when I was younger was Puerto Ricans. But when I came back, well, I did know Dominicans because when I got older, or whatever, Dominicans in Harlem. But when I came back, I noticed that there was a lot more like South Americans that had started to move up into the East Coast. And I don't know with the wave of immigration that keeps coming in. I don't know if that is what is causing the sentiment to get more anti-black. I don't know if that's the reason, but and also I'm a Tariq fan. I've been a Tariq fan. I'm a truck driver, right? I drive trucks for a living. I've been listening to Tariq for like maybe like 12, 15 years. And there was something that he was this was years ago. This was back when a lot of black men were getting shot in America. And he noticed a pattern that if you notice that most of the police officers that were killing these black men, if you look at their last names, for some reason the majority of them were Hispanic last names. And anybody could challenge me on this. Go back to all of those police killings and look at the last name of the officers, right?
Oh, that's deep right there.
Yeah.
I noticed
And
that
also,
too. I noticed that too. And I even
right,
I seen that. Thanks for reminding
right.
me. Yeah.
Because that struck a nerve with me. So you remember the Miami Dolphin player just a few weeks ago got him up by the
yeah.
Right. And but if you look back at all the police videos that were coming out of Miami, I'll give you an example. There was a doctor. There was a Spanish kid in the middle of the street. He was retarded, right? There was a black doctor that was trying to get him out of the streets, and the police came and shot the black doctor. It was a Spanish dude that shot him. And then there's another video. Everybody saw these videos I'm talking about. There was another video because it made international news. There was another video with some girls. It was two black girls. A white dude pulled a gun on the two black girls. The two black girls called the police, and the police came and beat up the two black girls. The Latin officers came and beat up the black girls. So
wow.
There's an anti-blackness in Latin America that haven't been dealt with. Because if you notice, like you take Brazil and Colombia, for example, there's more black people out there than there are up here. But we don't know that because they hide those people. They don't even have representation. And you see the way with the Dominicans, like the Dominican, it's so bad with the Dominicans that the Dominicans don't even claim their blackness. That a Dominican would fight a black person in America just for that acceptance into their community. So, so this is a real issue that's why I'm kind of happy this whole Fat Joe situation came about, because now it's bringing all of it out into the open. Also, too, I'm also happy with the conversation about the Caribbean, the relationship between the Caribbeans and FBA also. Like, everybody should bring everything out on the table and, get an understanding, because there's no possible way for us to move forward if we don't hash out our issues. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I wanted to say.
Exactly. So that's why I let the troll come up here, just to show like the difference between somebody that really understands the racism that's going on, as opposed to somebody that's just feeding into the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy that we would just look the other way or act like these folks have this negative sentiment towards black people in America. It shouldn't be that, because they give you pretty much everything that you have. He came out here with a do-rag, shades like a black American, but he wants to diss and say, "Oh, fat black people don't know what happened in the Bronx because they were there." And like, come on, bro.
Yeah. It's like the guy you just spoke. He spoke facts. That stuff is happening all over the country. But because black people are separated all over the country, they can't really be unified and stopping it, because everybody's just, they separate. But it's something that you said about Fat Joe, and I said it before. This whole conversation about hip hop is nonsense. Everybody knows who started rock. Everybody knows who started jazz, who rhythm and blues. Everybody knows.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Well, because hey, if you don't mind, bro.
Go ahead.
I mean, hey, and peace to the panel, man, and peace to the host, brother. I'm new here, man, and I'm just subscribed.
Pull up. You already know.
Yeah. So, but I just wanted to say, yeah, man, I do agree. It is bigger. This thing is bigger than rap, man. The rap thing, that's just a corner piece of this entire thing, man. Hey, listen, these people, they have always had contempt with us, man. Look at the places where they come from, and look how they treat the darker skinned people there. They think that they're going to come to America, what we built, our blood, sweat, and tears, and they think that they're going to treat us like they treat the Afro Latinos and brothers and sisters down there. If they don't want to speak up for themselves down there on those islands and in those Latin American countries, that's their problem. But I'll be damned if they're going to come over here in America and turn their nose down on us and tell us we don't have a goddamn culture and everything that anybody does in America. I don't care whether they white, blue, black, purple, or whatever. All they're practicing is American Indian culture. And that's a fact, Jack.
Yep. That's facts. Yep, it is.
Yo,
can I say something, sir? A lot of people, they constantly talk about culture. And as I was trying to tell that guy, and it was no disrespect, but culture, it starts in a place. So Puerto Rico has culture. Jamaica has culture. South America has culture, the different countries. American culture started here with only two groups. And if you talk to the scientists and the psychologists and the sociologists, and those people, they'll tell you culture is something that starts in a place. So I'm thankful, and everybody should be thankful that they have a culture. But culture started here, and the FBAs, or the descendants of slaves, they started all this culture. That's why the white supremacists are so pissed, because they know black culture has taken over everything. And we always say that black culture has the origin in Africa. Then it comes here. But now the Africans are saying they were no part of the Akatas. That's crazy talk. And I don't get it, but that's the way it is.
Hey, yo, peace. Mac Mizzo, you can hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, what's good, man? Good afternoon. Let me ask you, what's your background, Mac Mizzo?
I'm Trini, but I'm
in
Canada.
All right, yeah, I'm Haitian, as you can tell, right? I'm Haitian. I grew up in Brooklyn. I'm saying Brooklyn, New York. But I ain't gonna lie to you. I remember growing up in Brooklyn, New York, bro. Like when I used to they had Spanish people around, but when I used to go like knock on the door, so I was never allowed to go inside the crib, bro. I had to go way downstairs in the lobby until the nigga get ready. You know what I'm saying? And then we could do what we gotta do, bro. I mean, that it was for like people to say it was like blacks and Latinos was together. It wasn't really that, bro. Unless like you was like buying works from them niggas, like spending money to buy works from them niggas so you could flip it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no togetherness like that as I remember. I'm saying I'm 47 years old, so you know what I'm saying I've been in the city a long time, so I agree with the FBA, you know what I'm saying, on what they stand for, you know what I'm saying. I just hope my people can stand on something like that and go for reparation after the French and the
about Black Pride, you know what I'm saying? Being a Haitian, you already know about Black Pride, right? Man. You already know, you know what I'm saying?
But yeah, like I was saying though, I wish my peoples could stand up like that, you know what I'm saying, go after the French for reparation. You know what I'm saying? Also after the Clinton for that earthquake money. But I don't see a lot of Haitian, you know what I'm saying, talking about that. I just hope a lot of Haitian could talk more about that, you know what I'm saying, instead of,
Yep. because
yeah, but
But
I
Haiti,
think with
Haiti
that
is a
way,
funny
man, I
serious
respect it.
conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because the Haitians, they defeated the French, but they had to pay the French back. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
but
Because
that's extortion. You can't, you know what I'm saying? We can't, you enslave us, we beat you, we whoop your ass, and then you're gonna tell us we owe you money? Nah, bro, that's extortion, bro.
it's extortion.
So,
Exactly.
so they
Exactly.
gotta pay for that.
It's white
So I agree
supremacy.
with the idea with their movement. I just think the Haitian gotta start their own movement to get their reparation as well.
Facts.
No, that's a
Facts.
fact. Big facts. I like that. I like that. You see, this constructive conversation, man. We got to bring it to the room. You know what I'm saying? And air all these little dweebs that come on trying to cause division. And then we saying we causing division. Nah, bro. The FBAs are just standing up for what's right, and then they're seeing that people are not in solidarity with them as much. So they're asking questions. They're comparing notes. That's just what
I mean, bro, if you look at the history, you know what I'm saying? The history alone would tell you, know what I mean? Everybody copy from black. Somebody in the comments say, Americans used to pick on Haitians. Yeah, Americans used to fight American. What the fuck does that matter? Know what I'm saying? It doesn't erase the fact that they fighting for something that they truly believe in. Know what I mean? They believe in that they started hip hop by themselves and they're staying up for that. What the fuck does that got to do with Americans and Haitians used to fight? Haitian fights, bro. What the fuck?
Okay, I'm gonna put the link in. Yeah, y'all want to cover up and speak y'all piece?
But now, can I say something? If y'all don't mind, if the panel don't mind.
Go ahead, man.
So with Puerto Ricans, right? Like, because I'll be honest with you, like, and this is my own personal opinion. Anybody have a different opinion, they could express it, right? But out of all the Latino groups, I find that Puerto Ricans are the most, like, I feel like they're the most closer to Black people. You see what I'm saying? And so, but with their situation is a weird dynamic because you could actually have a Puerto Rican friend that loves Black people, that, right? But then on the same token, you would have a Puerto Rican that's a Nazi. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
So and it kind of makes sense even genetically. I mean, they're basically a fixed mulatto race. They have Spaniard from the Spanish from Spain, and they have Black. You know what I mean? So it kind of makes sense. So I feel like, or there's certain or some of them have more of a percentage of white people in them. So sometimes they can lean that way. That's the reason why you have people like Fat Joe writing white on his paperwork, but hang around Black folks. But when he get behind closed doors, it's so funny because I have a best friend who's Puerto Rican, as a matter of fact, right? He's Puerto Rican. His mother is a white Puerto Rican. His father is Black like me. But he looks Italian. This nigga love Black people.
Go ahead.
But for some reason, every time we have a conversation, it's like he always feel that there's this competition between white and Black. Like it's always this tug of war. You understand what I'm saying? And I always found it as strange because I never, I'm not thinking about it like that. Like, I'm not in a competition with you. Like, one example, I remember when I came back into the country and I was at his house and he was showing me, we was talking about music, and he was showing me, like, he was trying to show me, like, the Black artist that has the most charting on, or most views on YouTube. And then he showed me a Latin artist who at the time had like over 100 views. But in my mind, I'm thinking, like, why is this even necessary? You know what I mean? So to me, it's a psyche. It's like a particular psychology. It's like they're wrestling even in their minds and in their hearts with between these two worlds of whiteness, of what's being white and what's being black. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, word up. All right, I'm gonna rotate because I only got 6 windows, so I'm gonna rotate the people. Other people want to get in. Are we gonna
Okay,
keep
bro.
this?
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and drop off all the family. You have a great holiday.
You already know. Peace.
Yeah, peace, brother. Yeah.
Salute.
Peace.
Plug podcast in the building.
Salute, Max. Salute to everybody on the panel. Salute to y'all, man.
Yeah, man. So we're talking about
man. Yeah, just like how Mac, great topic again. We talked about it on King's channel. My whole thing is this, man. It's not just necessarily the hip hop situation. If somebody says, well, I came up in the struggle, or I came up in the culture, that doesn't give anybody the right to say whether what they can and cannot use. Because again, and that comes from everybody looking at it like, and a lot of people bring the topic up, well, that's the culture of New York, or that's the culture of in the East Coast. The problem is the world is bigger than just the East Coast. So you couldn't do that nowhere else. Or would you? We don't, even older people back in the days, older blacks like my grandparents don't even like to use the word in. You see what I'm saying? They don't like to use the N word. So again, not everybody is partain or comfortable with that word, because it can, it could trigger whomever. So not saying it, or freely saying it, or saying you have to work on not saying something is just crazy to me.
Yep. Facts. You know what I mean? So they don't really understand the dynamics. The whole dynamics is blacks were oppressed, blacks were enslaved. They went through all these different atrocities, Jim Crow, all the shit. Come up with different genres of music to deal and cope with the situations and the living conditions that they're in. For y'all to just come and say, okay, because we were here and there was an influx of us that came in and we were there, then we created the whole thing, and we're allowed to do this and we're allowed to do that. And no, it don't work like that. Y'all gotta listen to people
And
around
I'm
you.
And I'm about to get ready to get off, but I want everybody to know, when people talk about, it's not about the title or whatever it is, whether it be FBA or African American, because I always ask people, you got to do your research. If that's the case, and everybody say this, because it's been around for a long time, and really it's just the foundation. It's just really the foundation. The question I got for everybody is, anybody ever looked up when we call ourselves African American? Have they ever looked up the trademark? Because you do know that has been trademarked by somebody. So if that's been trademarked and by somebody, or FBA, or whatever letter you want to call it, and somebody that's not in our culture, you get a chance, somebody that's not in our culture has trademarked the word African American, and it's a business at the end of the day. So it's not about the business or the letters, it's about the foundation.
A good point. It's a good point. Yep.
So not reading the sheet is not about him. It's about what we got to change the narrative of things, because again, hip hop, we all know what the culture hip hop is, but if we gonna go into words and what words mean, get a chance to look at it. African American was trademarked back in 2016. So somebody's making money off of us. So that's a whole nother thing. But salute to everybody on the panel, man. Y'all stay blessed. And Mac, you already know, man. Keep doing your thing.
You already know. We're gonna catch up a little later. Yeah.
Already won.
Original copies. Original and copies. You got something to add to this conversation?
Yeah, my thing is, right, I'm an original African American. You know what I mean? Right. People who are not that, like, you got to be purely something, or you got to be an original something. You know what I mean? It's too many in the black diaspora, you got too many half this, mix this, you know what I mean? And which means you're not gonna understand things. You wasn't here from the beginning. You don't have a lineage to go through of the hurt and the pains and what happened before, you know what I'm saying? So you're not that connected. You know what I mean? Like, so I think right now what's going on is just African Americans are finding out all the contempt that other people and all these other mixes have for the pure African and original American.
Racism shit is deep. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot to work out within the black diaspora itself before it goes to any other cultures and races, so whenever we ready to come to the table and have these serious conversations, like they're starting to begin now because of Fat Joe and Busta Rhymes and all this, these things were always here. These things were always in our mind and always never been worked out. You know what I'm saying? But now that social media is, where it is, now we can have these conversations if we want to.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what the power of the technology is for, to have these conversations and to really bring them about.
And if you don't mind me asking, where you from?
I'm
Trini. Oh, him?
Oh no, I mean the guy that was just speaking.
Yeah, my name is Eric Black. Eric Black. I'm born and raised since the 70s in New York.
Okay.
Still here.
So let me ask you a question, right? So as far as now with not the Latinos, with the Caribbeans, like, so what do you feel like? What do you feel, or do you feel like you get some kind of pushback from Caribbeans?
I don't get pushback from anybody. I mean, as far as the streets of New York and how we vibe, we always chilled and vibed, and it was what it was. Like, there's never been no contention in the streets. We never been. First of all, black people, black African Americans don't wage racism or war on anybody. If anything, we do it amongst ourselves. So that's why the first thing is amongst us to get right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the reason why I asked that is because because I know, like how you say with all of the debate that's going on, right? And so like everybody, like with Caribbean folks and because when this whole thing started, when Tariq used to talk, I understood exactly what he was saying. But what I was noticing certain Caribbean people who didn't know the argument or understood the argument, but they would go on platforms and crash out, right? And then the origin story was always, when we was younger, we used to get picked on. Now, I'll be honest with you. I'm from the Bahamas, right? When I went to New York, I was 9 years old. I didn't get picked on because my accent was different than the Jamaicans, the Trinities, the Haitians. I'm half Haitian also. Yeah.
Okay, so what's good?
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? Yeah. So
it's real. It's real in the field, man. Like,
so people would say that they used to get picked on, but me, I understood it as it being the culture because I noticed that everybody used to crack on everybody. But and then to me, the people, it's like not everybody's the same, because the people that I heard on these platforms that was crashing out, they seem real sensitive and emotional. And if not every Caribbean person is like that. Like if that's not like the normal thing for Caribbean people now.
And bullshit like that, you know what I'm saying? Because I can understand where they're coming from. Absolutely,
But you hear me, bro? But hold on, you hear me, bro? Like anybody that's non-black got nothing to say what the Americans used to do to the Trinis or Haitians or Jamaicans, because you're non-black. That's none of your business. You know what I'm saying? Where there's black on black crime, you also got white on white crimes. You know what I'm saying? You also got Latin on Latin crimes. If you go to a Spanish country, bro, them motherfuckers really commit crimes. Like they kill each other with knives and all that. You know Know what I'm saying? So they want to put the focus on the black people because they want to make it look like black people is like the bad apple, like we're the negative aspect of society when that's not even correct. Like if you go to Europe, like a lot of people get caught up in the word nigga. If you got to look at the term, the original word for the word nigga. Now I'm saying that's back then. If you look at the history in Europe, it was black people that used to rule Europe and their name was niggas, Negus, and there was kings. In Europe, a lot of religion that worship black idols. Even the Vladimir Putin, he show you that the picture of Jesus is black. He's a black man.
Right.
So you see, so when it comes to whatever the Americans used to do to blacks, to Haitians or Jamaicans or whatever, that's between us. That's something we got to figure it out. That's none of the business. You see, when they get into that, that's a way to divide us.
Yeah.
You see, they want us to be like, no, the FBA can go for reparation. Why should they? They should fight for reparation. If anything, the FBA should fight to get their own government.
So the reason why I brought that up is because I'm talking about Caribbean. I'm talking about us. I'm talking about Caribbean people. Like there's some Caribbean people who they never got over being teased in school. You see what I'm saying? And so because of that reason, you have some people that feel a way about African Americans. Like they try to distance themselves. Well, mind you, these ain't the Caribbean folks that, because remember, there's always like a wave of immigration that's coming in. And where every wave of immigration that comes in is always different. And everybody's circumstance is a whole lot different. Like a Haitian circumstance is different from somebody that's in Jamaica or Trinidad, right? So, like for example, you don't never hear nobody say nothing bad about Trinidadian people. You see what I'm saying? And it's mostly like, so it's mostly like people who but so now with the immigration, like it's more and more people that's coming in now. So, and the newest immigration in the black community that's coming in now is coming in from Africa. And Africans got a different mindset.
Yeah, we understand all that.
Yeah.
Okay. Point now, because I was gonna say that we understand all those things. So those fights are interpersonal within your own groups. But the thing is, you're all gonna be lumped in as black. It's not gonna be, oh, the Haitian did this, or the Jamaican, or the Trinidadian, or it's gonna be the black man.
Well, no, I was speaking to a different issue, but I understand what you're saying. You're talking about the argument of flat blackness. Basically, if somebody does something stupid over here, then they lump they just say is black. So, and it kind of falls on African Americans. I do understand that argument. But what I was speaking more to the way people think. Like, for example, with African Americans in New York, when they say that, like, so when they say the situation with them and Caribbean, when they say that Caribbeans had a byword for them, the byword that they say is Yankee. But if you really think about it, Yankee ain't really like an insult like that. You understand what I'm saying? Yankee is just.
That's something between colonials and when y'all mixed blacks, Caribbeans coming from side end, like that. That don't have nothing to do with African American.
Well, no. This was I'm talking about the African Americans in New York. So, like with the FBA ADOS argument, like, so what they would say is Africans call them akatas. So they would say like so the disdain that these folks have for them, they would say, oh well, Africans call us akatas, and Caribbean people call us Yankees. But that's the only thing that they could say that Caribbean people call African Americans. Jamaicans used to call African Americans Yankees, yes, but it wasn't. It was like more of a, yeah, that's a Yankee or like a Yank, because you're in New York, like the New York Yankees. It's not. It's different from like the way the African people say Akata. You see what I'm saying?
We don't use disparaging words and all these Akata and all this stuff with it. You're gonna call me my name, like, I don't like like where you going with all of this?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, because you remember when you came in here, you said let's talk about the issues between our communities. I'm
Right, right.
bringing up the issues from what everybody is saying on the internet. So anytime you hear the argument, FBA people would say, well, Africans call us Akatas, right? Remember the girl Cynthia Riva on Twitter when she
Yeah.
was saying how I don't like these African American, they are Akatas and all that. And if anybody know, Akata is like a wildcat or something like that in the Yoruba language,
Are you
right?
asking? Are you asking
Question.
him? Like, what does all of this mean? Because I'm trying to get to your to the end of your point. What is the, because you mentioned something about being 9 years old and teased from African
Yes.
American.
So what I'm saying is there's the every group is different. So what I'm saying is the immigration, there's been, so over the years, like in the experience in the 80s, the immigration experience in the 80s were Caribbeans and African Americans, and places where Caribbeans go, like New York and Miami, is a whole lot different from a lot of the people that is online. When they mad, a lot of them are being mad because, and a lot of it, and I'm not blaming Africans, you understand, because I wanted to speak about the African perspective also, but a lot of the anti-Black American sentiments, they using the sentiments that some Africans feel, and they putting that on Caribbean folks also.
Sound like
But
issues between y'all. That sound like issues between Africans and Caribbeans. I'm African American. I'm FBA. I'm ADOS. I'm here to represent for that.
right, and you from New York, right?
Absolutely.
And that's why I asked you, what is the issue between Caribbean folks in New York and African Americans?
No
That's why I asked you
issues.
that.
No issues.
Yeah.
I
There's
try
no
to explain.
issues
I
because
said African Americans don't have no issues with no other groups, racial cultures.
Right.
Never
So
had no
that's
issues.
why,
I mean, I had little
and the
issues
reason,
when we were kids. I mean, but that's like you. What are you gonna blame kids on anything? Like, I mean, come on, like we kids, like we don't know anything.
right, and that kind of like also too was part of my point, because I feel like some people who hold grudges over some shit that happened when they were kids don't make any sense.
Right, and
So
that's personal. That's something that group or however they feel gonna have a powwow and get together and really hash that out if that's something they care to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm just here to represent for African American. We ain't never had no issues with Jamaicans, Trinidadians. I listen. How I've always looked at y'all as y'all can be people from Barbados, blacks from Barbados can be very pompous, very you know what I'm saying, very nose in the air. I've always looked at Jamaicans and Haitians are very violent. You know what I'm saying? And they are not Americanized. They don't want to get married. They have children all over the place. There's a lot of issues that, you know what I'm saying? Whereas an African American is more Americanized to be American and follow American ways. A person who's not and don't have the tradition and lineage, it isn't. And they're gonna come in all confused, what's going on, who's what, and who, you know what I mean? You don't even know what you're doing or what you're saying or why you're saying it. And then you go in what other people say, and then you got so much mix up going on. It's so much. That's why I'm here to represent for an original. You know what I'm saying? I got the story. I got the lineage. I'm here to represent for the FBA.
no, that's a fact. That's a fact right there because
yeah, that's understood. But I'm talking about like so far as the, so what you said earlier when you came on, you said that with the issues with the black with the black immigrants, right? That we could talk about the immigrants, the issues amongst the black immigrants. You understand what I'm saying? So
we not. Oh, you talk about black immigrants just specifically, or black immigrants?
I'm talking about the relationship between FBAs and black immigrants. You understand? Because some people feel like black immigrants hate them. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't feel that way. I never felt that way. Like, and we ain't never went to war in the streets, and you know what I'm saying? Some type of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's never been no issues. Y'all live your life, we live our life. Y'all have your coaches, we have our coaches, and we live. If anything, y'all got an issue with the government or with America in itself, but not with the Black American people of the. If anything, y'all copy our styles, y'all party to hip hop. Our culture, Black Americans here, especially from the 80s on, is hip hop. Hip hop raised me. You know what I'm saying? We all come from fathers' households too. So hip hop raised us. Hip hop's our daddy. Hip hop is what we went for. And same thing for Busta Rhymes when he was in the Leaders of the New School. His household, see, with his mother and his household might have been a tight situation, but he can have fun and come out and play and engage with the African American and pick up hip hop style and become a superstar.
That's true. That's a fact.
See, I know inside out. I know what's going on in your household. And I know what's going on in your household. Different from what's going on in mainstream media, and then different from the underground and what's going on around my block and the stairways with me and my peoples.
Facts.
So these are all mix-ups. You know what I'm saying? You don't have the story. You don't have the lineage. You're going to just be mixed up. You're just coming into something. You're new.
Right.
So if you want to know something, or if you want to get an original story or know anything, you got to come to an original. I am him. I am that. Even FBA, all this stuff. Tariq Nasheed is no Black leader. Like, you got to look at this is new generations and newer times and more disconnect and more generation gaps. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm from a time where African American, Afro American was coined for Black people by Jesse Jackson, and we all went along with that. Because it was about identity, it was about Black pride, and what do we identify as? And that's actually on. If I go to get a job, what do you identify as? African American is there. FBA is not there. So there's a lot of people are going. Tariq Nasheed, all these leaders and all this stuff like that. Everybody's a hustler. You got to understand that. Everybody's hustling. And if you
but mind you, I don't have a problem. I like Tariq Nasheed. I feel like what he's doing, I actually respect a lot of what he's doing. And I think it's necessary. And also people call him a hustler, but the thing about it is, if he was a broke, if he was a exactly, and if he was a broke nigga on the internet saying shit, like wouldn't nobody want to listen to what he have to say?
That's true, but that might be more impressive to a Caribbean, a mixed of someone who's really got his mind on the riches and who's the top guy and who's not, you know what I'm saying? Whereas within my community or within my peoples, we're poor righteous teachers. It ain't about money. It's about who you are.
I'm talking about influence, and there are people who, like even right now, like a lot of people think Tariq is broke right now, and the dude is a millionaire.
I understand that, and that might be very impressive to you and to the people. But
I'm not talking about me.
To whoever it is, but he's not even like foundational. I'm African American. I come from the soil. I come from the grit, the grain. I come from New York. Whatever Fat Joe, Busta Rhymes, and all of them are talking about, I can relate. Or I can get down, understand where they coming from, or I can see you know what I'm saying? I understand that the money has nothing to do with it. Fat Joe coming from you know what I'm saying, wanting to be this rich dude or whatever. Like, he may make fun of that, but who is his influences or who are the people that he was in videos with, like Lord Jamar, Brand Nubians, Poor Righteous Teachers, all these people that they were influenced before they had money.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro.
I'm here. I'm there and still here. I know all these stories. I know where they've been. I know who they schmooze with and all of this type of stuff. Now that they're where they at in terms of society and how everybody looks at things, they can be looked at as a king and have the influence and all that. But you can also see their contempt in their mind for racism and how they look at people and things like that. Even the same people they came up with. So there's bigger things going on that you don't really understand. And whatever your influence are, that's personal. I'm just telling you, people are no real leaders. I'm telling you, everybody's hustling and just watch out for it. You know what I'm saying? But if you want something real, or if you want to talk to somebody real, or you want a real story, I can give it. A real feeling, a real whatever, I can give it.
So,
Yeah, because so a lot of what I was speaking to, right,
yeah,
is what I noticed. I noticed that. So I mean I know you on the internet, but but it don't seem like you be well. Maybe because you're not one of the people who who be on X and like really going in like with the Caribbean hate, the African hate. You understand what I'm saying? So I was hoping to talk to one of those people or somebody like that.
A hater, right?
You see
I
what I'm
got you.
saying?
I got you.
Yeah, yeah. Because I wanted to see
That's why I was trying to say I'm just here to give the African American, the foundational Black American side of things.
right.
Let me just say this, right? The reason Fat Joe was trying to say they broke is because if he say that, now I'm saying people is not gonna value the message they're trying to put out there because everybody think about finance. But if you do your history, you do your research, you would know that people like Malcolm X, he didn't have no money. He wasn't a millionaire. He didn't have no money. He died broke.
Respect and that we look up to. It's not about the money. Fat Joe trying to get the people in the audience, and he's talking on the other side of him to another non-foundational Black American.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's nobody represent. I'm really real. Like I can represent who we are and what you know what I'm saying? They got to talk to me.
Do you think that's done? That was done by design, like this?
They got to talk to me. Where were we at in the picture? So I could tell you all about Fat Joe, but you was in a video with Lord Jamar. Y'all was acting like it was all good.
Yeah.
I know these people history and story because I'm from it. I come up from it. I watched it. Hip hop is my dad. I know these people before they even got to the scene of hip hop.
Facts. So
Fat Joe is the first Puerto Rican famous hip hop artist. You know what I'm saying? So he speaks for his people and he more represents for his people. He's never been a great lyricist. No, ain't nobody's top 5, top 10, top 20 rappers or nothing like that. But he's a successful Puerto Rican rap artist, taking part and got rich in a rap and an art form that Black Americans have done and popularized.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Are you familiar with the 5% Nation?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. The 5% Nation.
Would you say the 5% Nation have more influence than the Latinos in hip hop?
Without a doubt, and still here. That's why Lord Jamal's words are prevalent because he's 5%. 5% always had the influence of hip hop. The God MC and the greatest rap artist of all time in hip hop for Black or African American young.
Isn't Busta Rhymes a 5%?
Yes, he is. He practices, but see, just because we use things like styles and things like that. Oh, I'm in on this style. I know this style and stuff like that. These people can culture vulture and style appropriate. Then when you hear how they really feel, you know what I'm saying? How they really, after they get the money, the success, and he couldn't talk that same talk while he was still on the block, cutting it up, busting freestyles with people.
Facts.
Well, as a 5%er, why would he say that though?
Yeah, I gotta ask Busta Rhymes. Why would you say this, Busta?
Knowing that you got knowledge
listen to
itself.
me. Do you want to hear my opinion? My real quick opinion on that? Because when you have a culture, see, like what people say is real. Black Americans, I don't have a culture. My culture is hip hop. I'm part of white America and culture. White America is the culture first. Whatever white Americans do, if they eat at Burger King, McDonald's, and all that, now here comes blacks eating at Burger Kings and McDonald's and stuff like that. Now, what happens is when we got our rappers and our teachers in hip hop and they started to teach, hey, don't eat hamburgers and don't eat them. Now you get an underground culture that's happening amongst the people on a pro-black scale. That's becoming popular that they were all influenced by.
Yeah,
because if you were there in the times and all your influences were that, all the people you looked up to was that. You wasn't cool if you wasn't that or had some influence or some connection to that.
Yo, I thought Fat Joe was a 5%er too.
Yeah, he might appropriate the style here and there when it's need be. But hear how he talk, hear how he really feel. Most of these guys have spent more time being rich than they have being poor. They are well ingrained into the rich lifestyle. This whole world is about rich and poor. Now they've made it. Now they can tell you what's what and who's who. And you know what I'm saying? And if you're not smart enough or not aware enough, you listening like, yeah, you got the money, you must be right. On TV, they talking to you. Whatever you say must be right. No, you're wrong, Fat Joe. You're wrong, Busta Rhymes. But what it is if you have a culture, which he has Puerto Rican culture to lean to cling to. I don't. I speak American. I speak English. I don't speak any other language. When you have language, you have culture.
Oh, you don't speak mathematics?
Yeah, but
So you do have a culture.
Hip hop is my culture. That's just a spring off, you know what I'm saying, or offshoot of it, or something to get into it too. But that's more like a self-esteem thing. You know, we wind up calling ourselves gods and earths and all this type of stuff. That's a self-esteem movement within Black America and Black men that people don't know or understand. But you see it when you see Rakim and when you see Big Daddy Kane and KRS-One and all these people in their time when they influenced everyone. Before you could get a Nas and Biggie and all these people, they had to be influenced by those guys.
Right. And they were 5%ers, right?
All of them, yeah. And we all practice them. But as time goes on, right, those things become not the style anymore, not cool. They ain't got the money. They ain't got the which everybody ultimately worships, right? We go from gold to platinum chains, and everybody's getting more into the money. It's not hip hop is not in New York no more. It's in the South. The South don't really care about all that knowledge shit. Let's get the chains. Let's make them spin. You know what I'm saying? We more in the pimping and stuff out here. You got to understand where the regions, the cultures, the people, time, experience, place. You got to put all this into effect. And then you got to understand mainstream is not the underground.
Yep.
So there's a lot of factors all in between these things. But yeah, the 5% movement and things was more of a self-esteem thing for Black men in these times, resurrecting from the late 60s to the 80s.
You're not for nothing. I disagree with you, man, because I'm a 5% of myself, even though I'm Haitian. I disagree with you on that.
It's no problem.
I believe it's more than a self-esteem thing.
Oh, now I agree with you, but I can start with, just a part of it is, you know what I'm saying, it gave self-esteem for a Black man to call himself God. From going from nigga to God is an extreme.
That's true, but that's the truth, though. So
no doubt, I'm not disputing that. That's up, truth is, up for, is usually by popular demand. But so
that's true, but if you study science, you study history, you coincide it together, you will see it's facts.
Hey, you can believe whatever you want to believe, or whatever fact is your
But
fact.
that's not a belief. That's not a belief to me. That's the actual fact. That's the truth.
I'm not here to dispute that. Yeah, I'm not here to dispute that with you, or the lessons and all that. I'm not here to get into all of that. I can just tell you what it did for people, and you know what I'm saying, because I was there.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So
So back then, it was okay for Fat Joe to go around and be like, "Yo, my nigga," you know what I'm saying? Because he was in the hood.
Cool for it now. It never been like we ain't never did no racial thing. If you my nigga, then you my nigga. But it usually was more of a we know each other. We got some type of familiarity. You know what I'm saying? I would not go to any other places and just, or say states or countries and start off with yo my nigga. You know what I'm saying? I might say peace, God. What's your name? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So we know the boundaries, all that nigga
what's
stuff.
The definition?
Negroes and calling each other niggas to African American, Black, and all these names, and God and all that stuff. So we have an underground movement where we was building amongst ourselves that sometimes goes mainstream when you see the artists, when you see the stars.
Yeah, because what he said was, oh, they're against the Jamaicans and the Puerto Ricans.
But have been. Never. Biggie's Jamaican. Busta Rhymes is Jamaican, African, and all these type of things. These are all. If you black, you just our people. You party with us, you dance with us, you eat food with us. We all. When everything's cool, everything's cool.
Yep.
But you know what's going on in your household is different from what's going on in my household. What your mama is telling you is different from what my mama is telling me.
Yep.
So and we know there's been contempt within the household from your parents and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Don't hang with those. Don't trust him. Don't do these black. We know these stories. But y'all didn't bring that. But you didn't when you came outside and we kicked it together. It wasn't none of that.
I think some of those stories are context also though. So like even with some of the Caribbeans when they was telling their kids, like my mom didn't want us outside with nobody. She didn't want us messing with. It didn't matter if a person was African American. She didn't even want us with Caribbean folks because she felt like she just didn't want us to have no bad company because she felt like she wanted us. You understand? She didn't want us to get mixed up into no bullshit. So that's basically what you know. So some of that could be that, and I mean I don't know. It's so for me it would be a little difficult to think that some parents would specifically say don't mess with African Americans. Now I've heard African people say that, but that's what I was saying earlier. Like everybody have a different consciousness. You see what I'm saying? So my mother was never like that, and she wouldn't say nothing like that because her best friend is an African American lady from South Carolina.
Well, my thing is, how are you supposed to socialize? See, that was my bigger point. Where I'm more Americanized, I'm more socialized. You know what I'm saying? This is like my home soil. This is like I'm more free, more. You know what I'm saying? I'm not as tight. You know what I'm saying? And not.
Well, a lot of Caribbean parents when they came here, they was afraid of America. They felt like America was very dangerous. You understand? And they was just trying to do what they could do to protect their kids.
I understood. I understand all of that. But my bigger thing is those are issues between y'all and issues between maybe you and the government, or your parents and the government, your bigger issues within your own families.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with African American. I'm telling you, African Americans don't hate on nobody. We looking to get along.
And I agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
So when he says that FBAs are radicals, you know what I'm saying? And why is he trying to differentiate FBAs from black people?
Well, see, this whole FBA thing is, I'm just getting in on the FBA thing because I'm old school enough to go by African American. This whole FBA, like the new generation thing or something like Tariq Nasheed has started. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not, you know what I'm saying, so much up on that. All I can tell you is I'm older than the FBA. You know, if that's the case, then I came before that. You know, so but I don't really I'm not a Tariq guy. I'm not into all of that. I don't know really what, you know, I know he hustles, you know what I'm saying? And I know everybody hustles. The black experience and the whole black experience can be hustled. And we hustle it back and forth. I'm old enough to come from the days when they did this stuff without social media, did stuff on the streets of Harlem.
So if you don't mind, I want to speak on that, right? Like with Tariq Nasheed, because like I said, like I'm a truck driver and I be needing stuff to listen to, and Tariq is very, very entertaining, right? And so I've been listening to Tariq for like damn near 12, almost 15 years now. And when this whole situation started up, right? If they was there, they will understand. Mostly when Tariq used to do his lives, he mostly was talking about like the racial issues, people getting shot in the streets. But what was happening is that because Tariq is very active on Twitter, but what was happening is that a lot of the people that was coming against him everybody had flags in their profile. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he kept, but it took him a while to realize that that was a pattern. So I watched all of this play out. So he noticed that there was a pattern. Like, so even when he's talking about issues for black people, about black men getting shot and stuff like that, he was noticing that. And a lot of the people who was coming at him, they was working for like magazines and publications and different stuff like that, but they would have like Nigerian flags or Jamaican flag or whatever flag, Haitian flag in their profile. And so when he started putting two and two together, then they started looking at the politicians. And what they noticed that a lot of the politicians and congressional Black caucus people, because remember, they started for the reparations argument. And when they started that, people started coming at them hard. And when they started looking at the Black backgrounds of the people that was coming at them, these people were coming from Africa and they were coming from the Caribbean. And that's just what it was. Like, there was a Puerto Rican dude who stood up in the reparations meeting and said, I don't think Black people should get reparations. I mean, the audacity. You understand what I'm saying? So it was stuff like that that caused like the whole thing to blow up. And a lot of people didn't know the argument. All they heard was when Tariq and them was talking about the delineation and that they need to delineate from these people and circle our wagons, get our power up because he felt like a lot of these other groups were not on code. So he wanted African American people to like circle together and, circle their wagons, because like with me being a truck driver, I drive all around this country. I see African American neighborhoods in Alabama, Mississippi, all over the So I understood. But the people who didn't understand his argument, all they heard was the delineation and we need to separate ourselves. And they came and they just started crashing. And that's how all of this blew up.
Because miscommunication. People are just being
and the whole point.
You know what I'm saying?
Say it again.
I said, is it miscommunication or they just being willfully ignorant?
It was like it happened so perfect, and exactly it was off of miscommunication. I feel like if people heard the argument, they could understand the argument, because I'll give you another example. Like, they felt like, so you got different kind of Caribbean people, right? You have certain people who are coming from different countries who, like, let's say they are in the import-export business and they family like have a banana farm and they bringing in a whole bunch of stuff from their country. They got money. Well, when these folks go into the HBCUs, their kids go into the HBCUs, these kids are going into the HBCUs as butlers, etc., etc. So what another argument is that and then the Nigerians, you got Nigerians who are millionaires and billionaires and they send their kids to school over here. And in the United States Census, they was counting all these people as Black. So what that was doing is that was making Black people look like they're not doing as bad as they are. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
So,
got my boy in New Jersey, BTBTV on the show.
Right. So the help that would the necessarily help that needs to get to these different communities, it was, it kind of justifies like, oh, well, these Black folks ain't really doing too bad. You got all of these, you got these Black folks. Mind you, this person, look at what's that kid name from Nigeria? The rap, I wouldn't call him a rapper, but he does Afro beats. Davido. That nigga father is a billionaire.
Yeah.
You understand? That nigga born and grew up over here. You put that nigga and his family and their money and put that into Blackness. You understand what I'm saying? you making black people. I'm talking about the African Americans, and making them, it making it look like that like they don't need the help that they need when they're living in a system that is neglecting, because that's what's happening. African American issues is being neglected around the country, and so that all of that is the point. But some people didn't understand, and they just heard the delineation part, and then they just started going online and crashing out, and that's why we at where we at right now.
Okay, got you. Thanks for clearing that up for me, man.
Look, I got my boy New Jersey in the building, man.
Yo, peace.
What do you think about this?
Everybody. Man,
what?
Talk about the Fat Joe. Should he be allowed to have a nigga pass?
Yeah.
Not emphatically now, Cypher, because Fat Joe, he's a white boy. He's not really a Puerto Rican lineage.
Facts.
I see him. He got green. He got blonde hair and blue eyes.
Blonde hair and blue eyes. He been.
And the people that been letting him say they was dead wrong, because where I'm from North Jersey, from Elizabeth. I grew up with a bunch of Puerto Ricans. Now the dark complected ones, they more connected to us. The white ones, they don't rock with us like that. Period. So why would I allow a white boy to call me an N-word? The N-word. I can't do that, man. I said this multiple times on my platform. You know what I mean? The ones I grew up with, they're darker than me. Some darker than me. The ones that I grew up with, a lot of them are third generation being in the States, you know what I'm saying? Not being in Puerto Rico, but being in the state. You know what I'm saying? Their mother was born here, their grandmother was born here, they was born here, you know what I mean? So to me, and they dark skinned, so to me, they FBA too, because they came on the same trans-Atlantic slave trade as us. They came from Africa and got dropped off. We all got dropped from different islands. We got dropped off from America. They got dropped off at islands. So what makes them any different than us? But like I said, the white ones, emphatically now Cypher, man. I can't see it. I don't respect it.
Yep. That's a fact.
A lot of people are saying like, oh, you so favoritism. Put like this, my stepfather was a black Puerto Rican, and he raised me. And he was a Muslim.
Tell him, black Puerto Rican. See that? So you know.
So certain things, you know, certain things like that. You know what I'm saying? I can't say, well, how you can call he a nigga like me, blacker than me.
Yep.
So, you know, it is what it is with that. So it's like what Fat Joe did. If Fat Joe was saying that out of malice, out of hate, out of disdain.
Hey, exactly. You know?
So, that's a fact, man. But you know that another thing is right. A lot of people don't know the difference between a nationality and a race.
Yeah.
I'm saying when you ask a person, you know, what's your background, you'll be like, okay, I'm black, you know, I'm white. You say I'm Latino, that's not a color.
Nah.
That's not a skin complexion.
And then to be honest, how is Puerto Rico's Latino and they from the Caribbean? How is Dominica's Latino and they from the Caribbean? How is Cuba's Latino and they from the Caribbean? You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to know. So you know what I'm saying? They all messed up in the head.
They got an answer.
I think once you speak Spanish, that links you right there. That separates and links them and separates you.
So if I speak Spanish right now, I speak Spanish. Say I'm black. You know what I'm saying? I've been at 5% Nation guys in there for all my life. My father was a minister under Malcolm X in the Nation of Islam prior to that. So, so if I speak Spanish, does that make me a Latino? Because I speak Spanish fluently?
No.
Not to say that you was born and raised in Puerto Rico, or you was born in Puerto Rico and then moved to, you know what I mean? Or that your parents speak it and taught it to you. You know what I'm saying? It's all like how that goes. Do you have the culture of it?
Well, like I said, I was raised by a Puerto Rican stepfather.
No,
that's not that stepfather, not your blood.
I know. In fact, I know that. I know who my real father is. My real father was a great man too. But I said I was raised by a good Puerto Rican stepfather, and he was a black man. He was darker than me.
They have Afro Latina. They got their, just like everywhere in the world, your darker skins are secluded to like a ghetto.
Yeah, facts.
Well, that's a problem. That's a problem. You know what I'm saying? That's a big
And G, and yo, God, and yo, and that's what I was saying. A lot of people don't know the difference between when you ask them the nationality or their race. Like, for example, now I'm saying, if you ask somebody you're a white person that's from Haiti, you were thinking like they automatically black because a lot of black people from Haiti. But yeah, they could be Haitian. You see what I'm saying? And they could be white. That's nationality. But when I ask you what is your race, that means your skin complexion. What is your skin complexion? What makes your skin look that color? For a black person, that's the melanin, which is
That's the melanin.
melanin
That's the
to
original.
protect
That's the
them from the
original
sun.
man.
So I'm
That's the
saying,
original
now
man.
when people don't have melanin,
I don't know how all that's gonna shake out, but when you meet me or talk to me, I'm gonna know to hand you a black card or take it away.
Yeah, race is a social construct, though. So we have to
But I
know that.
hold the key. I hold the key. The everybody else could play with you, but I hold the key to if you're black or not.
Indeed.
And if you're accepted.
but Fat Joe, he's not dark skinned Latino. He's a white Latino. There's two type of Latino: dark skin and white. Even if they say Indian, that's still black. Whether they have a different type of hair, if they got melanin, they black. Because you have to remember, black is the original race. All the race derived from black, so you have different shades of black. You see what I'm saying? If they have melanin, they can still under the sun, they black. If you go under the sun, you start turning pink, bro. You lack a pigmentation. You're not black.
Indeed.
Does Fat Joe feel that way though?
No.
So why he's another Rachel Nosy out?
I don't know what
Yeah,
Fat. I don't know how Fat Joe felt. I know he called a bunch of FBAs a bunch of broke niggas.
Yeah, so he's about rich and poor. He don't care what color you is. You could be an alien.
He said FBA is a bunch of broke niggas. He said nothing about broke Latinos or broke Puerto Ricans or broke Cubans. He said broke. He said
He did
FBA is a
though.
bunch
He
of broke
did.
niggas.
There you
He
go.
did. He called the Latinos that vote for Trump house niggas.
Yeah. Would he call them same dudes that when he was in DITC and digging in the Crates crew and around all of them black dudes, would he call them them broke too? Because that's where he come from.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
straight
that's
up.
why I'm waiting for one of the digging in the crate crews dudes to say something. I'm waiting for 50 Cent to say something. I'm waiting for Charlamagne the God to say something. Waiting for Hot 97 to say something. Because I'm about to feed them their food today and tomorrow. Because like I said, I ain't with that, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not with that. So that's how we gonna do it. And for everybody want to come on my platform, we have an open platform tomorrow. Matt Mills will be up there too. We might have an open platform tonight when I get back. I just want to come and show my brother Matt Mills some love on his platform. Salute my boy. Much love. My little brother and Zavon on the panel. Salute to y'all. Peace to the guys.
Salute. Peace.
All right, peace, God. Peace, God.
Peace.
Yeah, man. So, that was a good insight. You gave us some good points right there. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna drop the link again if anybody want to come up, man, because this is a hot topic, and I like all the different perspectives. You know what I'm saying? You got to come with something that has substance, though, not just on regular job shit. So we gonna see through it right away. You know?
Right. So what I could see from the whole Tariq thing, because once you start talking reparations, see that's money, and then who should get it? I think that could be you know what I'm saying? Because now if you saying, oh, well, we doing reparation, we going for reparations, and it's only for foundational Black Americans, that may raise some eyebrows.
Yeah,
but that was one of the reasons why people was crashing out. But what people don't understand, like what they trying to do, they're not trying to. This ain't like how black people, like how we would start shit and there would be like some commercial shit, but ain't nothing behind it. This ain't that. Like these people are like really forming together to have like a political, revolutionary political movement, because they're going after an actual justice claim. You see what I'm saying? That they're going after like what they were owed. Like they're going after something
Something on the law.
specific.
Right. Something on the book.
Right.
Something on the
That
law.
was
Something.
exactly right. So, you know, so and even for like for us who from the Caribbean, like I'm talking about the ones who crashing out. Like we look crazy. You understand? It just looks insane, bro. I don't know.
Hmm?
I
Nah,
want to say something real quick.
keep it real.
Hey,
What up?
I want to say shout out to the host, because you're not a biased host either. You letting people talk too. You know, even though you say I think you're from Trinidad. You said, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Trinidad, you already know.
I'm from the Bronx, and I'm in my 40s. You know, late 40s, 47. And it's always been known since the 90s that Fat Joe was a racist. And this is coming from Puerto Ricans. So the fact that it's 30 something years later is like, is not a surprise, but it's a shock that it haven't came out that homeboys are racist. So when Cuban Link just went on the show, went on the show the other day and said that Fat Joe Macho, was having a lot of racial comments, that's not new news. We heard this since the 90s. So I'm just shocked that people are surprised. I'm not even surprised. He's been showing y'all, little pieces here and there. He's been showing y'all. You know what I mean? Been showing y'all. And everybody's just up in arms right now. The fact that he's from the Bronx, the fact that he's Puerto Rican, I tried to, get into his music, but always knowing how he really felt about us, I never could. You know what I'm saying? And to be honest, his music stinks. You know what I'm saying? He's low tier. Yes, he's low tier or whatever. He's not a good rapper, and he don't even write his own raps. For him to come at Lord Jamar and talk about he's one of the wackest, how you don't even write your raps. So he just sounds like a fool. You know what I mean? And people are coming at Math Hoffa because he's not FBA and he let him and they were laughing. I'm actually happy he let him hang himself. So people could actually that didn't know could see how he really is, who he really is. So I'm happy they did that. People are mad at them? No. I'm happy. Or whatever. I know they felt like they made a mistake, but you know what I mean? After the fact. But I'm glad they did what they did. They didn't fight him. They didn't push back. They let him talk. They let a clown be a clown and they let
Yeah.
him hang himself. So I appreciate them for that. Even though they clowns or whatever, but I appreciate that they stood back and let him perform. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So shout out to them for that. But I still won't be watching their show and I unsubscribe for them too. Unsubscribe to them. Anyway. But as far as the Trinidad, the other brother from Trinidad said that blacks were bullying West Indians when they came here. The blacks bully. That's what happens when you come into a neighborhood. When you
Yeah.
black and you go into another black neighborhood, you get bullied. That's what
That's it.
happens back then. You know what I mean? Of course, they learned it because whites used to do that to the blacks when they came into their neighborhood. So then they start doing it. So it wasn't, oh, you guys got an accent? Oh, we fucking with you. We gonna excuse my language. We gonna bully you. You got an accent? It didn't matter. I'm black. I used to get bullied, but I used to fight.
Exactly. I
I
like
used
you.
to fight. That's
Yeah,
what it
No,
is.
we
I
that
we all
fought
go through
every
that type
day.
of stuff.
but that's what I said. Like that's yeah, that's
Yeah,
one of the things I
yeah.
said. I said
No,
like,
but the
but to
reason
me, I look at it more like a rite of passage. You understand what I'm
no,
saying?
the reason I
Because
got a
that's how you
problem with
get
that,
baptized into America. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But no,
But
but I'm saying that some people took that shit personal, and some
listen,
people
bro,
like they
grow
They
never
up.
gotta
forgot
grow
that
up.
They gotta
shit.
grow up.
They gotta
You
Right,
gotta
grow up.
grow
and I
up.
agree. I
You gotta
agree.
grow up. Your pops
Right.
whipped your
Yeah,
ass when you was a baby and shit like that. Well, guess what? That was back then. You grew up. Your mom's kicked your ass when you was out of line. Did you hold that against her or whatever? And a
right.
lot of you
No.
got your ass whipped by your parents. Are you holding that against them? or whatever. No, you still love them and you still wish them happy Mother's Day and shit like that.
Yeah.
Excuse my language and stuff like that. So get over it. I used to get,
And you know what?
bullied, but I
I think
fought.
I think that I think that one of the reasons why, like for us Caribbean folks, why some people took it to heart was because they don't remember we kind of speak different dialects, and so and then with the American kids had the best comebacks, and you understand, and you don't know how to come back, you don't know how to snap back, so that shit will really break your heart. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we was kids. Kids don't have no conscience. You understand? They'll say the worst horrible things and just move on while you hurt. There's been stuff that been said to me when I was a kid or whatever.
Hell
I
yeah.
was hurt by as a kid. You
As a
understand
kid.
what I'm saying? I was a kid. They were kids. I can't hold that against them.
Hold
You know
that
what I'm
against
saying?
nobody. Yeah.
You can't hold that against them. Now, when people start getting older and stuff like that, yeah. But remember, it was a small percentage of American blacks that bullied people. It wasn't the whole crew. It wasn't everybody. You understand what I'm saying? Or
Of course.
whatever. It wasn't everybody. But as far as too with that Yankee thing, like nobody ever. I got a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Because that I didn't tell you to call me that. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't ask to be called that. So whether it means something bad or not, people don't like that. The same way blacks got a problem with that word moneno, even though they say it's not a racist word. I didn't ask you to call me that. I'm a black person, not a fucking excuse me, not a Monano. So that's why blacks got a problem with that word too. You know what I mean? Because that's not a word I approved of for you to call me that. So now too with a lot of West Indians or whatever, on the reasons why a lot of black Americans are getting mad and they're going with this FBA thing and they want to separate is because a lot of us feel alienated when you throw your flags up and you're so proud and you're saying you're so proud of where you come from and stuff like that. Meanwhile, when we were all young, we hung out together, we went to school together, we were friends. Now that the numbers is up, people start separating themselves. They start throwing up flags. You understand that? So even if you're not trying to separate yourself or not trying to alienate us, that's what it's doing. And
Right.
people don't understand that. You understand? Because you got to remember, black people, us, black Americans, we built this country. We made it safe. We actually, we were on the front line. We made the coast was cleared, and everybody came and walked in, and it's cool now after that. We suffered for this. You understand what I'm saying? So when people come and they waving their flags and they so proud and stuff like that or whatever, okay, what happened to us? You understand what I'm saying? So now even with Black Lives Matter, forget the organization part. Just when black people were saying that or whatever, people were taking offense to that. Oh, blue lives matter, all lives matter. You understand what I'm saying? That was disrespect. You understand? Well, now when we want to say something, people got a problem with that. You understand? That's kind of crazy. That's why a lot of black Americans are floating over to that FBA stuff because they looked around, they saw people got their numbers up. You know what I'm saying? They start having their own little parties and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. And I remember, hey, I grew up with you. I didn't even the crazy thing is when some Caribbeans, Americans, a lot of them that didn't have no accent, we didn't even know where y'all was from growing up. Y'all never even mentioned that. And the brother from New York, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Y'all never even let us know nothing. And then here you go 20 years later, when Instagram and Facebook around, you this proud person or whatever. Where was that before? Ain't nothing wrong with being proud, but you blended in. And black people, we accepted everybody. You know what I'm saying? We never, and I agree with you, we never was racist. We never, we hate Jamaicans. We hate Haitians. We hate Paul. We never was like that. And I ain't trying to be biased because it's us. We never had our own when we got around each other and start, you know what I mean? Yeah, I hate them. What did we all stereotype and say, hey, Puerto Ricans, they always do this. Jamaicans, of course, everybody does it. Was it racist? No.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Was it racist? No, wasn't racist at all. And
We
then
don't practice racism.
we don't practice that. You know what I'm saying? We've been through too much to start. Now we want to adopt how we was treated. Now we want to, spill it on to other people that look just like us, but they from other countries. Come on, bro. That's weird.
White people
That's,
shit.
that's exactly that's weird, man. And then with the whole thing with that word that N word, and I'm trying my hardest to stop saying it myself because people say, oh, we all grew up together. We from New York. We grew up in the same culture and all of that. Yeah, New York is one state. We got a whole bunch of other states where people didn't grow up with Hispanics. They never approved of that word. They never will approve the word. And a problem with him, what's another reason why the guy's so freaking racist and he has no regard for black people in this country. All right, New York people might give you a pass. They grew up around Puerto Ricans and stuff like that. But how about people from South Carolina, from Texas, you know what I'm saying? From Alabama, they don't approve of it. So be respectful and say, you know what? I grew up using that word. You know what I mean? I learned it from being around people and stuff like that, hearing it. But other people that don't understand that, even if you got older elders in New York that don't even approve of that word. They didn't use that word either, and he still want to keep using it, and be disrespectful. You understand what I'm saying? So, but that just goes back to him always being a flat racist. So anybody that's listening, and you like his music, all right, fine. Now you know he's a racist. Fall back from the dude. He never liked us, and this came from Puerto Ricans from his neighborhood. I went to Mars High School. That's right across the street from his projects. Went to school with a gang of Puerto Ricans in the
I can't
90s,
take it
and
no
they
more.
all
I gotta
told us
see you
that.
tonight.
And that's a fact. They all told us that. So by Cuban Link saying that and people in Puerto Ricans trying to defend it, you making yourself seem like a racist too, or whatever. He does not represent Puerto Ricans. He's just someone who happened to be Puerto Rican that is a flat out racist or whatever. And we all know, Puerto Ricans, I like them. A lot of them are good people, but some of them are on the other side. You know what I'm saying? And I come on, growing up in the Bronx, dating Puerto Rican chicks, there's times when the chick would tell me, yo, don't call my house. My grandmother don't like black people. Flat out. So, yeah, a lot of Puerto Ricans and a lot of blacks were cool together, but it wasn't everybody. It wasn't like when you see a black, you see a Puerto Rican or vice versa. It that just don't make sense. Zebras hangs with zebras. Giraffe hangs with giraffe. That's just human nature. We all wasn't together as one like everybody trying to say it. That's not true. That is not true. You would definitely see some Puerto Ricans hang out with a crew that's predominantly black. It's rare you ever seen a black with a predominantly a Puerto
Puerto
Rican crew.
Rico.
That you never that was very rare. Very rare. But we accept y'all come chill with us. We cool. We
Right.
accept it. We ain't had no problem. But you do have a lot of people in that community that are very, very racist. Not all of them. You know what I'm saying? I went to. I had some good teachers. I had some good friends. I had some good neighbors that was Puerto Rican. But besides the fact, and I even hate that it even came to that. We even talk about them when it's that crab right there. He's the problem, and he been stirring up stuff for years now. And you know what I'm saying? Especially with the blacks created hip hop 50-50. So listen, I went to when I was in elementary school or whatever, and when New Edition was out, black kids had New Edition book bags and New Edition lunchbox. Guess what the Puerto Ricans had? They had Menudo lunch bag,
Menudo. I'm about to say
book bag.
Menudo.
They had
Menudo.
exactly. So, so if they created hip hop, why would they, have Menudo book bags? And they had that whole thing about it was 50-50. I mean, listen, they contributed to it. I don't doubt that they came in, they saw what we was doing. a lot of the guys, Whip, all of those guys that tell you, bro, like you know, that they parents was telling them, yo, why you hanging with those dudes? I remember one dude, the Charlie Chase dude, said his mother said, yo, why you playing that new music? Freddie makes $100 a week playing salsa. Won't you do that? That was not their music, bro. Because to keep it real, a lot of them, when they came in those early 70s or wherever, mid 70s, they was either, you know, first generation and all they heard was Spanish music in their whole house, or they came here at a young age. It's impossible for them to just jump from fucking salsa to hip hop. It doesn't work. Like hip hop was a progression of music. You know what I'm saying? It didn't just hip hop out of nowhere. It came from our music that we been had, soul, funk, R&B, and you know what I'm saying? It ain't just okay hip hop out of nowhere. So it's impossible for them to have created it, you know, or even help create it. If you call carrying if you call carrying crates or whatever, you know what I mean, to the jam or whatever, creating it, then okay, then they help create it. Then. But that's all I gotta say, bro.
Nah, that's spot. That's real.
Yeah.
That's real.
Yo, so can I want to speak about the flag thing that what you was talking about, right? Where you said that Caribbean people, you know, because and this is something that I was getting on before. Like, there's always a different wave of immigration that's coming in,
Yeah.
and so because of that, and there's different kind of like Caribbean people. You have the one who were born here and went to school with American kids and they speak American, but then you have the ones that come over, and obviously people gonna have pride for where they come from and want to identify or identifier to say, oh, okay, you Jamaican, okay, I'm Jamaican too. Oh, you Haitian, you see what I'm saying? So, but mind you, even when it was going on, I knew that, you know, in my mind, I always felt like people could feel a way about it. You see what I'm saying? But I don't think it was like in a way of to separate. I think it was like, it's like a person who reps the Bronx,
Yeah.
different from somebody who rep Brooklyn. That's just where they from. Everybody love where they from.
Right. We know that. We understand that. You know.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying or whatever. You know, but it's different. If you say the Bronx and Brooklyn, it's still different. It's almost like when you say I'm from the Bronx and I'm from Brooklyn, that's more of like competitiveness. Like we better than y'all. You understand what I'm saying? The you know, ethnicity thing, that's something totally different. So it's not even a comparison. But to get to your point, when you say it's different from, you know, Caribbeans who were born here, went to school here or whatever, how about this? I know a Jamaican girl or whatever who she was born here, even her mother was born here, and she would tell me that West Indians used to talk about us and say that we're dirty, our houses are dirty, and we're lazy. So talk about that, and I guarantee you, whether you want to admit it or not, that you and your people done sat there and talk about black. So be real
And
now.
guess what?
Are you gonna admit that?
Guess what? She probably right. She probably did.
Exactly. So that's my
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
That's my
She
point. And
probably
I didn't
right.
want to say nothing earlier, but
She
since you wanted
probably heard
to,
the people in her house say that, but not everybody was saying that. You
well,
see what
put
I'm
it
saying?
this way. Put it this
We
way.
got wind back. We got wind back. That, you know what I mean. The conversations that was going on.
Yes, and it ain't just from her. I just made a
Well,
point.
no,
It
I'm not
ain't
saying.
just her.
Now, mind
It
you,
wasn't
I'm
just
not
her
saying
that
that
told me
there
that.
wasn't conversations going on
And we
because
didn't. Yeah,
there were conversations going on in the Caribbean
of
community
course,
where
of
Caribbeans
course.
made themselves distinct from African Americans. But you
Okay,
know, so
yeah.
I can't defend that because you understand, because it never felt right to comfortable when I saw it either.
Okay, and I'm
You see what I'm
glad
saying?
Yo, who you
you feel
trying to
that
please
way.
though? Are you trying to please white America? Who you trying to please? Who you playing for? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Absolutely, and you can see
see,
how some
see,
people
my
could
thing
have
is
yeah.
this, like, that's why I say, like, the way different black people act is a reason why. You understand? And all of it stemmed from slavery. That's why you have the ghettos here in America a certain way, but in the Caribbean is also a certain way. Also, there was a brother that said earlier that the Caribbean people, like as if you know we didn't go through the same pain of slavery and different stuff like that. Because some people don't know that. But in the Caribbean, yes, the white people left a little bit earlier. They weren't over black people back like that. But what happened was is that they left a system to micromanage the people and to keep the people poor. And so because of that poverty, that shit messed up a lot of people in the Caribbean, and it's the same thing with Africa. But where Africa is even worse because Africa, look up. I mean, look at the way some parts of Africa is. It's like they left a system in place to micromanage the people and keep the people real poor. And so because of that, the people are very aggressive and niggly. That's a word for me. You know what I mean? And so I mean, in some way, that's why I like the conversation because at least for the people that are here, at least for the people that have a brain, they could talk about it and try to get to the root of some of these issues so that it don't affect people going forward. But these are issues. The same thing like with the South American. If you notice, a lot of the South Americans, even with the Latinos, you know, yes, black people and Latinos weren't always perfect, but as time go on, to me, I feel like it gets more and more anti-black the more wave of people that come in. You see what I'm saying? Where
They get
people look
more
down
what?
on
You
black
say?
people, anti-black.
Oh, okay.
Well, they got personal issues, man. I mean, we created pro-blackness to get tight. See, the foreigners don't understand pro-blackness like that. Like, and it's an underground type of thing. Like, we created it to get tight, to not have to worry about the white man, what he thinking, and his system over oppressing us. We got tight together. You know what I'm saying? But now, when y'all get money and get these positions and stuff, now is when your true colors and stuff start to come out.
Well, that's not necessarily true because remember, a lot of the black people. There's a lot of black people that got money who are of Caribbean descent that don't mess with Caribbean people, that don't even associate with Caribbean people. Biggie was like that. You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
not
So you
as
got
far as him not associating with,
so
I
it's
don't
not
think
it's
so.
not it's not the money thing. It's not the money thing. Trust me. There's Caribbean people who don't want to
That is
identify
true.
with Caribbean people. There's Caribbean females that would not date a Caribbean nigga for nothing in the world. They would prefer
That's
an
fact.
African American nigga
Yeah,
over a Caribbean nigga any day.
yeah, that's
and
true.
vi- and vice versa too. As vice versa too, and the thing is too. Like I said, you said that you got some Caribbeans that they get money like the brother said from New York. You got some people that start turning their nose up on people, like you know what I'm saying, and think they better. Like you know what I mean. Like then that's like where I worked at. And I used to work in a hotel, and I used to hear some Caribbean people. They were talking like they were better because they had a good job. They was in the 1199 union, so they were talking like they were better than people that were here already, and that's not right because you could come from somewhere else, and then and then from your hard work, yeah, you might surpass somebody who been here all of that time or whatever. But turning your nose up, like you better than them and stuff like that, that's not right. You know what I mean? That's
It
that's
just
that's
caused
not right.
further division. It just caused further
Yeah.
division, but saying within the black diaspora, that doesn't have to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and then when you talk about other, it gets passed down when you talk about other ethnicities and stuff like that, and they, you know what I mean, and you passing it down to your kids. That's straight ignorance, man. You know what I mean? Because then what you think they're gonna most likely pass it down to their kids if they don't have the right mentality to say, you know what, that's not right. I'm not passing on what I was taught. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that people should be grateful and bowing down to us, but you got to understand we went through a lot. So now when we see a person like Fat Joe and he talk about whoever these broke niggas are because you got money, remember where that money came from. It came from our support or whatever. Because when you came in the rap, when your ass came in the rap game, see, he's a true definition of a snake. He came up under black dudes that wasn't his crew, and people don't understand or whatever. That wasn't his crew, his everyday hangout crew. He still had his Puerto Rican crew. When he was with DITC, that was music and business. People
That's
that don't live
facts.
in the Bronx, they think, oh well, he had a black crew. No, he did not have that was a business crew or whatever.
Absolutely.
Either way, he came up underneath them or whatever. And then when it was time, that's when Latinos this and Boricua
Terror
and all of
Squad.
this. All that. And why you think and another thing that was playing in front of people's face, why you think he never put a black person on? Why you think so? And some bozos would say, well, he put Remy Ma on. Do your research. He did not put Remy Ma on. Or whatever. He did not put Remy Ma on. A couple of bozos on some other channels. He put Remy Ma. He did not put Remy Ma on.
Nah,
Big
he didn't
Pun
put
did
Remy
that.
Ma on. Pun did that.
Big Pun
Shout
did
out to
that.
Pun. Shout out to Chris Rivers. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Now Pun, he truly messed with blacks. He was a real one or whatever. Just like some other Puerto Rican brothers that are genuine with us. Fat Joe's not one of them. He is what you call a freaking snake or whatever. He didn't put nobody black on, even though blacks put him on or whatever. We got a million black. I know people personally that tried to get on through a go between, never got on. The Bronx is full of rappers. You know what I'm saying? Full of rappers. Plenty blacks tried to get on through Fat Joe, through somebody that knew him, got the runaround, never got on. He been in the game over 30 years, didn't put one black person on or whatever. Then some weirdo are going to try to say, oh, well, God bless the brother that just passed away that was Terror Squad or what. Oh, well, I said, well, what was his role in Terror Squad then if he put him on? What was his role or whatever? And make no mistakes, Archie Bunker had black friends, but he was a bigot. He had a black friend, rather, he was a bigot.
Yeah.
People call
Archie
Donald
Bunker, yeah.
Trump racist all the time, right? Wasn't he with black rappers and entertainers 20 years ago? But they call him racist, right? So let's not try to act like somebody who dislike a certain race won't deal with them, you know what I mean? Or put up with them for their own personal reasons or whatever. So let's not
That's
try
why.
to act, huh?
Nah, that's facts.
Exactly. So let's not try to act like this is still America at the end of the day. You still have to deal, even if you're nothing but a straight bigot, you still have to deal with other races or whatever to a certain extent. But when you go home or you close that door or when you with your crew, your real feelings come out. You know what I'm saying? Your real feel.
Right.
So it kind of cringy when I've seen him throughout the years, knowing who I know who he is with black dudes, and that's my brother, yo. That's my brother. Like, yo, that dude is a snake. And not only that, he doesn't like black people. He's a selfish dude. He don't care about nobody or whatever. And that's another reason why people keep rocking with him. Or why people rocking with him. Pun family was in the shelter. It was in a shelter or whatever. And her whole argument from
Yeah, I
day
remember
one, she
Eliza
knew the
Rios
money wasn't right. Yes, she knew the money wasn't right. From day one, that was her argument. And he lying about he gave her all of this money and all of that. He got put on blast by the lawyer. Where's that $1 million? You said, show us a receipt for that $1 million you claim or whatever. Even if that bank is closed, another bank took over for it. Show us a receipt where that money came, that $1 million came from. The dude is a freaking snake, bro, or whatever. He don't care about nobody but himself, man, or whatever. Whatever, man. I can't stand the dude. To be honest, bro.
I
I
feel
can't
you, bro.
stand the dude. So I'm kind of happy he's getting exposed. Not kind of, I'm very happy he's getting exposed. Only problem I got is Puerto Ricans as a whole getting dragged into it, and then Caribbeans or whatever, because I've been seeing a lot of Caribbeans in the comment sticking up for him because He's a manipulator. When he had that interview, he tried to, oh yeah, anybody that's not Black American, they don't want to hear Jamaican, Guyanese. He's a very crafty snake, but he's not smart. You know what I'm saying? And he tried to, I see how he tried to cause a divide, and I think that went over a lot of people's heads. So now, in all of these lives and all of these comments, I see a lot of
Yeah,
people that aren't Black American that side with this chump.
yeah.
You know what I'm
That's
saying? And he thought you know what I mean? He thought he was smart. Only thing that Tariq Nasheed, Lord Jamar, they were just trying to set the record straight. I haven't seen them, really trying to bash. Oh, y'all too this to not have contribute. Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, y'all Puerto Ricans, y'all couldn't do freaking break dance and sandals. I didn't hear that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't hear him say that. You know what I mean? He was just being honest. But I just think like us as Black Americans and Caribbean Americans and everybody else or whatever, you need to stop indirectly alienating yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, a lot of FBAs are under the pressure that everybody want to be separate once they got their numbers up. When you hear a heart surgeon, that did this for the first time, they gonna highlight that he's Nigerian. You hear a brain surgeon that just cured this out. You gonna see the highlight that he's Jamaican. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, hold up. It's almost like, oh, I see the play. I see what y'all doing. So you know what? Now we need to start doing that. And
Right.
that's how a lot of people are starting to feel now. That's just the truth. You know what I'm saying? That's just the truth. But shout out to the other Haitian brother that's in the stage, because I like the way he spoke. You know what I mean? He's not with the separation or nothing like that. Shout out to him.
facts.
Yeah.
Good luck, good luck, good luck. Yo, let me ask you a question, right? Yo, let me ask you a question real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you were saying something about the Caribbeans getting ahead. I kind of agree with you on that, because in the Caribbeans, when we do go in the sea, we do have a way of getting ahead, right? But that's because the Caribbeans getting help from the government. But let me ask you, as a FBA, right? Who you think your bigger enemy is? Would you consider that the government your bigger enemy? Would you consider the FBA needs to have their own government instead of being under the same white people that's oppressing them? Would you think that they should have their own government?
I can't say that because we can't even get along with each other. You know what I mean? So if we even
It's
have
not
a
about.
whole
It's not, it's
government
not about.
right now,
It's
it
about.
might
It's
go to
about.
crumbles.
No, no. We're
I
gonna
think
ask you
we
that. It's
need.
about like. It's about like. I
I like.
understand like. No, listen. I understand like, what I'm saying, FBA, Foundation of Black American, like that's y'all land, but having a land and you have no government in the land, when you under a government that's oppressing you, would you consider yourself still kind of in a different form of slavery?
I wouldn't say that. As far as to what you said about government, I think we need a stronger representation or whatever, and not a
But you
coon
still will be
to
working with
represent
the
us to start
oppressor. You
with.
still
Just to
you still will be working with the oppressor though. You still
yeah,
will be working under somebody that's gonna keep you unto a certain level that do not want you to rise up. What
okay,
is the
but
point? Don't you think having your own government would be the like
at
your own
this,
police station, your own bank, your own, what I'm saying? Just like they got their own, FBA got their own as well. Their own
well, I'm gonna tell
military,
you
their
like
own
this.
Navy SEAL, their own everything.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this. If I had to say, you know what? If I had to make a choice right now and it would count and it made a difference right now, I would say no, because we not ready for that right now. We got to get our own things together first
I agree with
or
you. You
whatever.
right.
We got to get our stuff together first. We don't even, a lot of us don't even like each other, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like a lot of us, we don't even support each other as far as businesses and stuff like that is concerned or whatever. You know what I mean? I think we got a lot a building to go. Like Tupac said before, he said we wasn't ready to have a black president or whatever because we wasn't ready. We gotta start from the bottom and get our ish together first before we could have, somebody in place or whatever that's going to really, you know what I mean? But I do agree. Yes, we do. We should have our own government and stuff like that. But I think we need a stronger representation first. Just to start, just to just jump up, and that's just how I don't think we're ready for that as a people, as far as right now. But as the overall goal, I would think so. Yeah, because then we will have our best interests. Just like, to be honest, like the new lady that's got hired as the head of the congressional Black caucus. She's Jamaican, and I saw that on one of the channels and the other day on YouTube and or whatever, and he read out one of her goals is immigration. You understand what I'm saying? Now she's Black, she's Jamaican, but if one of her big goals is immigration, how's that helping Blacks in America? You understand what I'm saying? Or whatever, because you get put in place, but you like, you know what? And that's just how a lot of people are. You know what? My interest is really, she ain't gonna come out and just say Jamaica, but immigration is gonna benefit Jamaica at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So
Well,
I
let
just
me let
think
me ask
we
you this,
need
right? Do you think
stronger representation.
FBA ready for reparation?
Say it again.
Do you
Say it
think
again.
the FBA already? Do you think the FBA are ready for reparation?
Um uh I think I think
Ready?
some people are, but I don't think everybody is or whatever. Like me, I do, I save my money a lot or whatever. I'm not into, spending, and I never was into that. But some people
But
are.
let
You
let
understand?
me
But
ask you this.
however, if they get compensated, that it's up to them to do whatever they want to do with it. You know what I'm saying?
I look at it like this: we never got our 40 acres and a mule. So if we ready for it or not, it's owed to us. Give me my motherfucking shit.
Exactly.
Give me my
It's just like
motherfucking shit. Don't worry about it.
just like a
About
lawsuit.
let's say, hold on. Let me ask you this, right? Let's say they do give it to y'all, right? Being that y'all don't have your own banks, y'all don't have your own businesses, everything y'all gonna spend is gonna go right back to them anyway.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Give me my shit. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. Now he might be right. I think a high percentage is going to go right into. I
It
would
don't even
agree.
matter. It don't
It
even
don't
matter what
matter.
the
Yes,
future
it
hold.
don't.
Give me my shit.
Yes, but I definitely think it shouldn't just be money. It should probably be other things like healthcare. All of us don't have healthcare. I'm glad that I've worked for a great company that has excellent healthcare. All of us don't have health, so it shouldn't just be money. Even if people think money is the most important out of everything, it shouldn't just be that. As far as I'm concerned, but I'm not making the
Nah, it
decisions
shouldn't
anyway.
just be
So
money, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, it shouldn't just be money. But some people,
Whenever I'm
yeah.
old, give me all my stuff. Whether money, real estate, all of it. Give it all of it.
Yes. And see, this the first time. See, even with the Haitian brother, like the question you asked, do you think they ready for it and it's just gonna get spent? See, that's the problem too. What a lot of FBA's been feeling, other ethnicities are against it because they not gonna benefit from it. And I don't think that's right. You know what I mean? Or whatever,
But yeah, but non Black Americans shouldn't benefit from it.
You
Yeah,
okay.
They shouldn't.
Yeah,
we
you're
not
right.
gonna patronize. We're not gonna patronize the people who've been dissing us.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
remember.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you're not an FBA, you shouldn't benefit from it.
Yeah. So
I ain't gonna spend no money
okay.
with you.
So, and then also too, I guess everybody got an opinion. You can't stop people from having an opinion. But why are people that aren't FBA so opinionated about it and saying, "Oh, all they're gonna do"? I've been hearing that for years. Oh, all they're gonna do is
Scared.
just spend it up, and you in the comments, or you got Vlad talking about it, which is none of his business or whatever. You know what I mean? All they're gonna do is spend it.
They
No,
scared.
yo, listen. If I'm owed a lawsuit or whatever, that's my money. I get to do whatever I want with it, even if I'm going to screw it up. My boy just got a nice amount of money not too long ago. It's gone now. That was his choice. That's what he wanted to do with it. You know
Right.
what I mean? I try to steer him other ways, but he did what he
Some
wanted to do with it.
some of us might get together and cop a small country. Who knows?
Could be. You never know. I'm pretty sure a lot of FBAs are going to do great things with that. I believe so a lot because you got some that are doing great things without that. So I think they only going to continue, to do great things. But I definitely think it's wrong for people to have a negative mindset about it and say, oh, all they're going to do is spend it up and all of that. You know what I mean? They
No,
got their
bro.
right.
Yeah, they got their right. I don't care what people think, man. People
Yeah.
can have their mind and opinion about anything, but what's owed to me is owed to me, or what's mine is mine. You know what I'm saying? You can think about whatever you want, like have your
Yeah.
thoughts and opinions, but give
Yes.
me my stuff.
Yeah, and some people, you know what? A lot of people are looking at, and when I see comments, some people actually thinking, "Oh, blacks are begging, or they getting a handout. They want a handout." Yo, listen, when you built something, and when you built something from the grassroots, if you built a company from the grassroots or whatever, and whatever happened afterwards, you still owed something from that. Especially if big companies that see a lot of those things though it wasn't companies or corporations back then that benefit off that. Now they're billion-trillion-dollar companies based off of that slavery that happened 400. People don't understand how
Factory
deep
labor.
it is.
Yeah, it's old to us. We never got the 40 acres and a mule, nothing like, you know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And all the people got rich and everything. We all died. We got poorer.
Yes, and look, we stuck in, and then it's good. Some of us are fortunate enough to rise up, but a lot of us are stuck in affordable housing and in the projects and stuff like that. When the people who benefited and they keep getting passed down for over 400, they living good off that. They living good off of that foundation that was built back then. They still eating off that right now still while people are starving. You know what I'm saying? They eating. So when people talk about welfare, welfare is a drop in a bucket to what they supposed to give up. That's a drop in a bucket. And it ain't just us on welfare. It's whites on welfare too. Or whatever. You know what I mean? And when you go around the country, you start seeing that, the population ain't so dark. I've been around the country a few times. The population ain't so dark when you start moving around or whatever. And they on welfare. They on welfare. You know what I mean? So, I seen it. It was sad to see. I saw a West Indian brother on the news. Um, when they in here in New York, the state start talking about it. They putting a committee together. But I want to say about three months ago, the city are now supposedly coming together with the state to talk about reparations, and they were just interviewing random people in the street. And a guy, I can't say where he was from, but I could tell he had a West Indian accent. And when they interviewed him, and he was like, I don't think they should get reparations, if it's not going to benefit everybody. If any, so his thing was he's not going to get it, so then we shouldn't get it. And that was bad to see, and there's that mindset that's not just coming from him or whatever, to where it caused a divide, and it's causing a divide with that mindset. You understand what I'm saying? Like that
Yeah.
why is that's fair? I'm pretty sure if you're wherever he's from, his country, y'all owed something too.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all owed
Everybody
something
got to
too.
fight for their reparations, man. Everybody got to
Yeah,
fight for what's owed to them. It's not
yeah,
an in-house fight. It's not an in-house fight amongst us. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? We got to fight the systems.
And what people don't understand, like in California, remember, I mean, in San Francisco, they was proposing 5 million that was like a couple years ago, to every black person that background came from slavery in San Francisco or whatever. I don't know where those talks are at now, but people don't understand. If San Francisco gets it, what you think is going to start happening all around? Everybody else going to start getting it. So what you think if America gets it? What you think other people? What's going to start happening in other places? You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. It's gonna
So
start a
people don't.
trickle effect. So root for it.
Yes. So people don't understand, you know what I mean? When people start following other people and pressure, you got to remember. Now when America get their pressure, then guess what? England going to start getting pressured. You know what I'm saying? England going to start getting pressured for what they did in those islands. You understand? So
Exactly.
people not
And that's
looking
why they
at the
try to
big
throw
picture.
righteousness
Exactly. But yo,
and our
you know
whole
what? That's why I think like you can hear me. That's why I think like would be a good idea if like those Caribbeans were trying to get to understand what they're be trying to do, because it will benefit them too
Yeah.
as well in the long run.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And just let's not forget this. Let's not act like, you know what I mean. We don't have, American brothers and sisters dating Caribbean brothers and sisters here that are partners. So if I get you, you're my partner. You understand what I'm saying? So to try to act, that just don't make no sense. You know what I mean? We frequent these places as well too. We frequent Black Americans. We love West Indian food. We always in these spots. We always spending our money. So it's going to be a good thing if it benefits us one way or another. You know what I'm saying? If we get that, it's not going to just, you know what I mean, benefit us. It's going, the money's going to move around. You know what I'm saying? The money's going to move around. Like I said, I know people that date, you know what I mean? I got family members or whatever who's married or dating somebody from the West Indies. So if they get it, guess what? It's going to benefit him or her, and then some of that money starts spreading around. So
yeah.
we're in the same community. So just to have that mentality, I'm not going to get it, so you shouldn't get it. That's super weird. Like,
weirdo mentality,
yeah,
right?
yeah, that's weird. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know.
man.
Yeah.
So just somebody had a question right here. Mark Miller, so can you ask the panel if they know about the Back to Africa movement in the 60s?
Well, see, I'm with that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Even though my body is here in America, my mind is in Africa. You know what I'm saying? I want foundational black Americans to also build with Africa and build up Africa. You know what I'm saying? That's just me personally.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. I agree with that. I
Yeah.
agree. I just think people. I just think when people need to, be open to working with other people and don't. It's cool when you come here, especially people come from Africa. They cling on to other people in Africa. They help each other and stuff, and that's the way it's supposed to be. And I love that about Africans, how they pull each other up. You know what I mean? They help each other, and they invite them and they crowd the house. I know some African people who do, so I know how they do that. They bring, the neighbor that lived in Africa. It ain't necessarily got to be a family member or whatever. Their son will come. You know what I mean? He'll land. They'll give him room on board and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's cool. I like that. But don't close yourself off to, working with us as well too. You know what I mean? And don't do that. Don't put yourself in a box like that. Because we got some good, you know what I mean? We got some good brothers and sisters that's from here that love everybody and willing to help everybody and do what we can. But you know what I mean? But I like the way Africans do that. I like how they do that.
But yeah, the Back to Africa movement happened in the 60s with the
Wasn't who
Nigeria.
started that? Then Marcus Garvey started that, right? He wanted people to go back to
That was
huh?
earlier on, but in the 60s, it's
No, I'm saying he started that though, Marcus
yeah, he
Garvey.
started it. Yeah, he
Yeah,
started it.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I think? I think it would be a good idea for the Haitian and the FBA to get together and go after the Clintons to help the Haitian get that earthquake money.
Yeah, I remember I heard. Explain that to me, because I remember I heard that they got off with some big amount of
Got off
money.
with a
What
lot of
exactly
money.
happened?
Right, yeah. Is it a GoFundMe or something like that? And then they got a bunch of donation money for that. They never
Yeah,
give
and they
it.
didn't give back, right? And they kept
That's a
the money.
fact. The Clinton is holding on to all that money, man. They ain't
How much was it? How much was it? They saying he took.
I don't know how much it was exactly, but
Yeah, nah, it was billions of dollars. It was so yeah, it was when the earthquake happened, all of the donations that was coming in, they stole all that money, and then there is a medal out there. It's like I can't remember what the name of it, but it's like the richest metal in the world.
Mm.
And there's only two places on earth where it's found. And one is in the mountains of Haiti, and the next one is somewhere in, I want to say South Africa or the Congo or something like that.
Mm.
And but Haiti got like damn near a whole mountain of it, and it's what they use to make for the space station, because it's the only metal that you could heat it up, but it don't. It could take like a whole lot of heat and don't self destruct. And so they basically over there, they basically raping that shit. That along with all the other minerals. Then also too, there was the whole situation with the kids. I don't know. I don't want to talk too much on the internet about that, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to be on it.
Yeah, but you know what too? What I've been seeing a lot lately, back with the hip hop stuff, is a lot of the clips been going around with Busta Rhymes about what he was saying, what he was saying. I just thought that was weird of Busta, man. I mean, I remember when Busta came out, and it was probably early '90s. Probably later on when I found out he was Jamaican, but it was never okay, he's Jamaican. It was never like looked at Busta any different because he's Jamaican. So it was weird to like his music all of these years and to hear him speak the way he spoke. Did any of you guys see that clip?
He messed his career up with that.
yeah, we
Real
seen
bad.
that it was he was saying that Black Americans don't have culture or something like that.
Yeah, and he bond and he said, yeah, us and Latins, they use all our shit and
Our culture is hip hop. Our culture is soul. You know what I'm saying? Like we have culture. They borrowed from it to make hip hop.
I just thought it was I just think it was really strange, just the timing. He made all of these millions of dollars because don't make no mistake, in order to be successful in hip hop or whatever, Black Americans got to co-sign you and rock with you, no matter what. When you first coming up, so just to make his money, and then come and say that I just thought that was just weird, man. What he feels like, he's at the end of his rope anyway, and he made all his money he needed to make, so he don't really care. This how he really felt from when he first came out with Leaders in the New School. This how he really felt.
And a lot
Cause
of these dudes,
yeah,
man.
cause
A lot of these-
I don't when you a racist and or what is the word we would use when you're not racist, but when you're against other ethnicities, whatever that word,
Bigoted
a
or
bigot, right? So when that don't start in your Buster's what in his 50s now, so that don't start in your 50s.
But
You,
now, mind you, I don't think Busta is against African Americans or hate African Americans. I think with the I think what the issue is that because of you know the narrative, because the hip hop history that was taught for the last 50 years is that hip hop was created by Cool Herc and Grandmaster Flash
Yeah.
and Bambaataa. And
Yeah.
so with those three guys coming from the Caribbean, and with Cool Herc being from Jamaica, they used to say that, well, hip hop started in Jamaica. So, um, but there was never no context given. So when people hear the narrative, like especially people from the Caribbean, like, or Jamaicans, like they actually felt like, okay, they hear it, even though they don't know the background about what was going on. They just ran with, okay, hip hop started in Jamaica. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know,
I think
I
the DJing, I think it's elements to that makes hip hop. I think the rapper is American. You know what I'm saying? American black. African American is, a major part of the rap part of hip hop. As far as dancing and stuff, a lot of the Spanish have contributed to that with the break dancing and stuff. And as far as like Kool Herc was a DJ, dance hall and all that, I think was going on before hip hop.
right, because what Cool Herc did, Cool Herc extended the break beat. So what they would do, because it's all African American stuff. All Cool Herc did was he knew that the dancers like to dance to the break beats. So like if a James Brown song played, there was a part in the song where it would where James Brown won't be singing and it would just be the beat. So
Right.
what Cool Herc did, he found a way to extend that so that to keep the break dancers dancing. So that's what they or what people who taught that history for the last 50 years. Mind you, there was other people doing it, but the reason why they didn't get the credit was because they did it in discos and they did it in a disco setting where people who wore sneakers and sweatshirts couldn't get into those events. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And I agree with you. That's almost like
Mhm.
perfectly said. You know what I mean? But see, all right, just say for just make an argument. Just say Cool Herc, he invented hip hop. Just say that. It's not true, but let's just say that, right? Okay, all right. He invented hip hop in America using, funk soul beats or whatever, you know what I mean? So he's one person, right? So just to credit, oh, Jamaicans made hip hop. Just say all what I said is true. Jamaicans made hip hop or whatever. Jamaicans or a guy from Jamaica that came and, started hip hop. But to go back to what really happened, he's credited for the first hip hop party, right? Supposed to be 1973, right? It's a YouTube channel that I just found or whatever, and it's a great channel. It don't even have a lot of subs on it. Forgot the name of it. I just found it 2 days ago, where Herc is speaking and saying, hip hop started in 1970. So this is he's credited for starting hip hop in 1973. This is out of his mouth. He said, "Yeah, hip hop started in 1970." See, even when you got the guy Crazy Legs, when he's arguing and he has this beef with Lord Jamar, you can't change history no matter what. They got him on tape when he was a youngster. You know what I mean? Saying, yeah, that you on the same channel. Yeah, hip hop. Yeah, yeah. They used to call that the Monano dance or whatever. You know what I mean? Then we start doing it. You
Right.
understand what I'm saying? So then you had another guy. I think it was the New York City Breakers. They had him, and these are all interviews from like the '80s, right? So he's saying, yeah, blacks, they were doing it. Then us Puerto Ricans, we took to the dance. You understand what I'm saying, or whatever? And this channel, I wish I knew the channel. So matter of fact, let me see while I'm on it if I could, get you guys
Yeah,
the
find
channel
that.
so
You
y'all
can
can
just
go see it.
put it up in the chat.
Let me
A
look
little
for
pin.
it now. So it's like, you can't lie on video. You can't take back what you said on video before was a whole argument. You understand what I'm saying? So you can't say, well, yeah, I know I said that in 1985, but this is the real. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. Even if you want to, it's already documented. It's on camera. Too late.
Right. People just don't want to give credit. You give credit at a certain point. Now you don't. Now you want to discredit. Like
Yeah.
all their influences is black people. Like what is going on?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it's not listen, and to argue with it, it's not wrong with you saw it's just like how drill music is today. You know, kids that are coming up 13, 14, 15, they see the music, they gravitate towards, some of them become rappers. That's what kids do.
Right.
Hispanics, they saw it, they saw the music, they gravitate toward, they joined in. It's nothing wrong with that. It's not wrong with that. It's not wrong. See, that's what I'm saying. This dude, Fat Joe's, he's a troublemaker. Nobody ever, it was never even an argument till this guy came around saying, yo, blacks and Hispanics created hip hop 50-50. You know, and this guy's just like a habitual liar. Like, I know Forest Projects. I've been there. Oh, yeah, my neighborhood was 80% black. That's lies, man. You're lying. You're lying. Guy's a liar, bro. And I doubt if people were calling him. He's such a liar. I doubt if they were calling him nigga. He probably seen people saying it and joined in. That's pretty much what he did, or whatever. He started. I'm doubt if they call some freaking blonde head, blue eyes the nigga, or whatever. He joined in. He joined in like everybody else. That's how kids see. They see other people that doing certain things. They join in. So his excuse is they was calling him nigga or whatever when he was a little kid. So then and the thing about it, I was born in the '70s or whatever. I'm in my '40s. Freaking nigga wasn't that popular in the '80s or whatever amongst Spanish kids. So he's lying. Even in the '90s, early '90s, it wasn't that popular among Spanish kids. They start, coming on to that later on. So he's older than me. He's born in I think '71 or something like that. He's a liar, bro. Dude's just you. How can anybody even believe him from these stories he even be telling that he be telling these amazing superhero stories, man? This dude is a weirdo. That's the thing. And people, you see people in the comments, yo, Fat Joe's real. Yo, listen.
He created that whole persona though. His rap persona is a real dude. Like gangster Fat
Listen,
Joe
bro.
rap.
Listen. I'm not here to discredit his gangsterism, but he's nothing like he's saying he is, bro. Anybody could be super hard and super tough when you with 1,000 people.
Right.
How many times as any of you guys heard him say he was by himself? Matter of fact, I'm lying. He just said it. He was 10 years old. He bring a machete out for a guy that was trying to rape a girl and cut him. That was like 7 feet tall, and he was 10 years old. So yeah, when he was 10 years old or whatever, he thugged it out by himself. We all believe that. But other than that, all his stories, he's with a bunch of dudes. He's a 57-year-old man who's moving around with this tough talk. Yo, listen, when I was when I was a kid, 30 was over the hill. You was an old man at 30. Now, being that it's this hip hop culture and everybody's still wearing hats and sneakers, I understand is a little different now. But at what point you say I need to stop doing the same things I was doing when I was 20? Talking like I'm a tough guy. He just talking about Dame a few months ago. Oh, Dame know what it is with me. I remember the old timers, the '90s. They used to get together every so often and come hang on the avenue. You know what I'm saying? Chill. Now the old timers is in front of the store every day now, hanging out. You know what I'm saying? 40s, 50s, even 60s on the corner now. It's crazy now how the world is. So it doesn't. So in the '90s, people would have looked at a Fat Joe talking his gangsters stuff at the '50s. They would have looked at him like an alien. Now it's like normal. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's normal now to see somebody in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. You know what I mean? Talking like they 20 years old or whatever. It's the world is he right. His new album, The World Changed. Yeah, the world did change. the, The world did change because I remember was this dude in Patterson Projects, this older Spanish dude. 20 years ago, this dude was fly. He used to be having all the levers on or whatever, the Jordans, fly, just like all the other young dudes. But when you looked at him in his face, he looked at 70. He looked like he was 70 in his face. That was an outlier. That was weird back then. You know what I'm saying? You didn't see that. Now everybody old as fuck with Jordans on with their hat backwards now, and it's acceptable. That's kind of weird to me too. Like when a dude's gonna grow up, like at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like it's nothing wrong, because that's what hip hop is too. Is the style, is the way you dressed. You know what I'm saying? It's the way you had your sneakers. So growing up in that, you know what I'm saying? I could still understand how people could, would dress right now or whatever. No problem with that. But just the way people are moving like him. Like, you know what I'm saying? 54 years old and you still, showing ignorance or whatever and preaching it. Like, it's weird, man. This shit is just weird. Like, I understand, okay, you grew up, you supposed to be hip hop. All right, we understand. But you dress like a kid too. Like, dress like a kid. Dress like a kid, bro.
All about Jordans and bullshit, right? Well, it's all about the Jordans and the bullshit, right? That he be wearing.
Yeah, dude is
Khaled. Well, Khaled don't say it though. Khaled don't say that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Khaled ever said it or not or anything like that. But like I said, man,
He
just to
deals with a lot
highlight.
of Caribbeans, so
Huh?
he deals with a lot of Caribbeans, so
Yeah. Like I said, but besides Fat Joe, like I said, because like I said, I feel he's a racist, right? But like I said, Puerto Ricans growing up with that in the Bronx or whatever, all right, we understand or whatever. So, but you on major platforms saying that word, and people told you they had a problem with it. No, never mind. Never mind. You're not black at all. Never mind how you grew up and all of this. Like you acting
you
you
said they
acting
have
like
a
you
problem with it, and he didn't care, right? He
he
was
didn't
like, yo,
care. You dismissing it, like because that's what
that's
that's
crazy.
to me that
Where
to
you
me
do that
points
at?
directly to the racist in him, where he don't care how black people feel, and people didn't really that went over people's heads. You know what I mean? Is that he don't care about
Right.
you. He don't care about how you feel. You know what I'm saying? Now, anybody that so-called love black people the way he claims, because he's the biggest nigga lover out there, let him tell it, right? He loves black people or whatever, let him tell it. But if you had any love for black people, like you say you did, you would consider their feelings and you would have left the word alone. So that right there shows you another reason that shows you who he really is. You know what I'm saying? Somebody just told me yesterday he got a song at when all this was going on, when he was using that word, when people was going at him 2 years ago, he had a song that came out afterwards. I'm not sure because I never heard it where he's purposely mocking it and kept saying nigga at one of the end of his songs. The guy was supposed to send me the song yesterday. One of my friends, when we was talking about this whole thing yesterday, and I told him I never heard it because I don't listen to this guy's music or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't listen to this guy's music, but that just goes to show you he has no respect. He don't care about you or whatever. He does not like you. You know what I mean? Because New York is a drop in a bucket compared to the country, and people around the country wasn't people from New York. It was people around the country that had a problem with that. He just didn't care, and it's only one reason why I could say why he don't care. You understand what I'm saying? Like, like Eminem, you know what I'm saying? If Eminem grew up in New York, people would not care. The same way they don't care because he grew up in New York, Fat Joe ain't Spence. If Eminem grew up in New York and was trying to say that, they wouldn't care about that either. And it's the same way. And a lot of people do see him as a white boy. or whatever.
Right.
You know what I mean? They do see him as a white boy, and he should acknowledge that too. Even though he's using this Puerto Rican thing, people see you as a white person using this word or whatever, and he just don't care. And there's nobody around him to say, to tap him on the shoulder and say, "Yo, listen, bro, we understand what you claim you came from and what you been through and who you grew up with." But people are having a problem with that. We need you to refrain from using that word. Just out of respect. Not that you scared, because we all know you the toughest guy in the world, but just out of respect, stop using the word. There's
Right.
nobody around him that could tell him that. Nobody? Not one person?
Right. Crazy.
That's crazy. That's crazy. When you put it like that.
Yeah. Not one person could tell him, yo, stop using that word. I think you should stop. It's not about you being tough or, you know what I mean, or not being tough or whatever. Just stop using that a word. It offends a lot of people. You know what I mean? It's people who know somebody who knows somebody that was a slave. My great grandmother was born in 1912.
Right.
So I knew her. She died in 2004. I knew my great grandmother. I went to her house a lot of times. I'm mad I didn't get to pick her brain, or I wasn't on that level to be able to ask her about her mother or her grandmother. So
Right.
I know somebody who knows somebody or whatever that was a slave. You understand what I'm saying? So imagine somebody who's in their 70s or whatever, who's even closer to slavery than I was. They don't like that word. You understand what I'm saying? They're from the South. My grandmother's from Georgia. My great grandmother's from Georgia. So you got some people that despise that word, forget how cool it sounds and what ghettos is being used in. There's people who despise that. You know what I'm saying? We got elders, you know what I mean, that's here in this country or whatever, who went through a lot in the 60s and the 50s or whatever, and that word was used, and they still alive today. You understand? So you disrespecting those people that's still here that were getting sticks and stones and get verbally abused, being called a nigga in the 50s and 60s and stuff like that. You disrespecting all of them. You know what I'm saying? You disrespecting all of them. So that's why I'm like, you know what? Even though I'm black, I grew up using that word. I got to stop using that word too, because I'm disrespecting my own people by doing that. You know what I'm saying? That really, words do hurt. And that's a word that hurted people back in the days. You know what I'm saying? Like hurted people. Forget slavery, that hurted people that's still alive in modern history. You know what I'm saying? In the 50s, the 60s, or 40s. You know what I mean? That word was used to demean people. You know what I'm saying? So you still using it, you violating. You violating. Come on, man. And forget, this excuse about, oh, well, black people use it and all of that. Forget all of that. They don't want you to use it. You're a public figure saying it on public, huge platforms. You know what I'm saying? You're a public figure on freaking Breakfast Club, on Math Hoppers, shows that got more than 1 million subscribers or whatever. So it's being echoed all over. Forget you know what I'm saying? Joe Smo on the corner using it. You know what I'm saying? You're a celebrity that's using it in the public with no regard for our ancestors or our elders. Straight up.
That's exactly what it is, man. So Fat Joe, he got to burn up,
Like he rich, he don't care, and he gonna try to shove it in everybody's face so he can do what he want. I think he need to be silenced though.
Listen, it's the same weirdo that went to jail for tax evasion, man. Stop acting like you know what I'm saying? You just got it blessed with a silver spoon. Cause I don't even believe you got the money you front like you got anyway. You know what I'm saying? I do not believe that you're probably doing better than the average working person or whatever through your little scams and your little plays, you know what I'm saying? And your little stuff that you getting, you know what I mean? Running around with the Democrats and all of that. We see what you doing. Like, people actually fell for, oh, he gave away $100,000 worth of sneakers. He gave away $100,000 worth of sneakers, but he can't give his friends money. His friends, all the people he done fell out. That's another thing too, where people when I see these clowns that's interviewing him that think he's so real. No, listen, anybody who falls out with everybody is a freaking snake, man. And he's somebody that falls out with everybody that been around him. You know what I'm saying? Who's the common denominator here? He fell out with everybody, bro. Everybody. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, we all know that. Well, the smart people know you didn't give out $100,000 worth of sneakers. Come on, bro. Dude don't got the money like he claim he got. He don't, and that's a fact. He don't got the money. And then let's not forget the story about how he got the store up NYC. If anybody don't know that, Google that. Do your history on that. You ain't have
Yeah.
no money.
Tell
You
us
ain't
about
have
that
no,
one.
huh?
Tell us about that one. I ain't hear about
It
that
was
one.
a young white kid who was a sneaker guy. He was into some underhanded stuff or whatever. So he was making money and stuff like that. So him and that guy, they was supposed to partner up on the store. This guy didn't have his money. You know what I'm saying? This is the first one that was in Washington Heights. This guy was going to remember he had those tax problems. He was evading taxes or whatever. You know what I mean? So he had problems or whatever when he came out. So his money was funny. That's when I don't know if you guys know, he was doing those scam seminars. Did anybody see him do those when he before he got back on with rap, before his rap career took back off with the All the Way Up song? He was doing those scam seminars, when you do the seminars and you talking to people and stuff. I forgot the name of the company he was working with or whatever, but he was with one of those, he think we forgot about that. You know what I'm saying? He think we forgot about that. Like, when he was doing those, scam seminars, scamming people out of their money or whatever, feeding them, hope and not BS or whatever. Look that up. You'll see. Look that up. Look that up. But anyway, he ain't have money like that. You know what I mean? He think we forgot about that, and you went to jail because you evaded your taxes, and then you couldn't even pay him, Mr. Rich Man, calling all these broke niggas. This is the same guy who was on that show a week ago, calling at you broke niggas. Couldn't pay your taxes, and you went to jail. But not only you couldn't pay, you evaded your joints. You tried to rather. You know what I'm saying? But you want to call y'all broke niggas. You understand? Clown. But anyway, the young guy, he got with the young guy. Long story short, the guy put up most of the money to open up the store or whatever. And being the underhanded, because I'm not going to even do the guy like that. Y'all can look it up, but I'm not going to do the guy like that because he ain't violate us. But due to his underhanded stuff, Homeboy got wind of it, and this was his way to muscle the kid out of the store, which he put the majority of the money up on. And you could go on YouTube and you could see the kid doing interviews, on the upcoming opening of the store, the first one. You know what I mean? So this money man that we saw a week ago is a fraudster. He ain't got that's why I don't believe he got the money he say he got. You know what I mean? Like I say, he might be doing better than the average, working person. Yeah. You know what I mean? But you ain't got it like that. You do not have it like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you was evading taxes and you got penalized for it and you got spanked and you did jail time for it. And then you came out and you scammed the youngster, you know what I mean, out of his hard work scamming efforts. And that's how you got the store. And that's facts. And that's the whole fact. So, so when you sit here and you acting like you all that, you know what I'm saying? With those fake chains on or whatever, you know what I mean? And you know how rich you are and all of this stuff like that. Let's not forget you was out here starving. Let's not forget that. The majority of the world just see the interviews and see the social media posts. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of people see that. That's the majority. I'm pretty sure a lot of people seen that, but the majority don't see all of that. They just see the glitz and glamour and homeboy look like he, you know what I mean? Like he large. like he large, like the old
Okay,
school when they used to say in the 90s, he looked like he large. You know what I mean? But
large and in charge.
large
All
and in
right.
charge, exactly. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna lie, I'm very grateful for that Math Hoffa show and people are on his head right now for what he truly is. For what, and it's funny how if I don't know if any of you guys sort of, the interview Cuban had on the other channel. Um, we all know those interviews are, pre-recorded and they drop a piece every day. You know what I mean? So homeboy that recorded Cuban Link talking about Fat Joe, was a racist and he used to be talking bad about black people. He saw the traffic, which was the next day to Saturday. That's why he put that piece out. That was pre-recorded before that Math Hoffa video dropped. So he just knew that the traffic was going. So that's why he put in his title, Fat Joe Racist, allegedly racist comment, something like that, because he knew that, the traffic. So I seen that video going around like crazy. You know what I'm saying? And and when that video was recorded, they didn't know, what was coming, what was going to be said on that Math Hoffa show. But he saw he can get the traffic, and then the very next day he put it out, which was Saturday, and that when even Tariq Nasheed used that in one of his videos when he went live to go at Fat, to respond to Fat Joe. A lot of channels are using that clip. You know what I'm saying? Had he Math Hoffa not put that clip out or whatever, Fat Joe saying that thing with Cuban Link, people would, oh, he just hating again. You know what I mean? He'll say anything. You know what I mean? Because he beefing with Fat Joe. So you know what I mean? That went nowhere. That clip went nowhere as far as it being shared and played on other channels. It went nowhere. Had that video with Math Hoffa wasn't released the day before.
Facts.
My only problem with Cuban Link is why you ain't been say this about Fat Joe? That he was right. Why you ain't been even though, like I said, this is not because of Fat Joe coming out and him saying that he said it before that. But why now you saying this? And I can only think of two reasons: because you was around, you was getting money with him, and you know how some Spanish people are when they in their own circle. You know what I mean? Even if they ain't with it, you know what I mean? You kind of co-signing it. So he ain't gonna say, "Let me I'm leaving this guy. He don't like black people. I'm getting out the group." No, he's getting money. Or were you involved in those conversations? Was you adding in? Because I would have think you would have said that a long time ago if you knew that. But when you got a guilty conscience, you know what? I think I'll leave that out of all my interviews because he done made 1,000 interviews throughout the years and have been mostly about Fat. All his interviews had Fat Joe on them. That's a fact. All his adventure, and not one time that he ever say that. So I'm just thinking you was either a part of it, and you was putting your little ones and twos on it, or you just was turning the other cheek because you was getting money with him. Either way, that ain't solid. Because especially if I gotta be around you and you being around some brothers, you know what I'm saying? And you laughing and joking in their face, I gotta look at you crazy. And that's even if even one of my black brothers, you know what I'm saying? They talking crazy about Spanish people or white people, and then they laughing and joking and hugging on them when I'm gonna look at you funny like, I thought you don't like these people. What's up with you? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like I said, I'm grateful, homeboy. Even though he took it down, but I'm grateful he put it up. He did it where he did his part. He did a good deed.
So you think Miles did that on purpose just to
Yep,
get the conversation started?
absolutely. He he
That was the
he knew that was
math. That
huh?
worked.
He knew that was gonna
I
be
said,
controversial. He knew that. He knew that. He knew that, or maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't think it was gonna, turn out that way. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people been going extra hard on him, and oh, he not FBA. That's why he let him or whatever. But you got to let people talk when your show. You got the interview job. The interviewer job is indirectly to kiss the person's ass. Just to be honest, you know what I mean. When you see the majority of interviews we see with celebrities, very rarely we see people, you know what I mean, confronting them. That's very rare. You know what I'm saying? Remember, a lot of times people are just happy to have you on the show. You know what I'm saying? And especially, I don't think Math Hoffa pays for interviews like a lot of other channels. You know what I mean? So you're a guest on my show that I'm getting for free. How much blowback am I going to give you? You know what I'm saying? How much blowback I'm going to sit there and really fight with you and stuff like that? And you know what I mean? We know he doing his rounds for his album and stuff like that. You know what I mean? He's been on a lot of different, platforms, before and after his album came out. So that's pretty much what he's doing, promoting his album. So you gotta sit back and let him do him. Those are his words, not Math Hoffa's words. You know what I'm saying? Those are his words. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. But I do believe Math Hoffa is an instigator because I seen him the whole thing with Bootsy when, when he asked Boots, when the whole thing with Bootsy, said he have somebody to take the charge and all of that or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, he's a guy that he he throws the rock and then hides his hand. He does that a lot too.
Right.
He does that a lot. I did peep that. He'll ask a question or whatever. And remember, him and Vlad are friends. So he asking a lot of policey questions too. You know what I mean? He learned from the best. It's up to you to answer that question. Fat Joe easily could have said, you know what? I don't want to talk about these clowns. And kept it moving, and we would not even be on this panel right now. But he does what he does, and like I said, he has no respect, and then he think he's better than people. You know what I mean? Because now he's paying his taxes now, so now he's all that now.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
I've been paying my taxes. Like, come on.
Oh,
So he
why did
all
he?
that.
So why is he trying to separate FBA from other blacks? Like,
Because because remember, manipulators gonna manipulate. Like, because he try to like, yeah, they coming at us, all of us. He try to do that. Yeah, they coming at not just me and Puerto Ricans, they coming at all of us. You know what I mean? And a lot of people took the bait because I'm sure you guys has been on Instagram and YouTube and you see a lot of people or whatever, from the islands that are taking this guy that took his back. Not everybody, but some
right.
people has, backed him up. So he knew exactly what he was doing. He wanted the backup. That's why he did that. That was purposely done for him to blame everybody or whatever. Oh, they don't want to hear Jamaican. They don't want to hear Guyanese. Then he said, first he said he don't, whoever don't look like him. But then he said, oh, they not Black American because you can't say Caribbeans don't look like us. So then he had to, oh yeah, they don't want to hear if you not Black American. Then he went, you know what I mean? So he thought he was very crafty with what he was doing. You know what I mean? He thought he was very crafty, but I caught that when I seen him do it. Because first it was, he let me throw the West Indians in there or whatever. Let me say whoever don't look like us, meaning Puerto Ricans, was what he's trying to say. Then he said, oh, whoever's not Black American. You know what I mean? So he was very crafty what he doing. But to me, he only fooled dumb people. You know what I mean? I wasn't fooled. I saw right through it. And matter of fact, let me not disrespect people and call people dumb. Um, Being that I already know what he is, that's why he can't fool me. I'll just say that. Everybody don't know what he is. Don't know that he don't really like us. You know what I'm saying? Everybody don't know that. I've been knew that since the 90s. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he couldn't fool me. He trying to play like, yo, yeah, like, no, you don't like Caribbean, you don't like black people, period. You know what I'm saying? You don't like black people, and that's I just think he needs to get out of here, bro. I just think nobody needs to entertain anything he's doing, even to try to see if when he answered or entertain his garbage, man. It's just garbage, man. We ain't got no room for that. You came, you ate off the culture or whatever. You ate off us or whatever. Because when you go and do those shows in other states and all of that and stuff like that, unless it's like a big concert venue, you know what I mean? When you go in all these places, it's black people at those shows. So black people, he would not forget who put him on or whatever. When you go on and do shows and all of that and stuff like that, it's black people who put that money in your pocket. It's black people who did that. You Latinos are not. You have Mexicans that they're populating a lot of places in the country. It's not Puerto Ricans is in patches around the country. They're not. You know what I mean? Yeah. And when you come to New York, it looks a certain way. When you get out of here, maybe you go to Florida and Pennsylvania.
Totally
Stuff
different.
like that. Huh?
It's totally different, man.
Totally
But
different.
this is the tri-state thing, but
Yes, Connecticut as well, Jersey and stuff like that. But when you go other places, it's us in those crowds. You know what I'm saying? And we rocking with it because it's hip hop. You know what I mean? We ain't looking at him. We ain't looking at him. Oh, he Puerto Rican. We ain't rocking with him. No, nobody. People don't look. We don't look at it like that way. And to me personally, I think he would be a bigger rapper than what he is if he didn't try to, you know what I mean? If he ain't try to do the bait and switch. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Yeah, I'm rocking with the blacks and all that. Yeah, it's all of us. And then my Latinos, and then try to get an all Latino. I think he would be much bigger than what he is. But he's just a low tier rapper. That's what he is, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. And if you ask me, or whatever, see, he's on Rock Nation now. So Rock Nation, they got media. Now they're not just managing him, and they just the manager. They got media in their pocket. You know what I'm saying? They got publicity in their pocket. You understand what I'm saying? So they're a management powerhouse. They not just a regular manager, your homeboy that manage you and stuff like that. No, they're a powerhouse or whatever. So that's why you get to see him on all of these platforms or whatever. You're not saying he ain't built, he ain't been around on his own or whatever, but that's why you see him on certain things. That's why he can get on a CNN and all of that type of stuff. And that's why he can get these certain endorsements that he got with Pepsi and all of that stuff like that through Rock Nation. Because pretty much we already know he already passed his welcome. You know what I'm saying? He already passed his welcome. His talent, what he's supposed to came and what we know him as is a rapper. That been gone. That been faded. So he over. So he's he getting extra time. This is bonus time for him. So that's why you would see him be trying to make up all of these stories and stuff like that. And having and people calling him Joey Crack and Crack. You know what I mean? And calling him a liar and all of this stuff like that. But that's his new talent now: storytelling, making up stories, lying. Because the rap thing ain't there no more.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, he could still do shows because he did have some records and stuff like that or whatever. But remember, they're kind of paying for when he do a show, they're not paying for him to come out for his music. They're paying for him to come out for his relevancy. That's why he's keep going on these places. The same way, like, you'll see a Safari. Safari will get paid to perform, but we don't know none of Safari's songs. They're paying for Safari's relevancy. You know what I'm saying? And not trying to diss Safari, but I don't know none of his songs. I heard a few, but I can't remember them or remember their names or nothing like that. So when people, paying for Safari, they either, paying for him to do a hosting, or if they do pay him to perform, they're not really paying for him for those songs. They're paying for him because he's Safari. So Fat Joe, when he's doing shows, he's getting paid because he's Fat Joe. He got a face. He's all over. Not because them, the songs that he had. Because we all seen when he on the verses, like he ran out of songs. We all saw that. You didn't even have you've been in the game. He's been in the game 30 years and ain't have the songs. That tells you right.
All his songs.
That tells you right there. Hold on one second. No, you did. What you said, you just showed me. Just showed my Oh, okay.
That's what we're doing. Joe.
I thought you said something else.
Y'all got anything like that over here? D-Ride, the editor.
Exactly.
Hey, what's going on?
There's a reflection in the door.
Can you hear me?
How you doing?
How's it going, guys?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I got a lot of folks in the chat saying that I'm not pro-black or Pan-African and whatnot and all these things. It's like this here, man. Different people have different mindsets. I don't hate nobody. I'm older, man. I don't teach my kids to hate nobody. I can focus on trying to get my thing intact and my house intact without trying to save the world. And hopefully, if you my neighbor and you see how things is going for me, then you'll get on board and ask me, hey, what you doing for your success? But the thing is, like with us being the whole Pan-African thing, we did it back in the day. We was rocking, Africa on our necks with the leather necklaces on. Now we was all on that, but to our detriment, we were so inclusive as Black Americans that nobody was pushing the line for us like we was pushing the line, say like in South Africa for Mandela and pushing the line for all our other diaspora. So we decided to focus on us. So when people say, what you gonna do with the money? I never asked another brother from no other part of the world or not here in my face, what you gonna do with your money when you get it? Like that's the craziest thing to me for a grown man to ask another grown man where you gonna spend your money. And that brother lets me know that you not in the right frame of mind if you what a Black American gonna spend their money if they get reparations. This is why people say we become extreme. We extreme because people saying stuff like that. How would you feel if you wake up and you get your paycheck on Friday and your neighbor knocked on your door and asked you, what you gonna spend it on? Or you gonna go get some real for your G? Who does that? But we rooting for y'all to get CARICOM in the Caribbeans, to get money back from England. We ain't never said y'all should not get nothing. Absolutely. But that's what we hear on TikTok and all these youngins and whatnot. And we just asking y'all to get on code with your young people, correct them and let them know it ain't up for you guys to be asking nobody else, talk about they ain't got a culture. That's where all this stuff really started. We got people from the diaspora. Black Americans, y'all don't have a culture. What is your culture? Why don't you have? And dude, we know that that's cap. We got people over there in different parts of Africa talking about free little Dirk. Come on, man. We got Japanese trying to get their hat twisted up and get dreadlocks and all kinds of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I hate to say dreadlocks.
Paying big money for it. Paying big top dollar for that shit.
And they cripping in Japan with low riders. Let's stop with the whole we don't have a culture. We ain't never said nobody else don't have culture. We ain't never said everybody takes bits and pieces from each other. But when we was in those slave fields and we was playing with those spoons and we've got the first harmonicas and we had the banjos and we was coming up with them soul music in the field while we was entertaining our owners, and I won't call them master because I don't want to give them that credit. But when we was doing that, we was culminating music. You dig? We was creating, and then we got into where we got our own churches, because we had to get our own churches in freedom in Black America. You know, we had to get our freedom, right? Just like they had to get their freedom in the Caribbean. So, like, slavery is horrible for everybody. All we saying is, out of a lot of things that were horrible for us, we created the blues. We created out of blues and out of the church and out of gospel, we created bluegrass. People talking about Beyonce ain't country. We created country music.
Elvis Presley.
All of that.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, I live in Houston. People not gonna sit up here and tell me I wasn't on trail rides as a child, riding a trail rides, eating chili on the trail in a wagon at 6 years old for the Prairie View trail rides. They're not gonna tell me Beyonce and other Black people down here haven't been in rodeos. We got Black rodeos all throughout Dallas. People telling us what our culture is in our city. Beyonce don't know nothing. She not a redneck. She don't know what a red. How you know what we practice in our city? That's why I don't be telling people from New York.
That's why she got snubbed for the country music awards or something like that, right?
Well, like, yeah, everybody talking about they know they're gonna gatekeep them. Listen, the masses that talk, the masses say different with the numbers of spins on this. The masses ain't saying it's all good for Fat Joe. I'm looking at his spins on his album drop. His spins ain't looking like what Beyonce is on Cowboy Carter. So what I'm saying is, we know that there's gatekeepers. Brother asked me why Beyonce why she wanna poke the bear. Bro, if we did as Black Americans, FBA, we didn't push the line. If we didn't push the line, a lot of y'all wouldn't be where y'all is and wanting to come here. If we didn't fight for freedom as hard as we do over here, a lot of y'all wouldn't want to be here. It's because we fought so hard, put our lives on the line, and y'all fought in y'all countries, but we ain't over in your country. We over here and been here a long time.
Yeah.
So all we ask is that people understand that we all got our struggle, but you can't come over to my house and tell me why you do this, why you do that, why you do this. I'm not coming to your country and doing that to you. I'm hoping you go do what you got to do to make your country great. I'm hoping you make Haiti great. I'm hoping you make Jamaica great. I like Ibrahim, the brother Ibrahim over there fighting in Africa. Don't get it twisted. I like him kicking the French out. I love it. So we don't be hating. You're going to have extremists in every lineage, every group. You're going to have bigoted mindsets who do that. You can't when we start getting into this allism, that's when we become just like our oppressors. We start allism in people. We know all Puerto Ricans ain't saying the stuff that Fat Joe is saying.
Facts.
We know that. But we do know there is a culture of Metal Rasa of trying to get that European bloodline and keep the bloodline light-skinned. I do feel like with Cardi B and it's a lot of people that are in interracial type marriages, they struggle with that. Because even in our blackness, because of our colonized minds, what do you be hearing the light-skinned side say when you got a light-skinned girl, a baby mama, or wife? And you hear the grandma, I hope that baby stays light. I hope that baby I hope he don't get a black-ass daddy. Come on, y'all. Let's keep it 100. Come on.
That's what they do.
Listen, I'm from Houston. I'm from the South, bro. I even had people disputing me, telling we ain't the South. We the only state that's got a southeast and a southwest. We 700 miles wide, bro. And you got people talking about y'all ain't really the South. We was the last out of slavery. That's why y'all got Juneteenth.
Absolutely. What, in 1868, right?
Yeah, we was the last one to know. And then when we kind of knew, but they was like, you bet, leave and see what happened. We was like, what? Dude, it was still people in slavery in Texas into the 1900s.
Absolutely.
That's what people don't realize.
Absolutely.
Like, people don't realize how it got down here. Listen, I went to Mississippi when I used to drive truck in the early 2000s. I was in Mississippi when I drove some Pepsi load down there, bro. And I'm gonna tell you like this here. I went down there, and the folks that was down in this small town, they took me all throughout the town, and they just had one side of the town. They had black stores. I forgot the name of the city. It was a very small town, man. And I seen the people were still living in plantation. And I was like, what the heck? What? And it was like, yeah, man, they used to own our family. I was coming over to a barbecue. And I was like, what's going on? It was like, yeah, these are the people that used to own us. They the Jacksons, we the Jacksons. I think that was their name, something like that, right? This was the early to like 2003. I said, how can y'all still work for the people that own your people? I'm stepping out of Big Houston. It's cityfied, right? But they like, man, as you can see, we only got the Pepsi plant. And that's the biggest place to work. Ain't no other jobs around here, right? So where they were supposed to go to? They're gonna stay on that land, not be slaves, but still work for the man. But them people still had 2 or 3 generations of working on this property. They had their own house they built for them on the same property. People do not be realizing if you don't get out of your city, travel, bro. And when we say Houston not country, y'all not country, man. We ride horses down here. We do a little bit of everything. We ride slabs. We ride candy paint. We do a little of everything. We ain't never stopped wearing boots and cowboy hats. Like when I drove truck, I was up there in upstate New York by Syracuse. Guess what it was? All country, horses, pigs. That's what people get it twisted. This whole country is country.
Absolutely.
When you step out the big city, everything's country. And they listen to what? Garth Brooks. See, that's why my black people got to travel more, even if it's just getting out of your city, man, because the city be swallowing us up whole. And we be like, man, you know,
it needs to be,
I'm in a city.
Go in the city and travel too, you know?
Yeah, man, we got to travel more because, bro, when you don't travel, it's, man, look, it's people that before Hurricane Katrina happened in 2005, bro, I got some of my homies I'd die for. They down here from New Orleans. They had to tear all them projects down, the Magnolia and all of them projects. Do you know my homies told me, and one of my partners, him and C Murder was real close. I did an interview with C Murder before he went to prison. But do you know that these people told me a lot of people ain't never left the projects other than the store. They ain't never gone over there to Marrero across the water. A lot of them, if they mama didn't move off Section 8, they ain't never go to 17th Ward. Some of these people stayed in 3rd Ward, going from Melfamine to the Holly Grove, maybe a little bit uptown. But some of these people never went through past a 5-mile radius. And the ones that did, sad to say, them brothers got on the highway during the crack era. But the majority of people, they stayed in projects and what we call them poach folk. They never left the poach. They stayed on the poach. So we got to realize the mindset and how they colonized us. A lot of us have never wanted to venture to see more. And any of us that were able to see a little bit more, maybe traveled, maybe got into the military, maybe got into college. Some of us, what we do, we go back to our cousins and go back home and be like, yo, it's so much more bigger in this world. You got to get out. Let me roll with me this weekend. I'm going to such and such. Take a trip with me. We had to push during it like pulling teeth to make somebody jump on the road with us. So, you know what I'm saying? Don't ever think that I hate the diaspora. All we saying is let us get our house together. Let us focus on what we doing as ADOS, FBA, American Freemen, whatever you want to call it. Because we was called African Americans and we never chose that. We heard what's a Rexon say that, and it was a little bit before that, but I ain't never asked to be called an African American. And it's not that I deny being African, it's for the fact that we are so far removed from Africa in mindset. I got African friends, neighbors around me, and we are so far removed. They told me, I see y'all as a different tribe. I don't see y'all like us. They even said, man, a lot of us over there see you as a white man. Let me give you another one because our mixed bloodline. Godfrey the comedian said that he go back home, and also that other comedian that was on Insecure, I think her name Kim Origi or something like that. She's Nigerian. She said her cousins give her a hard time because she been in America too long. Godfrey said his cousins tell him he not real Yoruba. He's American. Like this is stuff that goes on in the diaspora. So y'all gonna tell us FBA need to be Pan-African when Africans are treating their own people tribally and doing that to them? That's why we can't focus on nobody, because everybody got to get their knickknacks and their home plate together. We can't be focused on everybody inner beat. We got to get back on business. And I implore Africans throughout the continent and people throughout the Caribbean and Haiti, I implore people to get back in touch with what's going on in the country that your family come from and get involved in the politics and see what you can do to better the place that your family come from. That's what Pan-African is supposed to be about. But asking the Black Americans to help you with your fight, and we got to do this, and we need the Black Americans. Why we got to be Superman all the time? Where's that help when we need it? I mean, same thing with Fat Joe. Where's Fat Joe? Where was Fat Joe when we were standing on business in hip hop? Y'all just look at it for a second. When everybody was standing on business, people were crushing albums. Pac was going against the sister C. Dolores Tucker in California, who she had a point. Our music was getting too ratchet. When they were crushing CDs and Dan Quayle, vice president, they was going against all of the ratchet stuff that we came to be. Traditionally, we are more, as Black Americans, we are more conservative as a group. We have always been. And we noticed that with our Caribbean brothers and sisters, y'all a little bit more, you know what I'm saying, like to have fun and do the sexual dances. And Luke brought all that. He from Jamaican descent and brought all of that and the porn into rap. And we ain't gonna blame him. But he did break the door before hey, we want some. So we didn't know he wasn't one of us. We didn't know Big wasn't one of us until we heard his mama start talking.
Yeah.
Then we like, hey, but we down south realize that certain parts of California and certain parts of New York is very diverse. We realize there's very diverse in the diaspora. We know this. And if you go further towards Georgia, Mississippi, and get to Miami, we know that it's a lot of Haitian brothers and sisters. We ain't stupid. We know that. You get down here to Texas, a lot of Black Americans are down there in Texas, but since we're a hub coming out of Mexico, everybody in here now. We got a lot of Africans coming across that line. We got a lot of Chinese coming across. We see everything just standing at the store. We're like, who are you? Where you come from?
You talking about with the recent immigration? That's when you start seeing
For the past 20 years, bro, we've been seeing people just walking around with backpacks. But with the recent immigration, it's crazy. That little girl, Jocelyn, that little girl from Venezuela, that's right down the street from my house that was killed at 13-year-old with those two Venezuelans. Dudes that raped her and killed her. Excuse me for the word usage, but yeah.
What's this, a black girl?
Huh?
What's this? What we didn't hear. I didn't hear about it in New York. What happened?
Yeah, Trump was there with her parents at the border with them. That's how he kind of really pushed this thing for election. That all of these murders are happening with this, just like the fire on the subway a couple days ago. Man set the woman on fire.
Yes, yeah. He's
You
from
know,
Guatemala.
it's like you got. Listen, y'all got to realize, like, we not used to people running around set people on fire. That's kind of not American culture, bro. We have a lot of stuff.
That's you know where that come from.
Machetes is not our culture, bro. Like, I done seen people use a machete like a belt, like to whoop a kid. We don't got no machete culture, bro. Yeah, we was all hitting that sugar cane. We had sugar cane down here on the outskirts of a place called Sugarland, right? It was a big sugar import coming from the islands. We know the history. We know that the sugar was king. We know that Haiti was wealthy, very wealthy. We know that the island. We know what was done. The same thing was done to y'all was done to us.
Let me just play this.
Yeah, we're not tripping. We're not tripping and hateful of nobody. That's just some of the it. But we just want to focus on cleaning house.
Right, let me play this clip right here of DJ Smokey and Cool Herc saying hip hop started before 1973. Let's just watch this clip right here. What y'all think, man?
It started in 1970. Like a volcano, like an island. It come from under the sea. The sea is our neighborhood where they thought nothing ever could come out of it.
Hello, how you doing? My name is DJ Smoke. I'm originally from Washington, D.C. I came to New York City in the late 60s. And I went to Taft High School. And how I became into music, I always was into music because of my family. My father had a Latin quartet, and my mother was a dancer and a singer. So I always was into music. She used to take me to see James Brown and a lot of different artists. And I used to always go to the Casbah and see a lot of different entertainers and stuff. So I always was into music. Being that I went to Taft High School, it was different classes and stuff that we didn't like to go to. So we had basement parties. So I always liked to do a lot of things in the music. So this is how I became an entertainer in the world of music. And the basement parties, we used to charge 20 cents, 50 cents, a quarter, because it was different classes that we didn't want to go to. So this became a thing for us and stuff every day that we did parties, basement parties, red light parties, hooking classes, because there was truant officers out that was looking for people and stuff that didn't go to classes. So this formed the place where we had to go to hang out. It was called basement parties.
But it came up like an island, like a volcano coming from under the sea, come out of the neighborhood. And it was growing from 1970, and it wasn't going anywhere after 1973. And it kept on. But what was happening was everybody was saying, how can you reach the kids? That was the biggest talk. How can we reach the young people? How can we reach them? But guess what? It was happening right in front of them. And hip hop didn't come up easy. It's like me being a part of James Brown. I come from James Brown. I love James Brown. My first record from James Brown is, I feel good. And then give it up, turn it loose. And then from that, Martin Luther King, reaching out to everybody about being together. So we are part of James Brown and Martin Luther King's dream. And it continued in a form of music and a culture we call hip hop.
If you was to give us a resume or, the history of what you've done, you came to America in the 70s, I believe.
No.
When did you come? When did you get to
late 60s, okay. 67, 68.
And then what happened then?
And what happened, started junior high school, 118, and started playing, basketball. Started to go to different parties and like little church parties, not too far from where I live at. A couple other parties, a place called the Rat Hole. And a place that's on 170th Street and 3rd Avenue. It's no longer there, but those are some early places that I got influence for the American scene. Yeah. And James Brown came to Jamaica one time. When he made that record, I Feel Good. And that right there, I was always imitating James Brown. Yeah. Always. And that kind of stuck.
All right. So, that was my point when I said, that channel was a great. That channel was a great channel. I found it the other day. I watched a lot of the videos or whatever. That's a great channel. But this is the thing too. I don't want people, I hate when people attack Herc. You know what I mean? Herc, hey, listen, if you want to say I invented it, Herc, I don't ever remember Herc ever saying he invented it. I think people put him there, him, African Mbata, and Grandmaster Flash. I don't remember Herc ever saying, yo, I invented hip hop. You understand what I'm saying? Or whatever. So but I think all of this started when Busta Rhymes said what he said and Fat Joe said what he said. That's when people was like, "Hold on, you trying to discredit us?" That's why all of this started from. Those two guys, those to me, those guys are undercovers, man. Those guys are they undercover, man. Him and Fat Joe, man, they undercover. They started all of this nonsense. You know what I mean? They started all of this nonsense. Herc never said that or whatever. Listen, it's impossible. That's just like if I go over to France, no, not even me. If somebody from freaking Italy go to France and see what's going on in France and join in, and then Italy created French music. Somebody from it just sounds bogus as hell. You know what I'm saying? Just sound bogus. And I just think people are on the, like I said, they like, hey, it was never, you never even hear people talking about, yo, black, we started that until these two undercovers start saying what they said. Busta Rhymes and Fat Joe. He's was never saying nothing. I never heard us getting. That's when Lord Jamar came out. That's when you hear Lord Tariq. That's when you hear all these other channels because of these weirdos. So these guys, they cause confusion. They caused a lot of confusion, and that's where we at today because of those guys.
COINTELJOE.
Yeah, exactly. COINTELJOE. You know what I mean? And and Herc, he gets it, and Jamaicans get it. They don't deserve that because of what Busta Rhymes said, or what you know what I'm saying? Because Herc never said that. Herc never said that. Jamaicans never said that, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They never said that. This weirdo, you know what I'm saying? These weirdos came out saying that. Now I know they had Herc on magazines and gave him credit, but you never heard him like double down. Yeah, it was all me. I started this. You never heard him. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. He always gave the same story. I was in the parties. I seen what was going on. I tried to play Jamaican reggae music. They didn't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? So then that's when okay, let me play what's popular, what was going on now. He always stood with the same story. He never changed his story. He never said, I came over here and changed everything. You know what I mean? And another thing, when people, that statement about when Fat Joe said, oh, they not even from New York. Well, guess what? Where you think all the people from New York came from? They came from the South. You know what I'm saying? If you ever, it's a map of where everybody migrated from, and it's the South.
The Great
So you
Migration.
the great
Yeah, but New York
exactly.
is a totally different country or something like that.
Yeah, so you disrespecting people that ain't from New York, like they ain't got no say so because they ain't from New York. No, they peoples came from the same, even if they're on the West Coast or wherever they're from. We all came from the South and migrated up. You know what I'm saying? To New York. You had people that came from, that migrated from Georgia, that migrated from Texas, Louisiana, and people all did different ways. A lot of people from Texas and that part, they went to California, to the West Coast. You know what I mean? He's not educated on our people. So to act like, because you don't live in New York, you can't speak on it, is bogus. Straight bogus.
Yep.
Yeah, but he's
Yep.
not educated, and he don't know, or he doesn't even care to educate himself or whatever. You know what I mean? He don't even
That
know. A
way he,
lot of us in New
that way
York,
he earning.
yeah, a lot of us in New York, a lot of us in New York, especially if you was born in the 70s, I'm in my 40s, a lot of us are like second generation New Yorkers. You know what I'm saying? Or third generation. We ain't been up here that long. You know what I'm saying? We haven't been in New York that long. A widow like that wouldn't know that or understand because he's not from here. You know what I'm saying? So you disrespect them when you saying, oh, they not from New York. They can't. New Yorkers are not from New York. We're not from here. You know what I'm saying? We was in the South for hundreds of years. You know what I'm saying?
And check out with Fat Joe. He's saying the world changed on him. Bro, it's not the world changed on you. You let money manipulate you to feel like you was free to keep violating. I'm sure people somewhere in your ear told you down the line, hey, bro, that's not cool. They keep saying it on podcasts. I mean, you just kept riding, doubling and tripling and quadrupling down. That's all it is.
Yeah. 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 And see, when you said earlier, you said people need to travel. No, people not only need to travel, they need to spend time in other places. I spend time in the South. You understand? It's way different. You know what I'm saying? New Yorkers would be a lot of them would be a fish out of water if they went to South Carolina, North Carolina. You know what I mean? Georgia is way different. You know what I'm saying? Well, I spent time in other places. So I forget just visiting. I spent time. I know what their culture. You know what I'm saying? I seen what they're into. I know it's a big difference than these silly heads up in New York. You know what I mean? It's very different. The respect is different. Everything. You know what I mean? He wouldn't even know nothing about that. Like, you know what I mean? You drive past people's houses in South Carolina, they wave, don't even know you. He
He'll
don't
say
know.
he know about it because he's been all over too. But
But
like I say, he's become a classist.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? He about as you paid as you not paid.
Yeah. No,
So that's him.
Yeah, maybe he'll say he know about it from word of mouth or because he ain't spend no time in any of these places. You could go and do a show on all of that and be there 1 to 2 days. You ain't spend time. You ain't spend time with the community. You ain't get deep in the neighborhoods and all of that. And spend time in people's houses. You know what I mean? The locals. You ain't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people don't even, especially a lot of people like Hispanics or whatever, Puerto Ricans in New York that ain't been nowhere other than Florida or Pennsylvania. They don't know what this country is about. They don't know, they ain't been in the deep South. You know what I'm saying? They ain't been, or the South period, some of them. Some just went straight from New York to move to Orlando. and and that's real or whatever. They haven't been places. They haven't spent any time or whatever. It's okay. You in Orlando, but it's a bunch of Hispanics from Orlando. So you know what I'm saying? So it's New York all over again. You ain't get to be a Hispanic and go to, Houston, you know what I mean? Go to South Carolina, you know what I mean? To go to Charleston, to go to, and spend time with locals from there and see what's going on and feel, you know what I mean? They haven't done that. He haven't done that. So he's oblivious to the country other than New York. He's oblivious to what goes on in his country.
He won't be oblivious if he got to go to them Diddy party hearings and P Diddy hearings. He gonna wake up real quick and find out what it's about. A lot of folks will.
Yeah.
And we ain't made one joke about New York, if you notice, about the Diddy stuff. You did, but you got your man's 50 Cent up there, who from there, who down here in the South, back to his roots or whatnot, up there clowning Jay-Z. And he being used as a tool because they feed him that bread.
Yeah.
Got his little 50 Cent G-Unit studio.
Yeah.
You know what? Like they come for them, when they done with you doing all of that, guess what they gonna do to you? And y'all mark my word and bookmark it. Trust me, 50 Cent gonna have his day where they gonna do the same thing. They doing it to Denzel. They do it to
and we're gonna see if it's funny
our
then.
great.
And notice he Fat Joe's supposed to be his boy. He ain't say not one thing about that. He ain't say not one thing. Now I get it if that's your boy, of course, but okay. First of all, if you friends with my enemy, you can never be my friend. Ever. So how's him and 50 Cent even friends?
Tell me this, OG. New York was like the first on this hip hop thing. We love y'all for that, for what y'all did. We ate off of it. We give y'all reverence and respect. But you know what? Y'all quick to go at each other on dissing, killed the rap and hip hop movement in New York. But nobody can take up this opportunity to diss Fat Joe. Where's the diss? 50 dissed him. Well, they say they don't even know what that was over when he went at the locks and he went at and they went back. That was over nothing. But this is about something, and ain't nobody dissing.
Exactly.
They tearing Sadat X up right now. I think Lord Jamar said one of his parents from Grenada or something like that, and that's cool. And one of his parents is black, Black American. That's cool. Like I said, we are an amalgamation, even from the islands. But nobody got a diss record lined up. That kills me. Nobody got a diss record lined up when our whole diaspora. Where all that diaspora talk y'all talking about? Where your diss records?
Lord Jamar got one.
The elephant in the room. Go hard too. And he not really dissing them hardcore.
Yeah, not hardcore, but
he just letting them know.
Yeah. But these guys, you know what, too? Fat Joe always put this persona, this tough guy persona. I know the truth, and there's a lot of other people that know the truth. But people's perception of him is he's a tough guy. So everybody ain't, saying that. I'm surprised Shade Room didn't run it. You know what I mean? I know you're paid, but y'all go with the gospel too. What's going on? What's trending and what's going viral? They didn't post it, and the reason they ain't post it is because they in bed with Rock Nation, and he's a Rock Nation artist.
Y'all
you know what I mean?
Fat Joe it's a no-fly zone in Texas until he apologized.
Yeah,
so it's a no-fly zone. We just like trick down here.
Yeah, everybody needed to make it a no fly zone, and people need to not support what he's doing. And that's gonna hurt more than anything when people that money is their god and they're better than you because they think they got some money or whatever. Because let's be honest, bro, you don't got no money. You don't have any money. You know what I mean? If you had any money, everybody around you will be rich. All your family will be withdrawn from the Bronx and all. So you don't have no money. You understand? The people that have money, everybody got money. The cousins got money. You know what I mean? So you don't have no money. And I hate these. Yeah.
They told us Kanye was worth $4 billion, right? Then they told us they broke him down to 500 million. All the money looking funny in the light.
Yeah, exactly. All the money look funny in the light. So if Kanye, you right, he's broken down to that much. How much you think this weirdo got? He ain't got no money, man. You know what I mean? He's making it. He's making it or whatever. That's it. He don't have no money, bro. He don't. He's doing a lot of weird stuff that I could see locally because I live here in this city, running around with the Bronx borough president and the mayor and all of that. And we know what's that about. You know what I mean? He's in politics, running around with Kamala Harris. You know what I mean? I know what that's about. I know people who's involved in that who get money from the city and the state and stuff like that so they can give out book bags and donate and all of that. I know how they get their money. So when I see him, I know exactly what he up to. So this money thing, these broke niggas, I know what you up to. And if you had the money that you acting like you had, you wouldn't be around these politicians. You wouldn't be around them. You know what I mean? You're only there for a play. You're only there for the money.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I see it because I'm local. You understand? Everybody else see him on a podcast. I see you on it. You know what I mean? So I know you ain't what you say you are, and I know you ain't got what you say you got. Come on, bro. And that's what pissed me off too. You think because you might have a little more than the average person that you somebody. You ain't nobody. You know what I mean? And those chains be fake that they be having. You know what I mean? They be fake. It's a spot. Listen, these chains be fake that a lot of them be having. Not saying they can't afford, but
they got the moissanite. They got the moissanite.
The moissanite.
And I
ain't
mad. I ain't mad if you got the moissanite because your money can be better spent elsewhere. You still shining like a diamond. It's lab created.
Yeah.
I'm friends with Johnny Dang and Paul Wall down here. Dude, I've been learned about that for the longest. They just don't like to bust nobody out because they know cats. Listen, you think a brother gonna go from being a broke person, get a rap career, get 500,000 in advance, and he gonna spend 300,000 on diamonds in his mouth? Yeah, man, we gotta stop with the cap and believe in that ignorance, man. He gonna say, "What else can I get?" It's just like when Chris Rock was at on the thing with the rib, and he said, "How much for one rib?" We ain't gonna just spend our money like that unless we getting stupid money. I watched a video with Fat Joe, Scott Storch. Scott Storch went through 80 million on coke, giving girls Bentleys and Azures and all kinds of stuff. That's because they ain't gonna short their own people. He burned through 80 million on coke parties. We don't get no 80 million like that. It's very seldom that a producer that's black get 80 million bucks from producing. And he produced Lean Back and all of that.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, bro, homeboy, this is a whole bad perception. And like I said, I was very happy, you know what I mean, when because I'm at work now, that's why I'm on the cam or whatever, But I was at work, same thing, same spot last Friday, and I saw the first video about it. I didn't even see the interview yet. I saw the first video about it. I said, wow, what's going on? So then I said, all right, let me go to the video. You know what I mean? I went to the video on my way home, seen the video. I'm like, wow, this guy violating. And then it was just like a avalanche after that. That was Friday. It was just an avalanche. So I'm happy that these guys sat there and didn't say nothing, didn't give him no pushback, and they let him do his thing or whatever. I'm happy though. I know a lot of people are mad at them. They're mad, and a lot of people saying they unsubbed them and all of that. But listen, I'd rather know who I'm dealing with, right? Listen. I'd rather, if me and you are not friends and we don't like each other, I'd rather know that versus you smiling in my face. You know what I'm saying? Smiling in my face and acting like you got my best interest. I've been stabbed in the back by snakes. So when I see another snake and he get outed, you know what I'm saying? That's a joy for me. That's a pleasure. So I'm pleased that this guy's outed as who he is. Not fully outed because, you know what I'm saying? But who knows? We never know what the future may hold. He might come out when he can't make no more money from us. He might come out and say his real feelings. But this is a start. This is a start. Friday was a start. You know what I mean? So I'm pleased with that. You know what I mean? That they let that man, you know what I mean? Even though they chumps, because everybody been getting on them. Y'all be going back and forth with Trump supporters and this, that, and the third. But here it is, this man gonna say all of this stuff. He ain't say nothing. But hey, I'm glad they was quiet and let the man speak his piece. You know what I mean? And that's where we at today. And I always knew what this guy was or whatever. And I made it clear, and me and my friends or whatever, we always used to talk about this. My black friends, we always used to talk about this, like the guy's racist. We always talked about the guy throughout the years or whatever. And the only it's funny, my coworker, he just told me the other day. He said, yeah, a guy from his neighborhood that's Puerto Rican as well told him too that the guy was racist. You know what I mean? And I've heard this, like I said, I heard this in the 90s. I've been know of this. You know what I mean? So it was just, to me, it was just cringy to see people supporting him. And then he's being with these brothers and being on their station or whatever and acting like he's like a cool guy, like, portraying that, you know what I mean? Something that I knew he was. It irked me to see that all of these years. Irked me when I know that's not you and you don't feel that way. So even with the Irv Gotti thing, he's friends with Irv Gotti. That's my brother, and this and that. Uh, Let me interrupt myself. Anybody who keep calling everybody their brother is a snake. Everybody's not your brother. Everybody's their brother, they a freaking snake. And that should be a clear sign too. Everybody is not your brother. You know what I mean? And you know that. But but a snake is, but a snake will try to, you know what I mean? Get your, soften your defense. He'll try to break your wall down. You know what I mean? That's what snakes does. You know what I mean? They want you to believe that they like you and they for you and you they friend and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And he couldn't even control it. Remember when he had the beef, he called Irv Gotti a sucker for something that had nothing to do with him. If you my brother, and I got plenty of, you know what I mean, brothers that ain't related to me, and I tell them about themselves if they wrong. I'm not going on no internet. Somebody who I say is my brother. You know what I'm saying? He could be on. He could have. Irv Gotti could have slapped Ashanti or whatever on camera. I'm still not gonna get on him. Yo, you know what I mean? I'm gonna let him. Yo, what the hell? What's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? He's a sucker. That's who he is. He let y'all know when he said, "Yo, Irv is a sucker," because he was talking about Irv was talking about him and Ashanti's past dealings with. That's the real. That's who he is. He came out and whatever, and I was surprised that it just stood right there. I thought more was gonna come out of it, and I thought somebody was gonna out him for being a sucker and being a snake himself. But Irv Gotti didn't really go too much on it. But he's a snake. That's who this guy. He's a pretender. So now he's over here with 50 now. Now 50 is his boy or whatever, and they cool or whatever. But Tom is gonna tell with that too. Straight up. Straight up. Using he's a user. He's a leech. You know what I'm saying? He's going to use you and suck you up and you know what I mean? But I just don't like the fact that it's people that you don't like that you're using. That the guy's a horrible person, man. I'm just being real, man. Horrible person.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I definitely think, people gotta start. When you got people start saying this nonsense or start saying this stupid nonsense about us or whatever, we got to get rid of them. They got, you know what I'm saying? We got to get rid of them, and I hope people, and then even too, even if we got people that are Black Americans, if they out here causing confusion or whatever, they got to go too. They
Yep.
gotta go too. Hip hop was about everybody coming in and embracing everybody. It should even be no reason that this is getting brought up and who created it and all that by because the two troublemakers. Two troublemakers. This shouldn't even be going on because everybody enjoyed hip hop. Whoever enjoyed it from each races, you even got people from China and and Japan that love the music. It shouldn't even be none of this, but it's because of two undercovers, Fat Joe and Busta Rhymes, that started this trouble a few years ago, and now we at where we at now. You know what I mean? And it was purposely done. And purposely done. On that channel that I sent, you got, on that same channel, you see Fat Joe. He's in there when he's in a party. He's in a party where it's like two Latinos there, and he's watching what the Black people are doing or whatever. And then they cut to another guy that's talking about it. Yeah, yeah, Fat Joe was in a party or whatever in the 80s or whatever. We was like, it was like one or two Hispanics. So the guy was like, okay, imagine in the 70s then. Imagine in the 70s. Come on, bro. He knows that. He know it was not no 50-50, but he was there to cause confusion. He's there to cause, same thing with Busta Rhymes. He there to cause confusion. These guys are troublemakers, bro. These guys, like I was so surprised when Busta said what he said. You know what I mean? Or whatever. I was surprised. I'm like, wow, Bust, that's you. You know what I mean? I'm glad somebody told me about it first.
Leaders of the new school buster. That's what.
Yes. Yeah. I was surprised to see him the say, and then with the arrogance and the way he was talking. That was purposely done or whatever to be disrespectful, man. Straight up and down, he was just trying to be disrespectfful. He was trying to cause trouble. So I no longer have no respect for Busta. You know, anyway, as an artist, whatever. I can't. I like I said, when I found out he was Jamaican or whatever, it wasn't no big deal. It wasn't, oh, what, all this time he was Jamaican? No. It was like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, no big deal or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But then to see him, you know, I just think it was a plan, and this was always how he felt. He had some type of animosity towards people here in America, and now where he feel, hey, listen, his career, his mainstream career, because he could still sell record, do shows, but as far as his mainstream career, as far as new records and new hits and stuff, being that's over with or whatever, and he could still perform off of his old stuff, still make money. I don't really need y'all no more. I don't need that. I'm solidified now. So now how I really feel is going, you know what I mean? Rear his ugly head. That's what that was. There's no way at 50 something years old or whatever, just is how you felt. There's no way I could believe that. At 50 something years old, no way. You always was that way. You always had animosity, and it's people like him that's causing this problem, and why people are with this FBA stuff and starting to look back. Oh yeah, I do remember. You know what I mean? How people from the Caribbean was acting. He sparked that. Because I swear to God, once I saw that, that's when I start seeing all of this stuff. You know what I mean? Go around or whatever. You know what I mean? After he did that, that's when I start seeing all of this. You know what I mean? People, getting on this FBA and start seeing stuff about, Caribbeans and all of this. Like, I never seen none of that before that, as far as from Black Americans, especially us in New York, that are, we experience, we got experience with each other. We've been around each other. I've never seen that. Never seen that up until that guy, you know what I mean, said what he said what he said. And then here come the other one that came afterwards. These guys are troublemakers, man.
Facts. Well, good conversation, man. I'm glad we had this dialogue, you know what I'm saying, to break this whole shit down, you know what I'm saying, because at the end of the day, Joe, you're out of pocket, but you did it on purpose, so, hey, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes it gets you what you ask for, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, y'all realize that. Okay. Y'all for pulling up, you know what I'm saying, on the panel. We're going to do this again, man.
Peace, man. Shout out to all the
Different
West Indians,
topics.
man.
You already know, man. Respect pulling up on the panel,
Later,
y'all.
y'all. Later.
You already know my slogan. Keep it real in the field. Forget how they feel. You already know. I'm out. Peace.